Well, hello. I'm Aussie Overlaw'd, and we're going to give this another crack. Welcome to the trial stream for the murder of, I'm still not sure, 100% sure how to pronounce this, XXXTentacion's murder. There's three gentlemen on trial for the alleged shooting of the deceased rapper, who had just withdrawn $50,000 and vacated a motorcycle shop. I'm not going to lie, it's like 2 a.m. My brain is just still kicking in. Hope everyone's doing well. What we're going to do is I'm going to start by just doing a quick recap of the prosecutor's statements from yesterday. We will go back and look at the full opening statements, but it won't be right away. So let's have a look, because the trial coverage by Law and Crime is supposed to start in approximately 28 minutes. So we have just enough time to actually have a look at the prosecutor detailing it. So let's have a look. Alrighty.
You're going to hear testimony and you're going to see evidence about 5 lives. 5 lives that converged on June 18th of 2018, costing the victim in this case, Jahseh Onfroy, his life. The other 4 lives that you're going to hear about are Dedrick Williams, who's on the end over there with the bow tie. You're going to hear about Trayvon Newsome, who's in the middle in gray. And you're going to hear about Michael Boatwright, who has on a turtleneck. You'll also hear about Robert Allen, who's not seated here today, but you'll hear directly from him. He'll testify, he's in custody, and he'll tell you about his role with respect to what happened and the planning and everything that happened with this homicide. Some of the evidence that you're going to hear first starts with the day before June 18th. The day before June 18th, on June 17th, around 8 o'clock at night, you're going to hear from Tanisha Clark. Tanisha Clark has a job, but makes side money by renting out her car to through an app called Turo. You'll hear how Turo is kind of like an Airbnb, but for cars. A person can put their car on the app for rental, and someone on the other end can rent directly from the person who is renting their car through Turo. Tanisha Clark, you'll hear, doesn't know the defendants. She had no connection to this case other than her Dodge Journey. She got prepared for it to be rented for 1 day. And so when she rents her car, she is greeted by Tony Robinson. You'll hear how Tony Robinson was very close friends with
this is the prosecutor's opening statements from day one.
She's so close to Dedrick, she actually
Day 2 is due to start in about 25 minutes, so we're just going to go through the very brief overview of the prosecutor's statements.
And so Tony, who rented cars before for Dedrick and his friends, was asked to rent the car for 1 day, not because you'll learn.
Oh no, never let anyone else borrow your car, ever.
To Disney World or take some.
That's how stuff goes south and sideways.
But you'll learn through testimony that they wanted to be able to take the car, ride around, and rob people. That was their plan. And so Tony Robinson, when she rents out her car, is greeted by Michael Boatwright, who's on the end here, and is also greeted by Robert Allen, who you're going to hear from Robert Allen himself. They pick up the car.
Robert Allen was the 4th individual who was charged with murder under this case. He has decided to plead guilty and testify against the other 3. So it'll be interesting to hear exactly what he has to say.
And by the next day, they are out riding around. And Robert Allen will tell you what the purpose was that they were all together. And he'll say that he was with all 3 co-defendants, and that together their plan was to be able to rob somebody that day, and that they had all of the things in preparation for that. They had firearms, they had masks, and they had the capability of doing it. And so on that day, they drive to Riva Motorsports, and the day that we're talking about is June 18th. On that same day, on June 18th, the morning of, before the homicide occurs, you're going to hear how Jahseh Onfroy, who is commonly referred to as XXXTentacion,
Tentacion.
up that
That's how you
morning,
pronounce it. Okay.
woken
Well,
up
there you
by
go.
his mom.
On something new.
You'll hear how he was a young celebrity rapper who gained his fame through a lot of his exposure through social media and downloads and things like that, and was very much a self-made artist who then rose up the ranks. He was wealthy as a result of his celebrity, and he also had a pregnant girlfriend who was pregnant with his first
Yeah, I don't think he's
child.
going to enjoy it.
Jase that morning decided to go to the bank first. He lived out in Parkland and decided to go to Bank of America.
Oh, algebra. Thank you for letting me know.
And you're going to hear from the teller who actually helped him at Bank of America because he was a regular customer. That morning, after going to the bank, his plan was to be able to go to Reba Motorsports. You're going to hear how he's also a regular customer at Reba Motorsports. And at Reba Motorsports, he intended on purchasing motorbikes, plural, possibly one or more, and that he'd done that before. And that
Enjoying the rapper
something that he
lifestyle,
wanted
buying a
to
couple
do
extra
himself
motorbikes,
and his
as you do.
On that particular day, that morning, when he went to the bank, his intention was to withdraw $250,000 in cash to be able to make the purchase later on at Reba Motorsports. The bank, you'll hear, did not have that amount on hand. And so they dispensed $50,000 to him from his account of his own money. You'll hear how later in the week, a few days later, he was slated to come back to the bank to collect the rest of the $200,000. And unfortunately, he never made it. What ends up happening after he leaves the bank, he puts the cash in what he often carried with him, which is a Louis Vuitton satchel. Also, you'll hear how his mother that day was concerned about him going to the Reba Motorsports by himself. She wanted him to be accompanied. A, because she knew, she'll tell you, that she expected for him to purchase some motorbikes and needed for him to ride back with someone to ride the motorbike and someone to be able to drive his car back, because obviously he couldn't do both. So she, you'll hear, asked a gentleman by the name of Leonard Kerr, who is related, not by blood, to the victim in that he is the uncle of Jase's younger brother. So Leonard Kerr accompanies Jase to Reba Motorsports. And Jase, you'll hear, is driving a very expensive car, a BMW i8, which you don't normally see on the road, so it's very easy to spot. It's a sports car that has butterfly doors and is very fast. And Jase himself, besides driving this very expensive sports car, is also very identifiable. Besides the fact that he's a celebrity, you'll get to see that at the time of his death, he also wore his hair in a hairstyle of blue dreadlocks. So it kind of
blue dreadlocks. That's interesting.
And on that
Didn't know
day,
you could even do that.
he traveled to Reba Motorsports unarmed with his, let's call him for lack of a better
that's his first mistake.
uncle, Leonard Kerr, to go purchase these motorbikes. And at that same time that Jase and Mr. Kerr are at Reba Motorsports, you'll hear how the four co-defendants in this case, the three of whom are on trial, traveled in the Dodge Journey to the same Reba Motorsports. And while two of the defendants, Robert Allen, who's going to testify, and Dedrick Williams, who's on the end with the bow tie, go inside the store to purchase neoprene masks, they spot Jase inside the store. And this is all captured on surveillance, so you'll be able to see this for yourself in addition to hearing testimony about it. And so when they spot Jase,
all right, so this
has the blue hair,
Law and Crimes is showing the defendant sitting in court as we speak. So as soon as that, might even actually speed this up a little bit.
Robert Allen and Dedrick Williams start communicating to the two co-defendants, Trayvon Newsome and Michael Boatwright, who who are still in the Dodge Journey waiting for them to come back to the car. And it's the communication, I'm not giving you exact words, but something to the effect of that they spot the victim who's inside Reba Motorsports. And they are automatically spotting the fact that he's a celebrity. And so when
Smooth appropriation with the blue
and
dreads.
Robert Allen go back to the vehicle, now all 4 co-defendants are in the vehicle and the actions are set in motion. You'll hear about the layout of the parking lot of Reba Motorsports. There's only 2 entrances and 1 exit. One of the 2 entrances is one way, and so you can't exit. And the second entrance is an exit and an entrance. And the entire Reba Motorsports has surveillance inside and out. And the parking lot is encased by a fence. And so they are able to position themselves just across the street, and you'll be able to see how the 4 co-defendants in the car, Dedrick Williams, who's driving, by the way, go across the street and back in their car and lie in wait for several minutes for the victim to come out. They're able to easily spot his car.
Thank you to everyone watching on Rumble, by the way.
In the parking lot. And you'll hear how they lie in wait for the victim to come out to exit the only exit of that parking lot. And you'll hear also, more importantly, what the conversation is in the car as they get ready to rob the victim. Michael Boatwright puts on his mask. Trayvon Newsome also puts on a mask. They have hoodies. They arm themselves with firearms. Michael Boatwright gets a firearm. You'll hear how also Trayvon Newsome gets a firearm. Amongst the 4 of them, they decide who's going to jump out. You'll also get to see the differences between the 4, because you'll note that it's very important, the physical differences between
I sent
the 4.
Vice as a link
Michael
just in case he
Boatwright
gets
is the
bored with
tallest,
financial crime after the morning
skinniest out of
session.
the
He's just
4.
gone, of course I'm
Trayvon
fucking
Newsome
bored.
is next as far as height. And there's a big height difference between Michael Boatwright, Trayvon Newsome, and Dedrick Williams, who's the shortest and stocky build. You'll also be able to see that day, Dedrick Williams has tattoos. His nickname is actually Tattoo Chucky. And in addition to the fact that Dedrick Williams is very short in stature and stocky compared to the 2 gunmen, Robert Allen, you'll see, is also short.
Judge in the bathroom.
And
That's good.
He's also overweight, significantly overweight, and more overweight than the 3 co-defendants that are sitting here before you.
Well, that's just
You'll
discriminatory.
note that there's a difference in their height, weight, stature, the way they walk, the gait, because as you look at the surveillance, you'll note and you'll hear testimony about who is who and how the difference between the 4 co-defendants of who did what. And so when there comes a point when you're looking at the surveillance and you see 2 tall gunmen jump out of the vehicle, you'll be able to note, I submit to you, that Trayvon Newsome is one of the gunmen and that Michael Boatwright is the other gunman. And so Dedrick Williams, driving, cuts off the victim as he's trying to exit Reba Motorsports. And as just like they planned, they're able to cut off the victim so that he can't move his car without either crashing it or whatever. And the 2 gunmen jump out and immediately put guns in the victim's face and in Leonard Kerr's face. You'll hear testimony about how Leonard Kerr was able to hear what the gunmen were saying to the victim. You'll also hear testimony about how Leonard Kerr ran for his life. And so as
if anyone has any sort of experience with overlays and stuff, I've got my banner and whatnot up the top. And I still want to put something across the law and crime
the 2 gunmen in this case,
logo.
you'll hear how they start struggling with him.
Struggling a little bit on my own.
Punching him.
Not gonna lie.
And that both of the gunmen at one point are trying to get his property from him. They're able to wrestle away from him the satchel that had the $50,000 in cash. And without any provocation, without any type of weapons or anything being used by the victim, you'll hear how Michael Boatwright fires several times, killing the victim at close range. You'll also be able to see the surveillance that shows this. Immediately after the homicide, when they leave the victim there to die.
Opening statements and the first part of the first witness were yesterday. We're just rewatching the prosecution's opening statements before we start the live feed, which is currently looking at a wall.
So is allocated between them, directed by Dedrick Williams. Who's going to get what amount, who's going to get what based on their participation. You'll also hear how immediately after the homicide, in addition to divvying up the spoils of the robbery, They then go on social media and start bragging about how they have all this influx of cash. You'll hear how, in addition to bragging on social media with the cash, flashing it as if it's Christmas Day, and being very, you'll be able to tell for yourself in terms of their demeanor and how they acted with the spoils of the robbery. You'll also see that shortly after, they then start to put in a plan, because by now, because of the celebrity of the victim, this was all over the news and the surveillance was all over the news. So then you'll hear how two of them immediately hit town. They go out of town to be able to try to get out of Dodge, so to speak. You'll hear testimony about where they go. You'll hear testimony from law enforcement about how all four suspects got on their radar, how they were able to be tracked by digital forensics and by some physical evidence that was found later at properties of the
There's a
defendants.
lot of background noise on this, isn't there?
How even though Trayvon Newsome and Michael Boatwright are the two gunmen in this case, you'll hear how ballistics are found, some firearm ballistics are found at Dedrick Williams' home that is able to be matched to fired projectiles and some evidence that's found
Interesting.
from the victim at autopsy and on scene, connecting him to the homicide as well. You'll hear from Reba employees who not only knew the victim, but who can identify and know that Dedrick Williams was a regular customer. They actually even knew his nickname and identify him as being one of the two people that came in that day to purchase the neoprene mask. You'll see the Reba surveillance, where we'll talk about the layout of the Reba parking lot. And you'll learn exactly which defendant did what, how they helped each other to commit this crime. Williams cutting off the victim, for example, driving and making sure that the victim couldn't get away, while the two gunmen are able to accost the victim in a blitz fashion. You will also see how the defendants shoot an unarmed victim several times as he's in his car.
Interesting.
You'll also hear about within hours of the homicide how the Dodge Journey is still found in the possession of two of the defendants, and they end up crashing it and abandoning the car in Lauderhill. You'll hear how the detectives are able to track the defendants.
Oh, they didn't get a
track
chance
the
to
car
spend much
down,
of it, Jason.
ultimately tracking it back to, you'll recall, Tanisha Clark, who rented it to the victims, or excuse me, the defendants in this case.
I'm going to be really interested to see exactly what the witness has to say today. Because by the end of the day, the defense had actually made an argument that Drake was involved.
We'll also hear from law enforcement officers, several detectives and crime scene that investigated this case. You'll get to see the evidence that was collected. You'll hear from the associate medical examiner who performed the autopsy in this case and will give you the determination that the victim died by way of homicide and the cause of death. You'll get to see autopsy photos. And as difficult as it is, and you'll understand what exactly the cause of death was and where, how the injuries led to the victim's death. You'll see crime scene photographs. You'll see video. You'll see surveillance, not only from Reba, but also when the defendants are going around and spending money, for example.
Unfortunately, impeached life always finds a way, to quote Jeff Goldblum out of Jurassic Park. What's terrifying to think is that may mean that ChatGPT has achieved its own sentience.
So you will see surveillance from various parts of the investigation, physical evidence found at the properties that ties all of the defendants together.
I know algebra. It's a conspiracy theory. The point is, they're still trying to use it to create reasonable doubt, which I think is hilarious.
Evidence that you will hear about and see, you're going to realize that this is a tapestry that you will see woven together, puts the victim squarely in the middle of the defendant's plans and actions on June 18th, 2018, which cost the victim his life. And at the conclusion of this evidence, you'll find that Dedrick Williams, Michael Boatwright, and Trayvon Newsome are guilty of first-degree murder and guilty of armed robbery in this case. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, well, there we have the prosecution's opening statements. So this is certainly going to be an interesting one. I did have the New York Post article pulled up. We've still got a few minutes, still got roughly 9 minutes before they go ahead and start today's trial stream. So what I'll do is I'll pull that up. Just give me a second. Bear with me. Oh, actually, hang on. I've already got the tabs open. I can close that now because I can just remove that so you can see my face. How are we all doing, people? Hope everyone's doing well. Thank you very much to everyone that is joining me for this trial stream. I can see we've got Rabbit, the Mighty Meat, has already deigned to grace us with his presence. Chosen One, Mimi, Greedy Bloke, damn, Algebra, hello. Andrew 46 and 2. Alex muted. You still muted today? Just Cause. Stingy, of course. Good to see you. Tom Landry, hello. Puzzle Steve, hello. Notice the judge not paying attention to the opening statements. This should be a fun trial. Look, I listened to his closing remarks so that I could get the timestamp and whatnot for today's trial stream. He reminds me of, I'm trying to think, there's a very specific, for anyone that's watched The Big Bang Theory, the judge that covers that does the ticket when Sheldon gets the fine from the red light camera, reminds me very much of him, to be perfectly honest. Hello from New Zealand at 4:22 a.m. Well, hello to you too, and thank you for being here. I'm acutely aware that it's nice and early in the morning for you. All right, where are we? I want to share that one, and we can cover that. Present. Share this tab instead. Add to stream. Okay. Bring this across here. Actually, you know what? I'll bring that across there and make that full screen. There we go. Okay, trial begins in murder of rapper XXXTentacion. Prosecutor says accused killers set out to rob. Well, no shit. 3 of the men accused in the fatal shooting of rapper XXXTentacion. I don't know what I'm going to call him after this because I can't keep saying that. Began with opening statements at the Broward County Courthouse in Fort Lauderdale on Tuesday. Detectives arrested Trayvon Newsome, Dedrick Williams, Robert Allen, and Michael Boatwright for the murder, but only Allen pled guilty to second-degree murder and is a witness in the case. The others are going to trial. Detectives say that the group ambushed and robbed the rapper, whose real name is Jasa Onfroy. Damn it. I'm still half asleep. Shortly before 4 p.m. on June 18, 2018, outside of Riva Motorsports in Deerfield Beach, prosecutors, along with the defense attorneys for each of the 3 men, made their opening statements. Jurors heard widely ranging divergent stories, a robbery gone awry, or detectives catching the wrong men through a failure to investigate other suspects, including the rapper Drake. I'm hoping they call him to testify. That will be hilarious. For prosecutor Pascal Akil, the case is straightforward. She told the jurors that the defendants, Michael Boatwright, Trayvon Newsome, and Dedrick Williams, plus a 4th man who's pled guilty to a reduced charge, Robert Allen, set out on June 18, 2018 to commit armed robberies and went to Riva Motorsports in suburban Fort Lauderdale to buy masks. There they happened upon XXXTentacion, who was there with a friend to buy a motorcycle. Well, apparently he was there to buy motorcycles, so good on him. They recognized him and seized upon the opportunity, deciding to rob him as he left. She said Williams cut off the rapper's BMW sports car with their SUV, and Boatwright and Newsome jumped out with guns to rob him. A struggle ensued. They got the $50,000 that he had in a designer bag, and then Boatwright shot him several times without any provocation. To varying degrees, they are linked to the shooting by surveillance video and cell phone locations, and are all implicated through Allen's expected testimony. Excuse me. Then there are the social media posts of some men flashing the money posted that night. She said, people, don't post your crimes on the internet. Like, seriously. Oh, don't, Stingy. Just plot twist, they suddenly changed the plea to guilty. Surely my luck isn't that bad. There's 3 of them, for fuck's sake. Come on. They go on social media and start bragging like they have this influx of cash. She said they flash it like it's Christmas Day. To the men's attorneys, the defendants are the victims of Robert Allen's lies and the failure of the detectives to investigate a feud with Canadian rapper Drake. XXXTentacion once said on social media that he ever wound up dead, Drake would be the cause. He later retracted that. Another rapper also made threats against him. They said that the rapper's slaying coming just 4 months after the murder of 17 people at the nearby Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, the Broward Sheriff's Office was under extreme political pressure to solve the case quickly. For the county, for everyone involved, this is a nightmare, said Williams' attorney. That's why they wanted no part with investigating a celebrity, he said. Prosecutors said that there was no evidence linking Drake to the shooting, and Williams is clearly seen in the store's surveillance video, recognizable through his distinct facial tattoos. He was also identified by one of the clerks. Padilla conceded Williams was present in the store, but didn't say how he would explain that. Joseph Kimmock, Boatwright's attorney. I should keep in mind as well, guys, each one of these guys has their own attorney. So we're going to hear, there's going to be the prosecution, and then we're going to hear defense arguments from 3 different individuals. So the defense side of things is going to take a lot longer than it ordinarily otherwise would. So Boatwright's attorney also pointed the finger at a third man as a possible shooter. A friend Williams was seen talking to inside the motorcycle store just before the shooting, who was the same build as his client. He alluded to that friend that could have gotten into the car Williams was driving outside the view of the surveillance cameras. He said that the evidence will show that Boatwright was asleep at home, where at the home he shared with his grandmother at the time of the shooting. Yeah, same way that most people are starting to say that Berta was asleep during the shooting with his wife and son. It's an interesting argument. I couldn't have been the shooter. I was asleep at home in bed with grandma. Like, what the At no point in surveillance videos will you see Mr. Boatwright because he wasn't there. Yes, a cell phone linked to him was near the store, but that was a community phone used by several men, he said. And yes, he very stupidly posed with money that night, but that money was Allen's, not Boatwright's. Are they serious with this shit? Okay. Prosecutors then called their first witness of the day, the bank teller who gave XXXTentacion the money on the day of the murder. He came in to ask for $250,000, but I was only able to give him $50,000, Bank of America teller Cecilia Ramos told the jurors. I'm curious as to why the hell he felt the need to take out $250,000 in cash. Hang on, am I missing something? Yeah, the chat. I've just seen the last thing come in that's saying chat's frozen. Interesting. Okay, moving on. There was an alleged beef with Drake. It's just crap from Twitter and at Shade Room. There's no evidence Drake's involved. Okay. Young and dumb, maybe. Maybe. Thank you for the test, Excalibur. Yeah, look, I'm curious because, I mean, ordinarily, you can't just walk into a bank and take out $250,000 here in cash. I know someone that's recently had there's anti-money laundering things here where even if you take out 10 grand in cash, the bank can put a hold on your account because they're worried about scams and shit like that. And I know that mortgage lenders and that sort of thing have to report payments of $10,000 or more because, again, it's anti-money laundering. So I could see this being it just blows my mind that he thought he could just randomly walk into a bank and pull out $250,000, particularly because the banks don't like you pulling money out. It messes with their fractional lending. So it's. Oh, I wholeheartedly agree with you, Sleazy. You should be able to do whatever the fuck you want with your cash. Absolutely. I'm just curious as to why he didn't just get a bank check or something, because it would have saved him a hell of a lot of time and might have actually saved his life. Why do banks think they're allowed to tell me what I can do with my $250,000? Mainly because we're all dumb enough to sign up to their terms and conditions when we open bank accounts. So, until there's a bank that provides you with no terms and conditions, they can do whatever the frick they like with their money once we've put it in the account anyway. Deposits 10K or more are investigated. Okay, the rapper's uncle, Leonard Kerr, has also testified. Okay, so that's who the witness was. The teller was the taller one was like, "You don't come out of the effing car. You don't come out of the effing car." Kerr said, "Wow." Not to be stereotypical, but this guy didn't want to say fuck. Boatwright, 28, Williams, 26, and Newsome, 24, would all receive life sentences if convicted of first-degree murder. They're also charged with armed robbery. Allen, 26, has pled guilty to second-degree murder as of last year. The victim, whose real name is Jasa Onfroy, makes it sound like LaCroix, pronounced his stage name XXXTentacion. He actually put yawn in his name. I'll be fucking yawning too. He was a platinum-selling rising star who tackled issues including prejudice and depression in his songs. He also drew criticism over bad behavior and multiple arrests, including charges that he severely beat and abused his girlfriend. Do they really need to include that in there? I mean, we're supposed to feel bad about this guy getting shot to death because he got robbed by somebody else. Like, kind of takes away the sting of it, you know? That's why credit unions are better. Fair enough. Remy LaCroix, what? Lol. Pretty much. Oh, come on, Law and Crime. What are you doing to me here? Alright, where's the one from this morning? Because it's got more in terms of... Alright, so that's a New York Post article. Alright. I'm basically just filling time at the moment, guys, until this feed starts. If they're still taking their time, I'll look at the other rundown of yesterday's hearing as well. Don't understand the culture of walking around with massive amounts of cash and wearing massive amounts of jewelry. I mean, look, centuries ago, walking around and having a fat ass was a sign of opulence and like decadence. I can kind of understand why people feel the need to do that in a different way. Like, if you're well off, you kind of want to show it off, but at the same time, you know, that's considered not classy. But I mean, to each their own. It's part of the culture. Judge has to clear his morning docket before the trial can start if it does. Great. That explains why he set it for 10:30. That's fine. That's fine. Decades ago, if you got a great ass, you're amazing still. No, I mean like back during times when people were really poor and they like I'm talking like medieval times. If you were fat during medieval times, people knew you were rich basically because you could afford to feed yourself. Is what I was getting at. All right, so that's okay. So that's the passenger. All right. Ozzy wanted to make it rain ye burgers on strippers. He'd make it rain rain burgers on ye strippers. Oh, stingy. All right, where are we? Defense in murder trial suggests Drake may be tied to the rapper slaying. Oh, no, still okay. The defense lawyers for the three men accused of the murder of rapper, I'm just going to call him Little T. I can't keep doing that. Floated the possibility that rap star Drake may have been actually behind the 2018 slaying. Suspects Michael Boatwright, Trayvon Newsome, and Dedrick Williams are accused of carrying out the fatal shooting outside a Florida motorcycle store in what prosecutors alleged was a robbery that escalated to a cold-blooded killing. Each suspect is facing first-degree murder. But the legal team for the three defendants argued that investigators did not probe his simmering feud with Drake in the aftermath of the 20-year-old's untimely death. The rapper, whose real name is... damn it. Just say. I really need to hear them say this a few more times so I can get the names right. Because I don't like getting the names wrong in these sorts of situations. Once claimed on social media that if he ever ended up dead, Drake would be the reason, though he later retracted the bold statement. The rapper's death came 4 months after 17 people were killed in a shooting at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School, which the defense argued put the highly scrutinized Broward County Sheriff's Office under pressure to solve the murder quickly without fully exploring other suspects, including a celebrity. For the Broward County, for everyone involved, it was a nightmare, said one of the lawyers. Prosecutors say the shooting was the result of a robbery gone wrong, and there is no evidence linking Drake to the deadly gunfire. Either way, there's his face. First defense opening yesterday wasn't bad. It teased a lot of reasonable doubt. Okay. That's a myth about medieval. It was Romans. Medieval lords fought needed to be in okay shape. Yeah, all right, fine, sleazy. It's fucking 2 a.m. and I'm talking out my ass. What do you want from me? Understood how much I hurt today. So damn sore. I take it jiu-jitsu really hurt. So like now Biden inflation history repeats. Hey, beautifully inappropriate. You'd hate to pronounce my son's name. I would respectfully ask you to pronounce it for me a few times. Boatwright, Trayvon, and Williams are accused. What? Why have they used his first name in that one? Williams are accused of going to Riva Motorsports on June 18, 2018 to buy masks with plans to commit armed robberies, but decided to target the rapper when they saw him inside the store. As the rapper left in his BMW, Williams cut him off in a sports car with his SUV as Boatwright and Newsome rushed the rapper's car to rob him, according to the prosecutor. The trio grabbed about $50,000 that he had in a Louis Vuitton bag before Boatwright shot him multiple times without provocation. The trio of men are tied to the shooting through surveillance footage, cell phone spots, as well as the testimony of Robert Allen, a fourth man implicated in the rapper's death, who took a plea deal and is expected to testify during the trial. Some of the men also allegedly flashed the cash. Christmas Day, we read that previously. Newsome's attorney also argued that his client was not on the scene. If Boatwright, Williams, and Newsome are convicted of first-degree murder, they face life in prison. Allen, 26, pled to second degree last year. The rapper, whose stage name was pronounced XXXTentacion, excuse me, was a platinum seller. Okay, so they're basically just rehashing. Yeah, and you're choosing to sit there and watch me. It's almost like it's a destructive culture that advocates for violence. A robbery can be like an arrest, usually best to comply. It's also best if you don't keep all your money in a bag that's easily stolen. Snitches end up in ditches. Okay. All right. Where is this witness testimony? I'll pull that across here and share that instead. All right. So this is the guy that was supposedly in the car with the deceased.
On my way with her in the car, she told me that Jesse is at the bank. That's where we're gonna meet up.
Okay.
And she dropped me, leave me there. I wait until Jesse come. Me and Jesse headed, we drive out. On our way,
Let me ask you something real quick first. Did you go inside the branch?
I don't remember if I did go. After so long, I don't remember if I did go inside.
Okay. To your best of your recollection, did you wait outside for Jase?
I think so.
And how do you know
Okay.
what Jase was even driving? Were you familiar with his car?
I know Jesse car.
Okay, what kind of car did Jase have?
Did have a BMW.
What kind? Describe it if you don't know the model number or the model line.
Just a little two-wheel BMW car. He did have a black.
I'm sorry?
A black two-wheel BMW car.
Okay. When you say little, are you familiar with BMWs?
It's a small car. I don't know the model of it.
Okay. Was there anything distinct, for example, about the doors?
When the doors open, it flip up in the air.
Okay. So what some people commonly refer to as butterfly doors? They open
Butterfly
up
doors?
like almost like a wing-like fashion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was at the
Okay, is
time
there a
in
difference between
2018,
butterfly doors
was it a
and
newer model
gullwing?
car or an older
I
model car?
presume there is then.
Was it like a
shit all
vintage
about it.
antique or was it a newer model car?
For me, I would say that it's a new model car because I don't really know them like that.
Okay, all right. And
Hey, g'day. How you
so
doing?
you waited by the car for Jase?
I think I wait outside.
And how long were you waiting outside?
I've been waiting for a while, long while, maybe like about half hour, 45 minutes.
At some point, did Jase come out?
When he come out, when he was about to go to drive out, that's the time.
Okay. Who else is with you at this point, with you and Jase?
Just me and Jesse.
So what do you do next?
I went in the car with him and we were driving.
Who was driving?
Justin.
And what
Blurring
position in the car were you?
Ah.
Front seat
Okay,
passenger?
so yeah, so there is a difference.
The
All
type
right.
of car that is there
Mhm.
any room for anybody to sit in the back?
I would just say, there's no room inside this that car, because the seat is all the way up.
Okay, so is it a sports car? Is it a wagon?
I'll
Tell
say-
us what kind.
I would say it's a sport car.
Okay. Now, from the bank, where did you go next?
To the bike shop,
Do you know what the name of the bike shop is?
Reba Motorsport.
I'm sorry?
Reba Motorsport.
At any point, did you know why or where you were going, first of all?
I didn't know where I was going until we actually reached there.
Why is that? How did you not know?
Because his mom just asked me to accompany him somewhere at the time.
Okay. And what about the conversation between you and Jose? Was it ever revealed to you where you were going on the drive there?
No, because we weren't talking like that on the way like that or something.
Okay. Once you arrive at Reba, what do you do next?
Justin was walking around looking on the bike, looking around. I was like beside, behind, just looking around on the bike as well. On the bike inside.
Okay, were you with him the entire time when you went inside?
Yeah, I was beside him.
Okay. Do you remember what kind of bikes he was looking at?
Actually, he was looking at all the bikes, every bike that was inside.
At that point, were you aware why you were there?
I figured more or less that he was going to buy a bike at the time because he was looking around on the bike, all the bikes.
Okay. Do you recall what, if anything, Jose had on him in terms of like,
Stop
any
breathing
type
into the
of
mic.
bag or anything like that?
Yeah, he had a Louis bag over his shoulder.
Okay, do you remember the color of the Louis bag?
It was like a black with the
The microphone
Music.
is sensitive,
Oh
so
god.
you'll have to be careful.
okay.
Say it again?
It was a black, the little black shoulder bag that he had a Louis bag.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you, during the time that you were there and you were walking around, did anything stand out to you about the Louis bag that caused you to say something to Jose?
Yeah.
What is that?
I see like the money was one money push out, and I touch him and I say, close the bag, the money coming out. And he said, okay, bro, and he pull it out. That's it.
When you say
It's a
money,
good
you're
question,
talking about
Andrew.
US currency, cash you saw sticking out of
If the
bag?
court hasn't come back, probably the next thing we'll do is we'll have a look at Reva Motorsports and see what sort of bikes they have.
You may not have counted it, but was it a
Green
large
Free, just
amount,
want to say hi. I've
small
been
amount?
lurking since almost 2 a.m. Time for bed. Catch a replay. Fair enough.
Every piece of the money pushed out.
Good sleep.
Okay. And once you indicated, well, why did you indicate for him to close up the bag? Why did you say that?
Because the money exposed it, and I was like, why you money out like that? So I just tell him, the money just pull it out.
Okay, so you were looking out for him?
Yeah.
In order to tell him so that nobody else would see it?
Yeah.
Okay. Now after you tell him to close up the bag and he does, what do you guys do while you're in there?
Still,
Let's have a look.
We went upstairs,
What's upstairs?
bike as well.
How long would you say you were in Reba Motorsports looking at motorcycles?
5 minutes on. He was
Okay.
talking to the sales rep as well too.
About potentially making a purchase?
Yes, ma'am.
What, if anything, did Jose purchase that day?
Ooh, what if anything?
He did not purchase anything.
Do you know why?
He lost the bike that he didn't want
Okay.
at the time.
What, if anything, next happened when you then are, he doesn't purchase a bike? What do you do? What do the both of you do?
He walked out, went to the car.
Okay. And the same BMW sports vehicle that you drove in?
Yes, ma'am.
So who's driving now as you're trying to leave?
Just say,
And where are you positioned in the car?
the same passenger seat,
Who, if anybody, is in the car with you?
just me and Jesse.
Now, before we get to when you're actually trying to leave, what was Jose's mood like when you were there with him?
He was in a happy mood.
Okay, how do you know? Give us some, if you could describe his demeanor.
Actually,
I
he
don't.
was just.
Why does she keep asking if there's anyone else in the car? An I-8 doesn't
Come outside.
have a back seat,
Actually,
does
let
it?
me come outside.
Hang on.
We were walking to the car.
We'll have a look.
On the side there, someone, a white guy and a girl was there sitting. They asked him for a picture. The guy asked him for a picture, and he was like, "No, bro, I'm cool, I'm cool, I'm cool." And he just moved on. When I look around at the guy, he was like, I see the guy, he just nodded his head.
Okay, so maybe you can get someone in the
Ask
back.
him for a picture and.
Tiny though.
Yeah, I think I'm more than less that is the problem.
Okay, Now, how about inside the store? His demeanor. Describe his demeanor. You said he was happy. How do you know?
Super chats to Brackets and Vices just so you're covering a more interesting case. I thought about it, Psychotic Doll, but I don't really want to step on anyone's toes.
You can see that you definitely don't see the bike right wrong.
Okay, so now take us back outside. You're leaving. He just denied a photograph or a fan. And how long does it take from the time you're inside to walk to the car?
I mean, like 2-3 minutes to walk to the car.
All right. Were there any other cars that looked like Jase's car in that parking lot that you saw?
No.
And when you
Was we
are
can hear him
leaving,
breathing better than what he's saying?
how many
It's a damn good
exits or
question.
entrances there are to Riva Motorsports?
No.
So tell us then what happens next. You get in the car with Jase, and what happens next?
Okay. You get in the car. You drive it out. At the exit, when you pull out, you stop. You look to the left. I look to the right. When you look to the left, by the time you look to the left, I see a car just coming down block the entrance, pull by the entrance. After the car pull by the entrance, 2 persons jump out of the side to us, jump out of the car. One go on just side, one come on the side of the car.
All right, let's talk about that for a second. When you say 2 persons, what gender were they?
Men,
Were you able to tell what race they were?
no,
Why not?
kids.
Were they wearing anything to obstruct their identity?
I can't remember right now. Who we were dressed at the time.
Say that again.
Okay, well, this guy's a brilliant witness. I saw a car pull in front of us. Two people got
Okay.
out.
Was there anything covering
Can't
their
tell what
face?
race they were.
I can't remember.
Okay,
and he
so
can't remember
you
it.
don't recall, if anything, what the 2 people looked like that jumped out of the car.
No.
What, if anything, did they have in their hands?
First and foremost, one of the guys taller than one. Okay? When they jump out of the car, I would say the shorter one go by Jase's side.
Let's see. Sort price, high to low. Let's have a look, see what Reva's got.
I can stop?
May?
You may.
Okay, so you can stand up.
Taller one pull to the front.
Go ahead. This is the car.
Yeah.
Driver's seat, passenger seat, front of the car. Go
A
ahead
whole
and
bunch
show us
of
what you-
boats.
Taller one was
What?
like this. You don't come out the effing car. And he was like,
Motorcycle.
you don't come out the effing car. The shorter one was at Jase's side.
Come step down, please. How close was the taller one to the front of the car if these are the 2 front seats?
Right, that's the car. The taller one was like this. You don't come out the effing car. You stay in the car. You stay in the car. Don't come out the effing car. And I was like,
So I'm looking at Riva Motorsports
so where would
out
you
of
see it out of
Pompano
the seats?
Beach.
I was in the passenger seat.
I'm still not
So I'm
seeing
gonna
any
say
reason why you would
passenger
take
seat,
why you would need 250k. Unless you're buying like 10 motorcycles, because
That was like,
I mean, admittedly, this is the most recent one, but I mean, a 2023 Honda, the most expensive one they've
When you're
got
saying, and I
is
understand what you're
29,000.
saying effing car. Did he actually say effing car, or did he say you
Maybe
don't
this
come
isn't
out of
the
the
right
fucking car?
Riva
What did he
Motorsports.
say? Okay. And who was he referring to when he said that? Why was he saying that to you? What were you doing?
He was pointing the gun at me, and the next one was around to Jase's side of the car. Give me the chain. Where's the chain? Give me the chain.
Who was saying that?
There's the land
and
whale
who
on the
was
standing
saying it?
records case.
Giving Jase the chain.
What was Jase doing in response to that? As one of the gunmen is trying to grab his chain?
He was like,
Marty's lost his mind. Have you checked the
At any
smoke
point,
detectors?
Or were you aware? Did Jase even have any weapons or anything on him that you're aware of?
no, I didn't.
Or have you checked for
Did you?
cheap
Were you
secondhand air tags?
Okay, so tell us next then what happens.
After all that, I get the door open.
How?
I sit, I like move my leg like this.
Why don't you sit down and show us?
I was like this.
Oh, what can I say, Sleazy? I'm not used to that sort of shit because we pay all inclusive here.
I was like, that's a thing. And I was like, if I run, I maybe get a shot and I can live. If I sit,
You need a moment?
So my PC cannot figure out some kind of notification. I can't find it. Check the fridge and the iron.
I open the fire, I open the get down. When I get down, I start to run. I run up in the back to the shop. When I
Okay,
run
someone
back-
give him a damn mic.
Before you go, you can please continue from the stand. and I'll just ask you just a few more questions before you continue. When you open the car door from your side and you were doing a motion with your right hand, is it automatic or is it like a manual lever that you have to open the car door?
Oh, wait.
Once I touch the
Your
button,
your iron beeps.
Okay, so you touch a button
Okay.
and it activates the door or doors?
one door, that's my door.
One door, okay. And once the door is activated and opens, you basically ran for your life?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what happened as you're running?
Okay. I run and I keep running two sides of the road like this, but no, and with a bike shop. When I go there, I pick up my phone to make up to try to call the cops, and I was like, I see a man in the back, a man in the out there standing in the front, and he was like, "Don't call the cops. I'm on the phone with them right now. I'm giving them that. Don't call the cops. I'm on the phone with them." So I just take up. I still take up my phone in my hand. And the first person I called after that it was Cleo. And
Why did you call Cleo first?
Because
Because he told him not to call the cops.
someone already called the cops, and I called Cleo. because
So
Cleo
call your
was the one
sister.
asking
Call-
me
call
to
the guy's
come
mother.
stay. So that's the first person to come to my mind to call. His mom.
Now, at the point that you're calling Cleo, had anything else happened other than you exited the car for your life?
I run and they were down there. The two men that could jump out the car was down there.
So you left Jose in the car and the two gunmen were still there?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see anything that happened to Jose and the gunman after that?
Okay. Before, when I run up here, open the bike.
Sorry to hear that, Andrew.
All I like went around to Jose's side. The shot I want to come around to the door that I was, my door that I opened, and he go inside the car.
You saw that?
I see that because I was looking when I run up here and saw some some of the man that was on the phone. I keep looking down.
Mm-hmm.
When I keep looking, I realize that the shot I want to come around to my
Yeah, this guy was asked to go with him in case this sort of thing happened, and he ran away as soon as he could.
I'm sorry?
And then I heard
Pretty much.
something like, hey! How much time I don't know, but I heard something like explode.
An explosion?
Yeah.
Had you ever heard firearms fired in your life?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so.
And you didn't recognize the
I understand
gunshots?
you're trying to describe what the sound is like, but did it sound similar to you that you've heard that sound before?
The sound wasn't loud like that. I just hear, hey!
How many times did you hear that? Like,
Okay,
explosion
Dude,
sound?
stop like filleting the friggin' mic. He can't get it.
How long
He can't get the
after
right
you ran
distance
for
on
your
it.
life Did you hear that explosion sound?
Like,
Just stopping in to say hi, stream jumping. No worries.
I'm saying
Thank you for the view. Maybe hit the like on the way past. That'd be
So,
appreciated.
I hear
When you saw the two gunmen, the shorter one on the passenger side and the taller one on Jose's side, how long after you saw those gunmen positioned like that did you hear the explosion?
actually in the same, like, I would say like in a minute or two, the explosion.
What did you do next?
The vehicle, the car that blocked us, it drove off, and then I go back. I see everybody going down to the car, so I go down there too.
And what did you see?
That's it was just like, see like that. It's like,
Was he conscious?
I don't see he was moving. He was moving at all.
Was he injured?
I don't know.
It was Discord.
The car that blocked you off, did you recognize that car?
No, I don't recognize what that car is like that.
What side of the vehicle did the two gunmen exit the car?
Beside, the car was going. I was saying so they come on the right hand side. That's you say the passenger side.
The passenger side. Okay. Both gunmen came out the passenger side?
One from the yes, one come from the back.
If only I had a beep sound
Okay.
effect, I'd
So
fuck
both
with you so
gunmen came out
badly.
The passenger side, one from the front passenger and one from the back passenger.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to see if there was anybody else in the car?
No, ma'am.
Do you know if the gunman that came out from the passenger side slid over from the driver's side or not?
No, ma'am, I can't tell you.
Okay. And you didn't see anybody else in the car from your vantage point?
No, ma'am.
You remained behind, correct, in order to cooperate and give a statement
Yes,
to
ma'am.
the police when the police eventually showed up?
Yes, ma'am. Over there, I was there.
Say that again?
I was there.
Spamming that out was annoying as fuck.
With the police.
Yeah, you did. Well, how the fuck else am I supposed to get a hold of you when you're not paying attention? Thought you already had your answer. Oh shit.
When you're not talking, Mr. Kerr, just pull back a little bit so that you're not breathing into the microphone because it's very sensitive.
Oh, thank you for telling him that.
Riva Motorsports that you were in, that you went to that day, what county is Riva Motorsports in? Do you know what city it's in?
I think they said over there is Dixie, somewhere like that.
Off Dixie?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know, for example, are you familiar with South Florida?
No,
Okay.
not like that.
I'm sorry?
Not like that.
Not like that.
No.
Do you know that what state you were in when this happened? It's not a trick question.
I just know I was in Florida.
Okay, that's important. All right. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Okay. So that's basically his testimony. We're still waiting on the court. They're already like half hour, 40 minutes later than anticipated. So I suppose we can have a look at the security footage of him withdrawing the money, which I'm unsure exactly how that's going to make much of a difference, but let's face it, it's 20 minutes worth of footage, so at least it's something. Oh, hell, did I just... I can't see. Did I just take that off the screen? Yes, I did. Stupid. That was stupid. Sorry, guys. 1 second. Move that one across there. Marty needs to check for balloons outside. The look on the chick's face in the background. She's like, did this guy seriously just ask for 250K or something? Okay, so... Oh, dude, don't get that close. Anyone that knows... Oh, fruit tingle. Thank you.
Mr. Amos, is that bag on the shoulder of the bag that you have referred to before as a Louis Vuitton satchel, I think? Yes. Is that the money that, is that the bag you placed the money in? He placed it in, yes. During your encounter with Mr. Enfoy during this time, what was his demeanor like? It's fine. He seemed happy.
Closed every screen but this one and my Rumble. Please make it stop. Yeah, I'm with Apostle Steve on this. Better turn it on and off again at this stage, mate. Hi, I'd like to withdraw $250,000. It's like that's like right at that moment too. Like you know that's just what came out of his mouth with that like slight smile. And she's telling him, sorry, we need a little bit more time than 30 seconds to do that. Do you guys in America have the immediate shutters that like spring up or down or whatever? I would not be leaning over the counter like that. She's just told him that he can't take it full 250,000, so he's looking a little depressed. He's like, bitch, it's my money. Highest price I found at Reva is like 30 grand, so I'll keep looking. Yeah. Oh, we may have court. Oh, come on. They had the uncle back on the stand for a split second, and now they're looking at the wall again. So I think we're just about ready to go with the live stuff, but ever see the innocent video incident of the Black Panther director at the bank passes her a note for $100,000 withdrawal and his ID, and she calls the cops on him? Ruh-roh. That's a bit of profiling there. When it stops beeping and starts telling you to go on a shooting spree, then you need to worry. That woman is wearing 2 pairs of glasses. She's got a set on her head and she's got her sunglasses on. In a bank. Of these two, which one do you think is more likely to rob the place? I know which one I'm thinking, and it's not the guy at the teller. Okay, so he's on the phone. Looks a little despondent. Oh, holy crap. I'm going to skip forward on this. Nope. You're not supposed to wear sunglasses in a bank? No. Maybe she's got her eyes dilated. Oh, come on, you're killing me, Smalls. And the annoying thing is I can't even pull Mighty Meat in here because he's having computer issues. At this point, I'm going to break out a Gundam model if they don't hurry the fuck up. Oh, for crying out loud. Ooh, we have... Nothing. He's caught such a tease. Banks don't ever carry that much cash usually. That's one aspect of the direct incident. 2, they usually have to gather it from other banks. Mm-hmm. Gone are the days of when bank vaults held, you know, millions of dollars and shit like that. Got to give him like a week's notice if you want to.
Entire transaction. Is there like official paperwork that you have to fill out? Is that what's going on?
Facial tattoos, chosen one.
We do have to fill out paperwork, but not right there, no. Okay, but at some point there's a log filled out for this amount of cash we moved on? Yes.
Yes, sorry, I should have specified. The guy standing at the teller right now is the guy that was shot to death. Yes. This is him going to the bank to withdraw the $50,000 that was stolen. He originally went in for $250. Presumably was told that they didn't have that much cash on hand. And so that's why we've got like 20 minutes of footage of them presumably trying to scrape it all together. Because the next people in line have changed like 3 or 4 times since they've been standing there. Stupid thing is, he could have just used a credit card. He have that much money in the bank. Yeah, that's just it. I mean, or here you could have had them write out a bank check or something along those lines. Oh, do we have? I think we have court. All right.
How it is that you, an Uber and Lyft driver, first of all, can afford 2 security personnel to be here with you yesterday and today.
Are you serious?
I'm scared of my life.
Sir,
The defense has just asked this guy how he can afford to have security guards with him because he's afraid of his life.
They're just accompanying me.
So your testimony to this jury is that these gentlemen that have been standing here, dressed in black, yesterday and today, are doing it for free?
I have family.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I have family, right?
What's he?
I didn't
I
understand.
said I have family. I have a family member. Right?
You have
I'm
other-
scared of my life. So I
Just
have
gonna move this
somebody
across
because
here.
This is my first time doing something like this.
Okay. I understand that you said that you have family, and I'm sorry, I didn't really understand because of your accent. I didn't understand.
Can I boost the audio? I will certainly try it. Tell me so if it makes a difference.
Take care of
I
whatever.
also don't want to blow anyone's ears
Is
out.
it your testimony to this jury that those 2 gentlemen are your family?
No, sir.
Okay. Is it your testimony to this jury that your family is paying for them?
No, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Is Miss Cleopatra Bernard paying for them?
Cleopatra is not my family like that, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry, because I understood in your prior testimony.
No, sir.
Sir,
No, sir.
I understand she's writing down everything we're saying, so for the purposes of keeping a record, just wait until I'm finished, and then you can answer, and I'll give you the same courtesy. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I understood in your prior testimony that you referred to her when she was being asked by the state attorney regarding Cleopatra Bernard that she was your family. Is it now your testimony that she's not?
Sir, Cleopatra is my nephew, mom.
Yeah, so she's family. He just doesn't consider it because she's not by blood.
Previously just testified that she was your family under direct examination to the state.
You recognize it. You got that's a family, right?
I'm sorry, sir. My question was, on direct, did you refer to Cleopatra Bernard as your family? Yes or no?
Cleopatra is my brother, my brother, baby mom, sir.
Brother's baby mama.
Did you just refer
Ah,
to her
so they're not
as
married.
on direct examination? I'll move on, Judge. Is it your testimony under oath that Cleopatra Bernard is not paying for those 2 individuals like that?
I don't know if that's right. Cleopatra did not ask no one to security, for security.
You don't know.
Cleopatra don't ask nobody to secure me to come. So,
Okay. I believe that you testified that Cleopatra had not, and that's now morphed into I don't know. So please, for clarity, which is it? Do you know or no?
This is really the way you're trying to pick apart this witness?
security for me, because I don't
Wow, what a
want
dick.
to Cleopatra.
Okay, so tell me and tell this jury who paid for those 2 security personnel to be back there.
So I said I have family members. Other family members, I'm scared of my life. So other family member come together and get someone to accompany me.
I understand that you have family and you're saying in a general term that your family came together. But who paid these 2
Sir.
individuals?
I said
Judge,
family
I'm
members.
gonna object to this line of questioning. It's asked and answered multiple times now.
Okay, so I'll move on. I'll move on. Hold on. Okay, so you testified that you don't have any law enforcement training, correct? Correct? Okay, you've never shot.
Oh, I need to change that banner.
Okay, could you explain to this jury why it is that you have more security coming in here to testify in court than X had the day that he was gonna take $250,000 out of the bank? Could you explain
Objection,
that?
argumentative.
I didn't catch his name, so I've just put it down as deceased's uncle. I mean, no way trying to be disrespectful.
Now, have you ever discussed this case with your brother, Secretary?
Yes, sir.
Have you discussed this case with him?
When prior to when, sir.
At any time?
What we mean by discuss the case line.
Have you ever talked about this case with your
We
brother?
should probably move the.
Continue to what happened. Yeah.
Have you ever talked about this case with your Michael Bernard?
Yeah.
Now, I see that you came here with your attorney, Michael Enton, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is Cleopatra Bernard paying for your attorney?
How's my audio in comparison to the court? Am I too hot?
You pay for your own attorney? Is that what you're saying?
So, I have family member, I tell you that already. I have family member who have to still stand up for me, right?
Yeah, so a bunch of family members came together, pulled the money together for him, and you're sitting there badgering him. I'm not impressed with this attorney so far.
So, my question, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna repeat it again, I'm not trying to be duplicitous. My question was directly, is Cleopatra Bernard paying for your attorney, Michael Enton?
No, sir.
Okay. Who is paying for your attorney?
I'll try and bring up the court volume a little bit
I
more.
have family member that come together and help me to do my thing with what I earned as well.
So the same general answer as to who paid for your security is the same general anonymous answer that who paid for your attorney?
I have family
Objection,
members
Judge,
as well.
argumentative.
Sustained, move along.
So. Have you ever watched any media regarding this case? Anything in the media, anything in the news?
So I don't really want to see it, so I don't never.
So, your explanation yesterday was that you are inside, you're in the passenger side, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At some point, you press the button, right? The door opens up upward, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you turn around and you run towards the store, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you run towards the store, do you run inside the store?
No.
You're just outside the store.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then.
Yep.
At that moment is when someone tells you, don't call the police. I'm calling the police, correct?
I take out my phone to call the cops.
And my mic down to like 20%, so hopefully that's got any sort of help for you.
Someone stand, I don't know who is the person. I will say, don't call the cops. I'm on the phone with the cops right now.
Okay. And this is outside the place, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then when is it that you hear the noises that you described? When you still have your phone in your hand, you call Cleopatra Bernard, correct?
Yes, sir.
At that moment, had you already heard the noise, the explosion that you referenced?
After I called Cleopatra,
Was it before or after you made that call?
up there by checking the dial the number, that's the time I hear the explosion, the gunshot.
Okay. So you're dialing the number and you heard the shot?
So, yes, sir.
Okay. And then is that when you turn around to look at the vehicle? Are you giving your back to the vehicle this entire time?
So I was on the phone, I was looking towards the car.
You were on the phone and looking towards the car.
I was looking towards the car, where I'm going to stand on the phone, looking up.
Okay. And then you heard the shots, correct?
Yes, sir.
At that moment, are you now dialing or in communication with Cleopatra Bernard?
I can't recall what I was doing at the time, but no.
Okay. And at that moment, when you heard the shots, that you were looking at your phone is the first time now that you're looking at the car after running away from it, correct?
Repeat what you're saying.
The moment that now you hear the shots, you're looking at your phone, now you look up at the BMW, correct? And now that's basically the first time that you've looked at the vehicle after running away from it. Is that correct?
You asked me a couple of questions just now. Repeat what you said. Ask
Okay.
me them
I understand. I'll walk you
in
through
the
it.
video.
I'll walk you
Yeah,
through it.
in the video. You have
Okay.
to break it down.
I got it.
Small.
I will. You.
I really don't like this attorney.
You go down to run away, right? And you run away towards the building,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
When you get to the building, you don't look back. You take your phone out of your pocket, correct?
Actually, if I look back, are you telling me that I don't look back?
Did you look back before taking your phone out?
I said, I run up and I was looking down there at the car. I'm matter of fact, when I run up the car, my phone was like this.
Okay.
I run up. I was so frightened, I was trying to call the cops. I see someone out there don't call the cops, I'm on the phone with them right now. Obviously, they realize that something going on down there. So that's why that person tell me, don't call the cops, I'm on the phone with them right now.
Okay, at that moment, you're facing the BMW or you're
I was
facing?
like this, so, like the cars there, I was like this. I was still trying to see what's going on down there
Okay,
while I'm,
and when you heard the explosions, were you focused on your phone?
I can't recall what I was doing at the time.
Okay, and it was after the explosions that you looked, that you saw someone going in the vehicle?
So, when I was up there, the taller guy leave from my side and go around to X side, the shorter one went through my door.
And that, you viewed that after you heard the explosion?
I hear the explosion while the taller guy went around to X side. That's the time I hear the explosion. When the taller guy go to X side, the shorter one part inside the car, because I was actually looking what's going on down there while I'm up there.
Okay, so.
Not 100% sure at this point. He's
Now
he's basically just talking over.
The BMW when you heard the explosions, as opposed to looking
So
at the
it's
phone you heard
when
the
they started, they didn't actually specify who it was.
I
So
was
hopefully I'm
looking
going to
at
find that out.
the
Yes, all three have different attorneys.
Roll to the car, down in the car, the shorter one go through the door that I come out through.
And while that was happening is when you heard the explosions, correct?
Judge, I'm gonna ask and answer one more time.
You can answer, sir. When you're looking at the BMW and you're looking at what you've just described, then going into the car, you're looking at it and you hear the explosion.
I should have went there at the car, that's the time I heard the explosion.
I'm sorry?
When they were in the car, I heard the explosion.
And you were looking at the car when you heard the explosion, correct?
I was looking down there at the car.
Okay. Now, when Cleopatra Bernard called you and told you to go to the bank, did she make any mention of the fact that her son was gonna pick up $250,000?
No, sir, I didn't know about nothing, sir.
Did you know he was gonna pick up cash at all?
I don't know what I was gonna do. Cleopatra called me. I didn't know what he was gonna do.
So, after the shots are fired, right, after you see the shots are fired and everything, do you walk back to the vehicle or do you make that call to Cleopatra Bernard?
I go to the car, I went back down there, everybody was heading there, and when the cops come, I go down there.
So are you the first person on the scene to walk up to the BMW?
I can't remember if I was the first person, I know I go down there when the cops arrive.
You were one of the first persons, correct?
I say I can't recall if I was the first person.
Okay.
I went there when the cops come in, and that's the time I go down there.
At that moment, was Mr. Encore deceased?
What do you mean when you say this?
With-
Break it down
Okay,
smaller.
when you walked up to him, did you render first aid to him?
I did not touch, so.
You didn't touch him?
I just go by the car and go,
Okay.
while the cops are there, and then, so,
You walked up to the car and looked while the cops were there?
the cops was there at the time.
Okay, so the first time that you walk up to the BMW, the police is already there.
So I said, when the car, I go to the BMW when the cops reach me, and that's the time I go down to the car.
Okay, so since you were standing at the building with your phone in your hand, when you heard the explosions, looking at the vehicle, I'm trying to determine, and I'm trying to help the jury determine, how much time did it take for you to walk up to the vehicle to see the condition of Mr. Encore? Would it have been minutes?
When the cops come there, I can't recall the time that I go down there when the cops come there, so.
Okay. So you would agree with me that a significant time passed from the time that you heard the shots, standing there with your phone, to the time that you walked up to the vehicle, correct?
I don't know the time, I can't recall. I go there when the cops-
Basically, there hasn't been a lot, Maliakat. We've yesterday was opening statements. I believe that they
And
had
sure,
the
gentleman
bank
that are in
teller
the back,
briefly on the
do you
stand,
know their names?
and then they ended with this guy who is the deceased uncle.
Relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I will be going back over their testimony, just not today. But I'm not 100% sure exactly
Once the
what
police arrive, that you walk up to the
this
vehicle,
this defense guy is trying to get out of him, because he's being extraordinarily aggressive for this situation. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't know, I can't remember.
Okay. Do you recall the individual that you testified in direct examination that was a white guy that had asked Mr. Osborne for a picture? You remember that individual?
It's a white guy was outside, a little white person outside.
Did you ever see him filming the BMW?
No, I don't know if he was from, I didn't saw that.
From the time that you were looking at the vehicle, that you heard the shots, to the time that the police showed up, did you ever take your eyes off of the BMW?
I can't remember that. If I did.
At what point did you finally were able to contact Cleo Bernard? Was it after the police arrived?
I called Cleo before the police arrived on time.
You called her before the police arrived?
Yeah,
Okay, so it would it have been between the time that you heard the shots, between the time that you heard the shots looking at the car, right? The Dodge drives away, and before you walk over to the vehicle to see the condition of Mr. Onfroy, you called Cleopatra Bernard, is that
I
correct?
said I called Cleo before the cops arrived.
I understand that. And it was only until the cops arrived that you walked up to the BMW. So I'm just trying to determine, sir, give me a moment, that you sat there, made the phone call before walking up to the vehicle to see the condition of Mr. Onfroy. Is that correct?
I called Cleo before I go to the vehicle.
No further questions.
Cross-examination on behalf of Mr. Boatwright.
Good morning, Mr. Kern.
Good morning.
You indicated that you came to the US in 2015, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And that was 3 years before this incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you decide to come to the US?
Because I'm married to my wife.
Okay, and she was a citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
You indicated on direct that you were Mr. Onfroy's step-uncle, is that correct?
I'm the uncle of his younger brother.
Okay. And you indicated that you're close with Ms. Bernard.
Yeah, as in my nephew, mom.
Okay, and you would do favors for her when she asked?
Okay, let's have a look, see if this works.
You would do favors for
We're
her?
messing around in the background just because this has been.
I'm not trying to trick you. You would
Wayne.
cook for her?
She ordered something for her. I cook at the shop and she.
I've done everything I can in terms of call audio. Sorry, guys.
As well as if she doing something, she asked me to drop it off, and I drop it and I move back again. That's it.
Okay, and when you say you move back again, you wouldn't stay and spend time with
No,
her?
no, I go back to work or I go back to my house.
So when Ms. Bernard would ask you to cook or run errands or do something for Mr. Onfroy, you would do it and then go back to work?
I do errands for Mr. Amfried more than I tell if they ask me to cook, if they order some food from the shop, I cook it and take it there. If they are doing something and they can come and pick it up.
So you would agree with me that you're closer to Ms. Bernard than you were to Mr. Onfroy?
If that's what you think, that's, because she's the one who ordered the food. I don't even have a number for Mr. Amfried.
Okay, so you would agree that you had a number for Ms. Bernard?
If I'm what?
You had the phone number for Ms. Bernard?
Yeah, she would call me.
Okay, and you just said that you did not have the phone number for Mr. Onfroy?
I don't have a phone number for Amfried.
Okay, did you ever hang out with Mr. Onfroy?
No, ma'am.
Okay, did you ever hang out with Mr.
Okay,
Onfroy?
what are you trying to prove on this? This seems.
Somewhere with his son or something like that, that's it.
Okay, so again, you would agree that you're closer with Ms. Bernard?
Because she would bring the son around.
Is that a yes?
I would drop off his son to him or something.
Okay, so would you agree that you were closer to Ms. Bernard than you were to Mr. Onfroy?
Why did you say that then?
Yes? Yes or no?
Yeah, you can say that.
Okay, thank you. I wanna move to the date of the incident, June 18, 2018, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You indicated that Ms. Bernard called you and asked you to accompany Mr. Onfroy, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when she called you, you did not know where you were going.
No, ma'am.
And in fact, you didn't know where you were going until you got to the Bank of America.
Actually, when I got there, when I realized where I'm going by getting there. Because even when I go to the bank, I don't know where I was going.
Okay, I just want to clarify what you said, so I make sure I understand you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got to the bank, you still didn't know that you were going to Riva?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh, Sigi, if I had the opportunity to tell them to, I would.
I knew I was right. What?
When you arrived at the bank, you knew that you were at the bank, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you know why you were at the bank?
Actually, when Cleo take me to the bank, he told me, when he put it, he said, Chester is here. This is where I'm gonna meet him.
Okay. And you indicated that you stayed outside of the bank, is that correct?
I think I was outside the bank.
Okay, so you're not sure if you went inside?
I was outside the bank at one point.
Just putting it out there, this is still less painful than
Did you
murder.
ever go inside?
I can't remember if I did go inside. I know I was outside standing.
Okay, and the bank was in Coconut Creek, correct?
Yes, let's go back over there.
I'm asking you.
I don't, ma'am, I come here like 3 years. I don't know the place like that time when I come here because I just go from work to home.
Okay, so you're not
I
sure?
already, yesterday I explained that to
Okay. Do
you.
you know where Mr. Onfroy was residing at the time, what city?
That's the thing, I didn't even know the city like that. I told you yesterday, I don't know the city like that. I just come here 3 years. I just go from work to home.
Did Mr. Onfroy live in the same city that you lived in?
I said, I did not know the place like that. I didn't know where he lived like that. I don't know the city like that, what you're telling me about.
Okay, so
I said,
you're-
no.
I didn't mean to cut you off, go ahead.
I said, I didn't know the place like that at the time.
So you're not sure if Mr. Onfroy lived in Parkland like you did?
That's Parkland over there.
I'm asking you.
I said, I don't know how far.
Okay.
Back home in Jamaica, let I tell you, back home in Jamaica, you had a place called Linston here. The whole of ground back to where they say Davies, Linston. So that's why I came tell you that here I realized that you walk down there, but you go over the next street is a different city. So I'm just trying to get to know the place even now.
Okay, let me ask you this way. How far was Mr. Onfroy's house from the bank? In minutes?
I didn't go into his house.
Okay, how far was it from your house?
I can't even tell you how far it was. Just
Can you guesstimate? Was it 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
Really, you're gonna use made up words with this poor guy?
maybe like about 5 minutes away from where I live.
Okay. And just to be clear, at the time you lived in Parkland, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the bank was about 5 minutes away from Parkland.
Yeah, I don't know. The turtleneck could be any number of things. It could be the neck. It could be the
I
tattoos.
see right now.
Okay. You
Could be.
indicated
Oh,
that
look, they're
when
zooming
Mr.
on in on the
Onfroy was at
turtleneck. Look at that.
he was
They must have
the one
heard us.
driving his car, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were in the passenger seat.
Yes, ma'am.
And you indicated that on the ride from the bank.
Either that or they're trying to make him look
Riva,
pseudo-intellectual.
which
I don't know.
You did not know you were going to Riva, but on the way, you indicated that you and Mr. Onfroy had no conversation.
No, ma'am.
No, I'm wrong, or no, you didn't?
I did not have a conversation.
Cold in Florida, doesn't everyone wear turtlenecks?
How far, and I know you don't know cities, so I'm gonna ask you in time, how far from the bank was Riva in time?
Even now, I can't tell you. Because there's so many roads, like, if I'm going there, I can't even tell you how far.
Okay, was it more than 5 minutes?
Yeah, if you don't want that drive will more than 5 minutes.
More than 10 minutes?
I can't recall the time.
Okay, can you say if it was under 30 minutes?
I can't tell, trust me. I could not.
Would you agree that while you're in the car with Mr. Onfroy, that Mr. Onfroy received phone calls?
Yes, we received phone call.
Okay. Could you hear who Mr. Onfroy was talking to?
I don't know who he was talking to.
Yeah,
Was
and that's
he
part of
on a
the
phone
identification they're
call
going to
or
use from the
was he
CCTV footage. But
Seems like it was a.
it's not like they can put a turtleneck up over their faces. Let's
on-
face
and
it.
did
So
Mr. Onfroy call this person, or did this person call Mr. Onfroy?
The person called.
Okay, do you recall the conversation?
Huh?
I mean, yeah, I heard.
as in good logic
everything
or
that you were saying.
Biden?
Okay, what do you recall?
Judge, I'm gonna object this hearsay.
Judge, I believe it's, present sense impression, it goes to the thought process of the decedent.
Judge, I maintain my
Jesus,
objection. I believe
Dwayne.
that that's a proper
Objection
objection.
sustained, it's yours.
Mr. Kerr,
Okay, at least we have a reasonable judge.
could you tell if the person on the phone was male or female?
Sound like it's on mine. So,
Okay.
so maybe,
Could you recognize the voice?
no,
Did he receive more than one phone call?
that's the only phone call I can remember you called while he was on his way.
And how long would you say they were on the phone?
They were on the phone for no time,
Not a long time?
no,
Okay. So you get to Reba, correct?
yes, ma'am.
And this is the first time you know that you're going to Reba when you get there?
Repeat what you said just now.
When you arrive at Reba, is that when you realize that that's where you were going?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you get there, you go inside with Mr. Onfroy, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're inside the store for some time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you leave the store, you stated on direct that there was a white male and a white female sitting on the ground.
No, but I mean, almost 5 years later, you can kind of understand that his recollection is going to be pretty crappy.
But I know the guy was a white guy.
Okay. Had you seen this white guy before?
First I saw him, yeah,
And when he asked Mr. Onfroy for a picture, how did that go? What was the interaction like?
but at the time, Mr. Amfrey was walking. He said, X, yeah, I love it, and he was like, no, bro, I'm cool. And he moved on. And when I look around, the guy was like,
Okay, and I asked you about that because you.
Dramatic reenactment, there you go.
emphasized that On direct. So did that interaction between Mr. Onfroy and the white guy, did that make you feel some type of way?
Objection as to relevance for his feelings, his personal feelings.
Yes.
Really?
repeat what you said just now.
Did the interaction between this white male and Mr. Onfroy make you feel some type of way about the interaction?
No,
Okay, did it raise alarm to you?
no.
Did you think that he was?
Why would it have raised alarm?
Maybe I don't
He's
know.
just a jerk that didn't want to take a photo with a fan.
Maybe he just recognized who.
Don't get me wrong, if you're a small enough artist, yes, he might have gone platinum, but you still shouldn't be turning away fans like that. That's just, you don't want that reputation.
After that, that's when you get into the car with Mr. Onfroy. So this,
If I got stopped on the street at the moment, I'd happily take a photo with a fan.
and at that point, when you're going to leave, that's when you indicate you reach the exit of Riva and the black SUV cuts you off.
Repeat what you said just now. I don't repeat what you said just now.
Okay. When you're going to leave Riva, a black SUV cuts you off. At the exit.
Honestly, I can't tell you the color. I don't remember the color.
Oh, Jesus, you can't even remember the color of the car.
We stopped to look before we go out. And then.
Oh, really? So why is this not much more of a big deal then?
So forget the color, but you would agree at that point, that's when the SUV comes up. And you indicated on direct, you could not tell who was driving, correct?
No,
You couldn't tell how many people were in the car?
no,
You couldn't tell if there were 2 people in the car?
no,
You couldn't tell if there were 3 people in the car?
no.
You couldn't tell if there were 4 people in
Look,
the
even over on Lauren Cuck, they've only got 1.4K watching.
car? You indicated that 2 individuals jumped out of the passenger side of the SUV, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
One in the one in the front seat passenger?
10
and
years
one
and a
in the
lot of
back.
rappers have died here lately.
I know they jumped out.
That's
Two
horrible.
were on that side, they jumped out.
Okay, but you would agree 1 from the front and 1 from the back?
You could say that.
I don't want to say that, I'm asking you.
You jumped from the two on the side.
Okay. And you indicated on direct that you could not see their faces, correct?
No,
Okay. You couldn't even tell if they were white, black, Asian.
they were black.
Yesterday, you indicated that you couldn't tell that. Now you can tell that they were black.
They were black.
How do you know that?
Because
Don't think he's saying everything he knows. I think he may be scared or intimidated by testifying against these guys that might come after him.
That made you
Possibly.
aware that they were black?
I mean,
Unfortunately, can't do anything about the sound. That is on the court end. I've done everything I can.
how they come out, I see the complexion line.
I'm asking you specifically, what part of their body did you see that made you aware that they were black?
I mean, the one that the older gun, I can see here,
You're pointing, and for the record, I just need to clarify what you're pointing at.
the hand section.
Hands?
Yeah.
Okay. You said the one with the gun, which, describe that further for me,
The top one that come what point the gun in.
okay? You could see his hands,
Yeah,
okay? Could you see anything else on his body?
I can recognize, I could see anything else at the time.
Okay. Anything distinguishing about the hands?
Until it's just the color that I see.
Okay. And the other individual, how could you tell that that person was black?
I was just focusing on how we come by X, and I was just like, you know,
Okay, so again, what part of that person's body could you see that made you aware that he was black?
when he come to the car, and he was like, give me the effing chain. I see his shoulders and while I'm still glancing both sides, and
Okay, so again, you saw his hands.
Yeah.
Okay, and you said specifically you saw his hands when he grabbed at the chain.
he tried to give me the effing chain. Where's the chain?
Really?
You indicated on direct that you could not tell if they were wearing masks.
I don't remember, I don't sure if they were having a mask or they was in pullover. I don't quite remember because after so long, there's a lot of things I still forget. I don't remember.
When you say a pullover, I just want to be clear. Are you talking about a sweatshirt with a hood?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's it. I don't really remember exactly how they dressed that. You understand? At the time, because just man, so long, there's a lot of things I still have to just start thinking about what I remember. Still,
would you agree that if they were wearing a hoodie with a
I said I
hood?
can't remember if they were in a hoodie or a mask.
Okay, let me just finish my question and then you can answer, okay? Would you agree if they were wearing a hoodie with a hood that their face would still be exposed?
I don't remember.
So you're not sure if they were wearing a hoodie or if they were wearing a mask?
Yes, ma'am, I'm not sure.
You indicated that there was a struggle for the chain that Mr. Umbro was wearing, correct?
I don't know if on Friday even have on a chain. I just heard him say, where's the effing chain? Give me the effing chain. I don't know.
So you didn't see Mr. Umbro wearing a chain?
I didn't saw a chain on Mr. Anfred. I just hear he ask for the chain. Give me the effing chain. Where's the chain?
Are you aware of the chain that Mr. Umbro would usually wear around his neck?
I don't know. I never see Mr. Anfred on the chain. I don't hang out with Mr. Anfred.
You indicated just now on cross that once you exited the vehicle, you ran up towards Riva, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got up to Riva, you immediately called Miss Cleo.
I said I have the phone in my hand. I tried to call the
Fine.
cops. Then someone up there said, don't call the cops. I'm on the phone with them right now.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, so you called Miss Bernard, correct?
I called Cleopatra.
Bernard, just so the jury's not confused. Cleopatra Bernard,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Okay. And you indicated that you did not go back down to the BMW until the police arrived.
I go back when the police arrived.
Okay. So at no point in time did you go down and check on Mr. Umbro?
No, ma'am. When the police arrive, I go down there.
And once the police arrived, did you personally check on Mr. Alfred?
I did not, I don't remember if I did go and check on him.
How long would you say it took for the cops to arrive?
The cops arrived very, very quick. I don't know the time that the cops arrived. I can't tell. I can't indicate the time, but I know they were very quick.
Would you say it was more than 5 minutes?
I can't tell, man. I'm not putting no time on.
And as soon as the cops arrived, they indicated you as somebody that was in the car with Mr. Alfred,
They
correct?
asked if someone, I'm the one, they just take me in the car. I was sitting in the car for a whole day with the cops.
Correct. So the cops arrive on scene and someone points you out as the person that was in the car with Mr. Alfred, is that correct?
Cops asked if someone were with him, and I said, I am the one.
Okay, and they asked you who the driver of the vehicle was, and you told them that his name was X, correct?
I don't remember if they asked me that, but if so, I would tell them, yes, X was the one who driving the car.
And in fact, he asked you what's his real name, and you said you didn't know.
I don't remember what I tell them on that time.
And you immediately tell Detective Foster that he needs to go speak with the white guy that was up near Reba. Is that correct?
He asked me a couple of questions and I indicate who was what, just like how you asked me now. They asked me a couple of questions and I explained them just like how I explained to you right now.
Okay, so would you agree with me that you told the detective to go speak with the white guy that tried to get a picture with X?
That is what it sounds like.
Well, I could-
Basically, she's trying to poke holes in his identification of her client.
Until now, I wouldn't
So-
remember exactly what I tell them. Like,
They'll collaborate on certain things, but obviously each of their clients has their own interests. If at any point those interests become conflicting, then obviously they're going to be throwing each other under the bus.
He places you in the back of the police car, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in fact, you sat in the back of the police car, you said almost all day,
For the whole day,
okay?
that's what it was.
Did they ever ask you to see your phone that day?
Yeah, and they take my phone.
My opening statement says like they each have different theories, so I doubt it. Look, it's altogether possible that maybe the different theories are purely there because they wanted to throw as much speculation as they could to throw a reasonable doubt. We'll certainly see.
The next day after take it.
So on scene, did they take possession of your phone?
They take my phone the same day, they hold my phone for the day. They did have my phone.
Okay, but they let, go ahead,
Go ahead, ask the question.
I didn't understand what you said, I'm sorry.
They take my phone,
Okay, but did they give you your phone back that same day?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then they called you back to bring your phone back to them, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
They never asked you to do a photo lineup, is that correct?
What do you mean a photo line?
They never showed you photographs of individuals to see if you could identify them,
No.
okay? They never asked you to do a voice lineup.
What do you mean by vice line?
They never had individuals speak to you to see if you could recognize the voice. Is that
Oh
correct?
god, don't tell me this is another one where they're going to get off because the police didn't do their job.
No, ma'am.
In fact, once you gave them your phone.
Yeah, I will algebra. I'll go back over the defense opening statements.
They no longer.
I just won't have time to do it today, unfortunately. I've got a lot on today.
I mean, if something going on that they need me, I have to show. That's it. I went in front of a couple of jury before.
My question is, did the detectives call you to come back to the station after you gave them your phone?
Yeah,
When was that?
I can't remember.
And what was that for?
The same thing that I tell you about with the jury that I meet up with.
Okay, so are you speaking about the grand jury?
Was captioning doing its job?
It's not relevant, and there's,
Move along,
Then I'm not getting into the grand jury.
move along.
Mr. Kerr, did you ever have to go back to the station to help the detectives try to solve this case?
No, ma'am, not what I can recall. I don't remember that.
I suppose we can do it over lunch
After
break.
the day of the incident, they never asked you specific questions to help solve this case,
They take my phone.
other than that.
I can't remember that.
One moment, Your Honor.
Judge said move along.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
There wasn't a huge amount there. She's basically just trying to poke holes in his identification of the clients. So,
Good morning, Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl, I only have a few questions for you. You've been very clear in terms of how you could tell these were dark-skinned individuals you believe were black men, correct? You believe they were black men.
Yes, sir.
And we've isolated it that the way you were sure of that was you saw the hands of both individuals, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't see gloves, you saw skin, and that's what allowed you to tell us that you believe these were black men.
I don't know if they were having on gloves. I told you I see black skin.
oh,
Yeah.
Okay, so that would imply you saw without a glove, you saw him, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's all I wanted to clarify. The chain that X was wearing that day, is very, very large, covered with diamonds, large gold. You'd never seen that chain before?
Sir, I said I don't know if X were wearing a chain. I just heard the house give me the effing chain. I don't know if X were wearing a chain at the time.
Right, I wasn't asking you that. I was asking you if you'd ever seen him wear this very large, very expensive chain in the past, because you've been around him a few times.
I don't do X like that, so I don't know if X even have a chain.
But these men are saying, give me the chain, give me the chain. One of two things is true. They either see the chain, or they knew somehow he'd be wearing the chain that day, correct?
Well, he's probably-
Speculative.
I was going to say speculative, but that's not the point. They've probably seen it in like music videos or past like interactions and things like that, so they were expecting him to be wearing it.
Happened right there in front of you. You said the taller of the men was the one that fired the shots, correct?
I did not tell you that's the time on the fire shot.
No.
I told you the taller guy go to the X side.
Oh, yeah, not wrong there.
Shot the one with the shoe my door. He leave from his door to my door.
I'm already having concerns over how this was handled by the police. I'm not going to lie.
These men have guns?
Yes,
You believe they do?
I don't believe I see.
Okay, so you know they had guns.
I see the gun.
You saw the guns, got it, okay. But you can't tell us which one fired the shots.
I couldn't tell I was up there. I just hear the shot while I'm up in the yard with the bike. By the bike shot.
Understood. But you're sure it was the shorter of the two men that, as you showed us yesterday, reached in and was grabbing at the neck of
Repeat,
X before he was shot?
repeat what you said, sir.
Right, yesterday, I believe you told this jury, and I think you got up and showed, that the shorter guy was reaching into the car, grabbing along the neck, trying to pull this chain off the man's neck. Right?
Sir, I repeat what I said again.
Okay,
When the tall guy was like this,
Hmm.
don't come out the effing car.
Right.
The short one was by X door. Where's the heffing chain? Give me the heffing chain.
well, what you're doing today, this, is not really what you did yesterday. What you did yesterday was as if he was going at his neck, trying to get the chain, the way someone would have to if they're gonna pull the chain off someone's neck, correct?
I said it was like, give me the heffing chain, sir.
All right, well, again, with your hand up, did you see where his hand touched his neck or not?
So he was digging inside. Give me the heffing chain.
Digging inside at his neck to pull the chain off, sir, correct? That's what you said yesterday. I'm not
What-
trying to twist your words.
What does it?
You
What?
were wrong yesterday.
What the hell? Why is he drilling down on this?
He was like, give me
I mean,
the
yes, this
effing
guy is a
chain.
horrible
Where's the
witness,
chain?
I'm not gonna
Where's the
lie.
chain? Give me the effing chain.
What you just
To me,
had. And again,
he's gesturing as if the guy had a weapon in his hand,
taken down by the court reporter. It looked like
and I think the prosecution's going to have to reiterate and
Taking
clarify on
the
that.
neck to get the chain, correct?
Well, if it's not what you say,
Well, I know, I'm trying to get you to tell us what you agree with yesterday.
he
Change
was
your
digging in
testimony.
the car. X, give me the effing chain.
Right, so he must have seen a chain or know there'd been.
I
a
don't
chain.
know.
Objection, Judge, speculative.
Sustained.
The man, the shorter man, reached in, grabbing at the chain with an ungloved hand. Did he?
Repeat what you said, just.
The shorter man reached into the car to X's neck to try to pull that chain off his neck, saying, give me the chain, give me the chain.
Witness's best option right now is to say, I don't know. I saw him putting his hand in the car, but I don't know what he was aiming to do.
That's improper. The
Yeah.
way that the question is asked.
Overruled.
What?
Refine it a little bit though.
Yeah, isn't it true that when the man reached in and grabbed at the chain and said, give me the effing chain, he's trying to pull the chain off his neck?
I don't know if there's a chain, so I can't say he was trying to pull the chain. He was just saying, give me the effing chain.
Gotcha. But where was his hand? What was he doing with his hand?
He was joking in the car. Give me the effing chain. Give me the effing chain.
Right, jerking at the chain to pull it off his neck.
Objection asked and answered.
Judge, I'll withdraw at this point. Thank you, sir.
Judge Sidebar.
Oh. I'm just going to mute for a second there. I have no idea what that was about. Sorry, people. Damn it, misread the title. Thought it said tentacle murder. I had so many questions. Yeah, sorry, this isn't a racket stream. Well, I don't know that I thought much of that witness. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, that was the white noise. So presumably they've approached. Murdoch judge is even worse. What, as in they're being even worse today? Oh, crap. The fuck did Zod take over the airwaves? No. They will have approached the judge, and for some reason they piped the white noise through the feed as well. So something's clearly going on. I'm annoyed that they're not showing the sidebar. At least we could see exactly what they were. You can see some gesticulating and that sort of shit. But yeah, look, I think I personally feel like the prosecution has a bit of rehabilitation to do with that guy. I don't know. I can't quite get at what the guy is, why that particular defense attorney was honing in on. Was he grabbing at the chain? Unless it was purely because he's trying to get his particular client off of the armed robbery charge. Because if he's saying that he's grabbing at the chain, well, clearly he doesn't have a weapon in his hand. So no longer armed robbery, effectively, is what. That's really the only thing that I can think of, because why else would he be honing in on that? Oh, hang on.
And you were about the motion that the shorter gunman was doing towards X when he was in the car. You were just asked about that. You recall? Yes? Remember just now the questions from the last attorney, Mr. Ramirez, was asking you about the motion that was being done by the shorter gunman. Do you recall that conversation just now?
Okay. She's referring to him as a gunman.
To a motion with, I believe it was your right hand, almost like you referred to it as like a jerking or jerking motion. Did the gunman have the gun in his hand? Is that what your motion?
That's what it was.
He had the gun in his hand.
That's what he was trying to do, because if he's grabbing at the chain, he doesn't have a weapon in his hand.
If there was any grabbing at the chain, you don't know, because the gun, the firearm that shorter person had was in his hand in the victim's face, correct?
Okay.
Overruled. I'm going to give a little leeway due to apparently.
So as I say, the firearm that you're referring to, that the shorter gunman had, was being pointed in the victim's face as he was saying, give me the fucking chain, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
For now, I'm confused. You didn't say anything yesterday about the man having the gun going like this at his neck to get a chain. What it appeared to everyone, I believe, was that he was digging for the chain with the hammer to pull the chain off.
Argumentative and also
Overruled.
outside scope.
Thank you. You can answer, sir. Please explain that to me. I'm confused.
He was jamming at him, so,
Right, with which hand?
with the gun. In the chain.
He was trying to get him to go back on it.
What's he doing with the other hand that doesn't have a gun?
So I don't know, but I saw, I told you what I see just now. He was jamming, give me the effing chain.
After the prosecutor.
Oh, excellent. I'm glad to hear that, Corn Pope.
He did, Now you're saying it wasn't the bare hand, it was the non-hand that he's digging with?
Objection, argumentative, ask and answer.
Sustained.
The phrase is digging with a gun, we're digging with a hand.
That seems to be what he's trying to argue with.
Overruled. You can ask.
He's basically trying to take the weapon out of his client's hand, is what he's trying to argue with.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm happy we're getting objections too.
All right, thank you. You are excused. Please do not discuss your testimony with any other witness.
I can go home now, sir.
You can go home.
Okay, so look, not a great witness, but at least he was able to provide the jury with some. Oh, excuse me. Oh, fuck. Sorry, hang on. If they're playing that, they really need to cut the audio feed. That was terrible. I'm gonna have to be a little bit quicker on the. Actually, is there a button that I can press that auto mutes? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Yeah, look, I don't think that witness was particularly helpful to most of it, but I can clearly see why that last guy decided that he had to do some additional redirect. Court still uses the white noise. Oh yeah. No, they'll be using the white noise for the sidebars and that sort of thing. Now that I think about it, I've never seen a Jamaican lose his or her temper. I would hope not. It's like they have the white noise feed in the court audio. Well, they would. Presumably, it's a really lazy way of doing it because they're making sure that way the camera doesn't pick up anything accidentally. But at the same time, it's like, the prosecutor seems fiery. Yeah. She clearly knows what she's doing. This is going to be one of those times where a fiery temper is going to be helpful, basically, because she's going to need to stay on a game. I mean, she's effectively trying 3 cases here. That's what we've got to remember, guys. There's 3 defendants here. I know some of you in the chat were going on about why is this not tried independently. Given that the actions all arise out of the same instance, and basically the person that died is the same, that it all took place in the same set of circumstances. It's just fit and proper for efficiency and for. Oh, hang on.
This appears to be an opportune time for us to take lunch. I was mentioning to them that.
Is he serious?
Now got you on the schedule. We think lunch is at 2 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But today will be more like the rest of the world. And we'll take our lunch. It's now a couple minutes before noon. Hour 15 work for you? Okay.
An hour 15. Okay.
Be back at 1:15 in the reception area. As of the time we break, do not form any definite opinions in the case. So you hear all the evidence, arguments, counsel, instructions, and along on you until that time. Not discuss cases among yourselves. During the course of the trial, I take your recess. Separate and go about your personal affairs. During this recess, you should not discuss the case with anyone or permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence. Anyone attempts to come around jury, ask them to stop, leave them at once, report the matter to my deputies, seek counsel, witnesses, defendants, anyone else associated with the case in the hallway. They will ignore you. They are not being rude. They are following the court's orders. Have a great lunch. 1:15.
Okay, so return to 1:15. So it gives us time to go over the defense's opening statements. Oh yeah, there we go. How do you pronounce the judge's last name? I missed it. I'll double check that when he comes back or when they show his plaque again.
Anything else? The parties present, jurors are absent. Anything else to be brought to my attention before we break for lunch? Have your lunch. Be back about 5 minutes before.
Okay, so sorry, who killed who allegedly? So, the three that are on trial, the three individuals, oh crap, what are their names? Hang on, I've forgotten. Newsom, Williams, and Boatwright are on trial for the death of XXXTentacion, the rapper, also known as, oh crap, what's his name? Shit, I've lost it. Jose Onfroy. So, yeah. So we've got three defendants in the courtroom, three sets of lawyers. Yeah, see, the annoying thing is, you prick, I was going to bring you in here, but now I'm just going to send the link to Val. Suspect stream trying to pull Amber Heard Elaine, lawyer trying to have the uncle lose his cool, say, oh, a bit aggressive much. Yeah. So, that one dude's really short. Which one shot him allegedly? Well, we'll soon find out, because I'm going to switch over to the opening statements, and we'll find out. All right, I've got no idea how long these opening statements go for, so I'm kind of tempted to run this at 1.25.
For over 4.5 years, Michael has been accused of a terrible murder that he did not commit. For 4.5 years, he has had this accusation branded about across our community and across the world. And finally, Michael is getting his day in court. Michael Boatwright is not guilty. The police in 2018 arrested the wrong man. On behalf of Michael, on behalf of his family, on behalf
I haven't
of the
got anything
entire
open
team,
at the moment,
we
Jude.
thank you for being jurors in this case and for your attention. I want to start by talking about the things that I think we agree on, the things that we know about this murder. June 18th, 2018, Jose Onfroy decided he was going to go to a place called Riva Motorsports to buy a bike. We know of only two people he told of his intentions: his mother, Cleopatra Bernard, and his girlfriend, Genesis Sanchez. His mother asks a man named Leonard Kerr to go with him. And you will hear that she had never done this before, that this was a new decision that she had made. But Leonard Kerr goes along with Mr. Onfroy. You will hear that Leonard Kerr and Cleopatra Bernard, again, Mr. Onfroy's mom, go to the bank in Coconut Creek, the Bank of America, together. There they meet Mr. Onfroy. Mr. Onfroy takes out $50,000 in cash, and Mr. Kerr and Mr. Onfroy then proceed to Riva Motorsports. You will see you will see the video of Mr. Onfroy and Mr. Kerr arriving at Riva Motorsports. You will see the BMW that Mr. Onfroy is driving pull into the parking lot. You will see the two of them walking into the store together. You will see the two of them conversing with folks within the store, mostly Mr. Onfroy. Shortly after Mr. Onfroy and Leonard Kerr arrive at Riva Motorsports, you will see a Dodge Journey also arrive at that location. It's a few minutes later. And you will see on the surveillance video, two men get out of that Dodge Journey. One of them was Dedrick Williams. One of them was a man named Robert Allen. You will see them on the video very clear as day. That is the two men who get out of the car, the Journey. You will see them walk into Riva Motorsports, and you will see the two of them essentially go through multiple rooms in Riva Motorsports. And you will see the two of them go to a cash register, kind of near the back of the store, where Dedrick engages with the clerk to buy a mask. You will see on the video, while the two of them are there, Dedrick sees somebody that he knows. Sees a man named Keith Grayley, a man who is tall and who is skinny. And you will see the interaction that the two of them have together. And it is an elongated interaction that these two men have together. Eventually, you will see Dedrick effectuate the purchase of the mask. And you will see the three of them, Dedrick Williams, Keith Grayley, and Robert Allen, leave the store together. At this point, you will see Robert Allen and Dedrick Williams go back towards the Dodge Journey, and you will see Keith Grayley kind of walk off across the parking lot. I'm going to ask you to pay very close attention during the video of that man, Keith Grayley, and everything that he does that is captured on surveillance video. In any event, you will see the Dodge Journey then pull out of the Riva parking lot and go across the street. At no point will you see Michael Boatwright on surveillance video. You won't see them. You won't see anything that looks like Michael Boatwright.
Oh, so this is the guy that's trying to claim that his client was asleep in bed.
You will see the Dodge Journey at that point go essentially back into a parking spot across the street where there is a home. And you will see the Dodge Journey sit there for an extended period of time. Meanwhile, Mr. Onfroy and Mr. Kerr are still in Riva Motorsports. They're still, I guess, discussing whether they're going to buy something. And the Dodge Journey sits there. But it doesn't just sit there and nothing happens. Two very important things happen while the Dodge Journey is in that spot across the street. One, a second car pulls up and parks next to the Dodge Journey. And you will see that on the surveillance video. You will see someone get out of that second vehicle, and you will see that person open up the trunk and remove something.
Yeah, Andrew, I'm pretty sure this is Turtle next
now
door.
the view is blocked a little bit. There's trees there, so it's not easy to see. You can't see who that person is. You can't see anything about them. But you will see. But what you will see is somebody get out of the car, somebody open the trunk, and then him or her kind of move around there in that area. You will then see a third vehicle come, and at this point we've got the Dodge Journey and we've got an SUV that are kind of parked next to each other. You will see a third vehicle come and park in the street behind those first two vehicles, and you will see some sort of interaction between somebody from those two vehicles and the third vehicle that pulls up directly behind them. Again, at this point, we're using Riva surveillance video, and it's capturing something both across the parking lot and across the street. So it's small. You can't see faces, but you will see very distinctly those three separate cars there across the street.
So he's claiming there's additional
Meanwhile,
potential
you will
perpetrators
see
from a
that
third car. Okay.
Mr. Onfroy apparently decides not to buy a bike, or decides to leave at that point to do something else before buying a bike. We don't know. But you will see Mr. Onfroy and Mr. Kerr walk out of Riva, go towards their BMW. The Journey is still across the street. You will see the BMW exit the Riva Motorsports parking lot area. And you'll see there's essentially, there's like the driveway to come out, and there are these fences on either side of the driveway. Just as the BMW comes to pull out to leave, you will see the Journey come out of the parking spot that it's in, and you will see the Journey come and park directly in front of the BMW, essentially pinning it in. And in the next few seconds is when Mr. Onfroy lost his life. You will see two masked gunmen get out of the Journey. You will see them both go into the driver's side door, the driver's side window. The window was down. And you will see there is a struggle between both of those masked gunmen and Mr. Onfroy. Right? And the struggle, it lasts a number of seconds. This isn't a bang-bang thing. There is a back and forth that you will see on that video between both of those masked gunmen and Mr. Onfroy. And you will see very clearly that they all make physical contact with one another. And that's going to be important for something later on.
On the upside,
You will see Mr. Kerr, who was in the passenger seat, almost from the moment that the gunman got out of the van. You will see Mr. Kerr flee. You'll see him. The door flies open, and he runs away. You'll see there's a struggle. You'll see one of the gunmen go around to the other side of the BMW. So now there's two people on essentially either side of Mr. Onfroy. And at that point, you will see a gunman take a step back and fire at Mr. Onfroy. The two gunmen then get back into the journey. The journey leaves the area. At no time will you see Mr. Boatwright, because he wasn't there. You will not see the faces of either of those gunmen. You will not see any identifying characteristics of those gunmen.
So Court Judge Michael
And I want to be very clear about
prosecuting attorneys Pascal Akil.
Boatwright's trial, the question that you are going to be
Okay.
asked. You will see two people from that journey go into the store. Dedrick Williams.
It's good. The trial's good. Wish the order was
Either
good.
of those
Yeah.
are Michael Boatwright. The state is going to try to convince you that one of those masked men was Michael Boatwright. They won't be able to do that.
Objection argumentative.
The evidence will not show that because Michael wasn't there. The evidence is going to show on June 18th of 2018 at 4 o'clock, Michael was home. He was asleep in his bedroom at 1617 Northwest 15th Street in a home that he shared with his grandmother. He was not at Riva Motorsports, and he was.
How much you want to bet he's going to get
was
Remo
not
on the stand to
in
testify
that
for him?
journey. You will see.
Objection, Judge, please no sidebar.
Oh. Bloody hell. Objection and sidebar during opening statements. Wow. That's interesting. Sleeping at grannies. Yeah, basically. Oh, I need to double check which one which one they are. Actually, it's on my thumbnail. What am I talking about? I've got it on the image. Trial stream, documents. No, that's desktop. Okay. It's a little difficult to tell from the mugshots. Okay, so the guy on the end of the bow tie is Dedrick Williams. Guy in the middle is Trayvon Newsome. And yes, turtleneck is Michael Boatwright. So yeah. Oh crap. Are they still yeah. Oh look, they eventually do cut the audio on it. Thank God for that. Where are we? What am I missing? I am missing Rumble. Where's my Rumble page gone? Thank you to everyone on Rumble, the 22 of you watching over there as well. And guys, thank you to the 37 of you watching on YouTube. Hopefully you're getting some sort of entertainment out of this. I mean, it's still better than the Murtaugh trial, so let's be honest. Wasn't there, he was out buying turtlenecks. Says Andrew, 46 and 2. Oh, Jesus. God. Can't remember the last time I saw that many attorneys gathered around for a friggin' sidebar. Love a turtleneck and a good bow tie. Yeah. Kind of just wish it actually looked half decent on him, to be perfectly honest. Winter Soldier on Rumble's very ronery, apparently. Bloody hell. So yeah, I mean, oh, okay. Is the sidebar over? No, still going. Baldy there has something additional to say so that he's... Oh, he's very happy about something.
Councilman,
Thank you, Judge.
Actually, that's
So,
damn good points,
As I
didn't
was
you?
saying,
Shit.
at 4 o'clock, June 18th, 2018 is the time of this murder. At that
Sorry,
time,
peeps.
Michael was home at 1617 Northwest 15th
No
Street
worries.
in
See
Fort
ya.
Lauderdale. He was at home at the home that he shared with his grandmother, a woman named Nadine Isaac. You will see, let's talk about the Dodge Journey and what happens with that Dodge Journey after it leaves Rita Motorsports. You will see the Dodge Journey appear on surveillance video a number of different times in different parts of the county after the murder. You will see, the first time you will see it appear is at 4:25 p.m. You will see the Journey pull up on a road next to an apartment complex called the Driftwood Apartments. And you will hear that that is the area where Robert Allen, again, the man that we see in the surveillance video with Dedrick, where Robert Allen lived at that time. But you will see the journey doesn't turn into Driftwood Motorsports. You will see that it turns away, or excuse me, doesn't turn into the Driftwood apartment complex. It turns away from the Driftwood. And you do not see the journey again for another hour. And it was in that hour between 4:25 and 5:30 that Michael comes into the picture. The journey went to a number of different places, but it went to Michael's home. And Michael, at that point, came into the came into the journey. And you will hear that that was because Robert Allen asked him to park the journey at the Driftwood apartment complex. And at 5:30, you will see the journey pull into the Driftwood apartments. You will see it park at the Driftwood apartments, and you will see two men on surveillance video get out of the journey. This is now an hour and a half after the homicide. And you will see the two men that get out of the journey at that point. One of them is very clearly Michael Boatwright. You'll see that he's wearing shorts, he's wearing a t-shirt, he's wearing a backwards hat. You will see him walk right in front of the surveillance video at between 5:30 and 5:31 p.m. Now you will hear that Michael's home is just a very short few miles away in Fort Lauderdale from the Driftwood apartment complex. They're close together. And you will see that when Michael is on that surveillance video, that neither him nor the man that he is with are carrying anything that looks like a gun. They're not carrying anything that looks like money. They're not carrying anything that looks like a Louis Vuitton bag. You will get to see Michael's demeanor as he's very kind of lazily walking on that
sketchy.
sidewalk. It is not the video of a man who has just committed a murder. The evidence will show that night that Michael was with, at different parts of that night, both Robert Allen and Trayvon Newsome.
Mm-hmm.
The evidence will show that Michael took some very stupid photographs with some money that Robert Allen had.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to hide that from you. You will absolutely see those photographs. And the evidence will show that at some point, Michael learned that someone named XXXTentacion had been shot and killed. And you will see that much later, that Michael starts to get nervous about the fact
technically
that
the fourth guy.
the car
There was a fourth guy
money
that's
after the homicide.
already pled to second-degree murder.
And you will see.
So
in
technically
his
he's
phone,
already flipped.
from
It'll be interesting to see which
his
of these
phone
three
download
turn on each other,
that he Googled accessory to murder. Accessory to murder. And I submit to you that those searches in the phone are very strong evidence of Michael's innocence. The state is alleging that he was the shooter in this case. And yet the evidence will show that his phone searched the term accessory to murder. He knew he had been in the journey at both before and after the murder.
Okay.
And he knew that he
Who's to say he didn't search for accessory to murder because one of his
So
mates
in his
asked him about
mind,
it?
he starts to have questions about what accessory to murder means. 2 days later, June 20th, 2018, Dedrick Williams is arrested. And Robert Allen, who knows he's also on the surveillance video, starts wondering, could I be next? And Robert asks Michael to go to Georgia with him. And the two of them go to Georgia together. You heard in the state's opening, they said two men went to Georgia. Robert and Michael went to Georgia together. And you will hear that Robert Allen, who knew that he had been on that surveillance video and knew that what his role in this homicide was, you will hear that he stayed up in Georgia. And law enforcement had to come get him up in Georgia. Michael did not. Michael came home.
He's trying to discredit the one that pled.
Robert up there. He comes back to Fort Lauderdale and he comes back to 1617 Northwest 15th Street in the home that he had been living in. You will hear on July 5th of 2018, Michael is pulled over by police. He is arrested, and he is eventually charged with this murder that he did not commit. Let's talk a little bit about how the police got there. All right? I want to talk about their investigation. I will remind you that this was the summer of the Broward Sheriff's Office that was investigating this homicide.
Oh, it's good
It was the
cardio
summer
for
of
you, Nissa.
2018. Scott Israel was the sheriff. And the Broward Sheriff's Office was under an extraordinary amount of pressure.
Good God, I wish they'd turn off the other mics while he's talking.
Their
Because I've got it in stereo in my ears. I keep thinking that the door's open or
credibility
some shit
as
because I
an
can hear people rustling
institution,
and crap.
was at stake. And then all of a sudden, we have a celebrity who has been murdered. And they wanted to solve that crime as quickly as they possibly could. So BSO sees the surveillance video in Reva. And they learn that a Instagram account by the name of Tattoo Man Chucky has Dedrick is Dedrick's Instagram account. And they see that the person in the surveillance video is wearing these very distinct orange slides. Orange, they're like Crocs or sandals, but very distinct orange. And police see on Instagram, Dedrick Williams has these very distinct orange slides. And police go to Dedrick's house. They search his house, they search his car, and they arrest Mr. Williams. The entire search of Dedrick's house, they do not find anything linking Michael Boatwright. The entire search of Dedrick's car, they do not find anything linked to Michael Boatwright. It is at this point that police learn three very important facts. One, they learn that the woman who actually rented that Dodge Journey, the Journey that we see in the surveillance video, was a woman named Tony Robinson. And she tells police that the day before the murder, that she was with two other individuals who rented the car with her. She says one of them was Robert Allen. She says one of them was someone named Boatwright. So that was essentially instance one for BSO regarding someone named Boatwright. Two, police search Dedrick Williams' cell phone. And in Dedrick Williams' cell phone, they find a name, Lil Boat, with the phone number 754-207-1410. And third, the reason that Michael sits in this chair is police get the phone records for 754-207-1410.
Right.
And those phone records ping to a tower near Reva Motorsports.
Mm-hmm.
From there, with BSO, it was full-on tunnel vision. Michael, a phone that Michael used.
What the hell has happened there? Damn, YouTube's buffering. Guys, just let me know in chat whether or not that's.
Was at the scene
Oh,
at
never
the
mind.
time. He must have been there. And so on July 5th,
Just called a
2008,
black pillar. Don't know what's worse, that my 14-year-old learned that term at school, or that she may be right. She's home with strep. Told her she's going to an old girl school. Okay.
Michael's in a car. He is stopped. He is arrested. There are two phones that are found in his possession. And police search one of them that has the number 754-207-1410. In this phone, they find some photos that Michael had taken after the murder, and they find his Google searches. And that was essentially the case against Michael Boatwright for 4 years. It was the phone, and it was the photographs. It assumed a whole number of things. It assumed that that phone was actually in Michael's possession at the time of the murder. And it assumed that only someone who had committed a murder would be searching about XXXTentacion, this celebrity who had just been murdered in Broward County, and most of Broward County had heard about it. In fact, there was evidence that police ignored about the phone. There was evidence that that phone was not in Michael's possession that day. And that comes from two very important sources. One was Tony Robinson. Tony Robinson is the woman who rented the car. And she told police that after the Dodge Journey was in a crash, she received a phone call from Boatwright, not from Boatwright's phone. She says she received a call from Michael Boatwright, who was using Robert Allen's phone on June 18, 2018. And you will see evidence in that phone that a number of other men have used that phone before. That this was a phone that was used by multiple people in Michael's community, that it was not just Michael's phone. But police ignored that. They had this location
registered to
information,
him?
they had these photographs.
I mean, I don't know how it works with you guys in the
and
US, but I generally
they
wouldn't be
had
letting
crime
anyone
that
have
they
my
needed to
phone.
commit- that they needed to solve in a short period of time. And Michael was arrested. And that's where the case stood for 4 years, until last year, the state made Robert Allen a deal. They said, if you plead guilty and you testify against Michael, we will change your charge from murder in the first degree to murder in the second degree. And you will be able to one day get out of prison. Robert Allen is the only person that you will hear from that puts Michael Boatwright at Riva Motorsports on June 18th, 2018. And he has a whole host of reasons to lie. In law school, they teach us don't promise something, an opening statement, that you can't deliver.
Only
back.
people I let have my phone are family and a few friends. Yeah.
If Robert Allen testifies in this case, he will lie. And we will prove that he is lying. Police ignored an extraordinary amount of evidence that Michael was not the killer, was not involved in this case. A day after his arrest, the BSO searches Michael's home. They go through that home with a fine-tooth comb. They pull out a whole bunch of stuff from the home. They do not find murder weapons.
Just a quick update. I decided to check in on Vices to see whether or not he was still dealing with the boredom over on Murta. And as it turns out, they've had some sort of event happen in the courthouse, and it's had to be evacuated for the next 2 hours. So yeah, apparently they're coming back at lunch at 2:30. But someone said, "Oh, must have been Aussie Overlaw'd that called in a threat to the court to clear out the stream."
They do not find lots of money.
Officially on grandma duty, try and be back
Take a
later.
whole bunch
Sincerely
of
hope each and
clothing,
everyone you have a wonderful day and night. Maybe you'll
pants,
smile today.
shirts.
Oh, thank you.
None of that has any of Jose Anfroy's DNA.
Apparently there was a
on it.
bomb threat. Yeah, I heard.
The police processed all of the BMW. So they take the BMW that Mr. Anfroy was in, they tow it back to
Vegas traveling,
their
so there would be
facility.
drama, of course.
And they process that whole thing. And you will see that Mr. Boatwright's fingerprints aren't on the outside of that BMW. They are on the inside of that BMW. Mr. Boatwright's DNA is not on the outside of that BMW, is not on the inside of that BMW. Nothing on the BMW links to Michael Boatwright. You will hear that police.
That does not mean that he
Mr.
wasn't in the general
Anfroy's,
vicinity.
uh,
Is his DNA in the car that's rocked up in the
clothing.
Voyager?
They took swabs from underneath his fingernails. They could see that he had been struggling with both of the masked men in this case. And you will hear that Michael's DNA is nowhere to be found. You will hear, again, the murder weapon in this case was never found. You will hear that no money was ever found in Michael's possession. Police, you heard during the state's opening that Leonard Kerr could hear the men who were masked making demands of Jose Anfroy. Could hear his voice clearly. Police never did any kind of voice lineup with Leonard Kerr to try to match it in any way to Mr. Boatwright.
And again, that's my real
You'll
major
hear that
concern with
right
this is
after
that the
the
police have
murder,
not necessarily done their jobs on this,
In the
which is a
moments
little
after the
concerning.
murder, police received a number of leads as to who had committed this murder that were never followed up on. You will hear that police searched Mr. Anfroy's phone. The phone that had been in Mr. Anfroy's possession was taken, it was downloaded, and it was searched. And you will see that there are a number of items in that phone that should have caused red flags to any thorough investigator that police did not follow up on. You will hear that police did extensive social media research on all
Good God,
four
they checked
people
Facebook.
charged in this case. In particular, you will see that police looked at Dedrick Williams' Instagram account. It's a very voluminous Instagram account. And there are a number of people that Dedrick posts with in photographs. There are a number of tall, young men that Dedrick was clearly close with, that he posted in photographs with. None of those men are Michael Boatwright. And you will hear about a man named Sherrod Clayton. Police learned that Sherrod Clayton was babysitting Dedrick Williams' kids at the time of this murder. And you will hear the police interviewed Sherrod Clayton. You'll see that Sherrod Clayton is a tall young man. And you will hear that that Sherrod Clayton told police that in the hours after the murder, Dedrick Williams came home, and that he came home with a number of other men. And when police showed Sherrod Williams a picture of Michael Boatwright and said, "Is this one of the men that was with Dedrick after the murder?" He said no. He emphatically said no. And the police ignored him. The state is going to be able to show a number of things. They're going to be able to show that Michael had contact with that journey, that he was in that journey, both before, in the day before the murder and after the murder. They're going to be able to show that a phone that he sometimes used was at the scene of the crime at the time of the crime. And they're going to be able to show that Michael had spent time with Trayvon and Dedrick and Robert Allen after the murder. But that little bit of smoke doesn't cause a fire that can be used to convict Michael Boatwright. The state will not be able to prove to you that Michael himself was present at Riva Motorsports and that Michael himself participated.
Tell you what, I'm not quite sure what the turtleneck is about, because I'm looking at the photo of Michael Boatwright for his mugshot. He doesn't have any neck tattoos, unless they're on the back of his neck.
The quantity of that information will be extraordinary. Right? You've already heard a lot of information from me. Right? The judge will tell you at the end of this trial that it isn't the amount of information that you hear, but it is the quality of that information. And for all of the information that the state,
thanks for dropping by.
There will not be any hard evidence of any quality that Michael was involved in this murder. The overwhelming question that you're going to have to answer is this: are you sure, beyond all reasonable doubt, that Michael Boatwright was at Riva Motorsports on June 18th, 2018, and that he participated in this murder? They won't be able to prove that to you because he wasn't there. And at the end of this case, the only true verdict based on evidence and on the law and on justice will be one of not guilty. Thank you.
Ladies and
Okay.
gentlemen, before we get to the next.
So to summarize, that guy's basically saying his client wasn't there.
Statements, we're going to take about a 5-minute comfort break so the parties can use the restroom and what have you. We are going to finish the last two opening statements if they wish to do so, and then we'll break for lunch. But we'll take about a 5-minute comfort break here, which you can do back in that spacious jury room. But when you're ready to come out, let the deputy know that you've all had a chance to use it if you wish. And then we'll proceed again. It'll probably be about another 30, 40 minutes, and then we'll break for lunch. All right.
Okay, looks like there's some sort of thing that happens there.
My co-counsel's comments during his opening, some of it could have been construed as prejudicial against my client, and I would move to sever this time.
Whew. Okay, that's interesting.
Okay, I mean, this is not anything that we didn't already know. with respect to the inextricably intertwined evidence amongst the three co-defendants.
Okay, sounds like one of the defendant's lawyers here was trying to have the
given the type of trial that is
trial
proceeding
separated
forward.
because
So
the
I don't
comments that were
believe
made during the
level and burden
the first
that-
defense counsel's opening comments.
Yes, I mean, I made my ruling on that. I don't think it rises to the necessity requirement of like a root issue. And thankfully, I have and I will continue to remind the jurors that what the attorneys say, it's not evidence. Okay, but there's no, thank you.
Okay, so apparently that went nowhere.
Let them know when they're ready to go and then bring them. It's all coming out of time.
I'll try and move this along a little bit. I might even speed this one up because if they said there's another 30-40 minutes, it means we won't get through the third defense counsel's opening statement before we're back from lunch. I put it on 1.5. Let me know if that's too quick.
Parties may be seated. Court will come to order. The parties are present. The jury panel is present. On back. Councilman Newsome, do you wish to make an opening?
Yes, sir, thanks so much.
You may.
It's, good afternoon, how are you guys? We met before in Wadaga. I want to take some opportunity
Yeah, okay,
again to
that's too
thank you
fast.
guys for your sacrifice and for your attention on behalf of Dedrick and on behalf of my entire team. I really thank you for your sacrifice and for your attention. This case, I was retained on this case almost immediately. So on June 19, 2018, I had the opportunity to, as many criminal defense attorneys and prosecutors that handle homicide cases, I was able to go to Riva. So the first thing I did, I went to Riva. And when I got to Riva, is the first time that I understood exactly Mr. Okoye's impact. When I got there, there was an entire block of candles and pictures, and I'm talking about the entire block. And I knew who he was because even though I'm 50 and I like rap music and stuff, I knew who he was. I knew of his music, but I really, until I got involved in this case, I didn't understand exactly what type of an international celebrity he was and what type of impact he had. Now, you as jurors can be saying, well, what does that have to do with anything? And I understand that idea because at the end of the day, a life is a life. And my life is equivalent to anybody else's life, no matter who you are, even if you are an international celebrity. But the issue is, and what you're going to see in this case, is that when it comes to law enforcement and the way that law enforcement deals with certain cases, it does matter. And they do investigate it differently. And as the case progresses, the evidence will show you that law enforcement took different steps that they wouldn't take if it was me or you or any other person. Now,
come on, you can do it. You can do it.
to properly set the stage, and I know Mr. Kimok touched on it, and some of the stuff I'm going to try
Hey,
not to
Donald
be
T.
duplicitous,
How you
so
doing?
forgive me if I do touch on certain topics because we are involved.
Oh, is this conspiracy defense? Oh, this will be fun.
To set the stage for you, it's 2018, and he kind of touched on it. February of 2018 was the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas tragic school shooting.
I'm gonna object to these comments, not relevant, also.
Overruled.
Like I was saying, that was a horrific, tragic incident that affected Broward County. It affected the citizens of Broward County. It affected BSO. So when you're talking about a law enforcement agency with their back against the wall and with the whole world already watching, that's where they were at in February of 2018.
I
Then
think
all
they're
of
trying
a
to make this
sudden,
guy into a bigger
arguably
celebrity
one
than
of the
he was.
most
I
famous
never heard about this guy.
entertainers literally in the world is killed in Broward County. That's where BSO was. That's where Broward County was. And all of a sudden, they need to figure this out quickly because it affects everything. And the evidence is going to show that their way to figure it out quickly is they give this case to Detective Curcio, and you're going to meet him. And he's a very experienced detective. As a matter of fact, he's the same detective that was handling the Marjorie Stoneman shooting, which we'll get into that when he's on the stand. But what they do is they try and wrap it up really quick. And I compare it to a gift wrap. Not just a regular gift wrap. I'm talking about the kind you get at Macy's, the professionally done one. That's what they want to do to make it look really nice. And so that the detective can take it to his division chief, and then it goes up the chain of command to the captain. And then that little gift wrap box, the solution to the problem, goes to the state attorney's office, eventually gets assigned to an ASA, and eventually they bring it to you. But as jurors, your job is to really look in the box and find out exactly what happened in this case. And you're gonna see that when Mr. Kimmock was talking about tunnel vision, this case was all about tunnel vision. Okay, now, many cases that I've had, from the beginning of my career, doing misdemeanors, federal cases, state cases, prosecutors, they love to come in here and they put on their phone pointer finger, the hand you get at the Marlin Stadium.
Objection,
And the-
argumentative, Judge.
Okay.
From more what do you anticipate they will see?
So,
That's a
as
little
jurors,
too much
just
leeway there,
because
Judge.
they're saying that someone did something, your job is to really look at the evidence and find out if they did it or not. Now, the positive thing for you all and for Dedrick is that there's different types of evidence. There's testimonial evidence, which you're going to see people testifying, taking the stand, swearing to tell the truth, and testifying. There's circumstantial evidence, okay? And then there's something like video evidence. And the good thing about video evidence is that you all sitting here can look at a video and you don't need ASA Shields or you don't need Detective Curcio to tell you what a video is. You have two eyes and you can figure it out. And in this case, and the evidence will show, when you look at that video, okay, and you're going to see how Detective Curcio testifies, I want you all to remember this moment and to think about the distinctions in what a seasoned homicide detective is telling you, what a video shows, and what you all are looking at, and see the distinction and ask yourself why. Why would a seasoned homicide detective make those distinctions and testify that way when I'm seeing with my own two eyes? And you're going to figure out that it's part of the gift wrap, the solution. Let's figure this out quick, because we need to give everybody, the whole world, a solution, a resolution to the nightmare that was when Mr. Onker was killed. Because no doubt about it, for Broward County, for everybody involved, it was a nightmare. Now the video, it's going to show Dedrick there. Okay, you're going to see it for yourself. Now, what the prosecution has hitched their wagon
Yeah,
to,
Donna, this is
okay,
the
is Robert Allen, and Mr. Kimmock also touched on Robert
this
Allen.
is the
And I'm here to tell you
second defendant.
that Robert Allen, first of all, he sat in jail
And yes,
for
each
4
of them do
years.
have their
It's
own
not like
defense
that
lawyers.
guy was like, all of a sudden wanted to, hey, I'm gonna do the right thing. No, he sat in jail for 4 years, okay? And then eventually, he came forward and he's giving multiple different versions of what occurred. And when you finally
There you
see
go, I
him
heard.
testify,
Thank you for
and
letting me
finally
know,
see
though.
his cross-examination, remember and ask yourself,
James records on Twitter right now.
Dedrick,
Okay.
if I don't believe Robert Allen? The answer is no. Robert Allen is the one that puts him in the car. Robert Allen puts him behind the wheel. Robert Allen satisfies a lot of what the prosecution needs. And the fact that they need that from him, judge him for yourself. Judge him for yourself, listen to him, and then you ask yourself if I can believe him and whether or not I can convict someone on his testimony. The video, which Mr. Kimmock he was pretty thorough about his explanation of the video. The next time you see that dog, it's in an accident. And it's in an accident like it got T-boned by another car. Totally unexpected. Was my client in the car? No, my client's not in the car. Now, tunnel vision is a very dangerous thing in prosecuting cases and in law enforcement investigation. Why? Well, I compare it to driving a motorcycle, which I never have done. My mom never let me do it, but like driving a motorcycle, I'm envisioning like a really fast one. You're trying to get from point A to point B in the fastest amount of time. So what happens? You lose everything in the peripheral. Okay? And what happened in this case?
Dude has
is that
clearly
they
never
did
ridden a
that. They
motorcycle.
wanted to solve the case, resolve the case, close the case so quickly. that
If you're on
they
a motorcycle,
refused
you are far
this
more
point,
aware
and
of
any
exactly
other
what's going on
evidence that
around
they
you than if you're
conformed
driving a
with
car.
what they believed or what they wanted their narrative to be. The evidence will show.
That's argumentative.
Got it.
What the evidence will show. I got you.
So listen, you're gonna hear from Detective Curcio, and I'm gonna cross-examine him, and I'm gonna get a lot of things out. But for instance, when they around 2021, the evidence will show that Tanel Carter, Dedrick's ex-girlfriend, came forward and said, "Hey, I want to make sure that you guys know that Dedrick wasn't driving. That now she basically was altering her statement." And you would say to yourself, "Wow, that's big, right? That's a big thing because this is a very important case. This is, as you can imagine, one of Broward County's more important cases simply because it involves a celebrity, which shouldn't be what it is. Okay, and you have one of their main witnesses, one of the witnesses that they're relying on to put him in the car, that they're relying on to put him behind the wheel. She comes forward, and the testimony will show, and the evidence will show that they didn't do anything. They didn't bring her in to re-interview her, to talk to her, nothing, because it didn't comport with the narrative that they wanted to pursue, okay? In the same breath, before X died, he said, if anybody kills me, it's Drake. And do you think that for one moment,
Here we go. Here's
here
Drake.
today, days after the event, he's killed by two masked men, right? He came on social media and said, guys, before he dies, if anybody kills me, it's Drake. Do you think in that time span that they went and they addressed him, they talked to him? No. Do you think sitting here today, years later, any detective has ever asked, Drake or anybody like that? No, they never did that. So you ask yourself, how could that be? If any of us is involved in, God forbid, in a murder, and you say, hey, it's so-and-so, you better believe so-and-so is going to get investigated. But in this case, they didn't do it. They didn't do it because it didn't comport with their version and their narrative. And as law enforcement, I think that they have the obligation to do so. Another issue.
I'm sorry, that's
Before,
hang on. If I go out and say, oh, if something happens to me tomorrow, Joe Neiman was the one that did it, like, the ridiculousness of it, like, seriously. Like, I get that they had some sort of beef, but the idea that Drake would actually be the one to organize this guy's death, it's like, what the hell? Like, if something is that ridiculous that the police decide that it's not required to be investigated, that's one thing. Bloody hell. This is just hilarious, honestly. As if, yeah.
and the evidence will show that before Mr. Onfroy was killed, there was an individual by the name of Antonio King, aka 600 Breezy, that posted on YouTube saying, when I get off of probation, I'm going
Oh, no.
individual, like I was saying, this individual, Antonio King, 600 Breezy, literally came here to Florida and took videos by Mr. Onfroy's house, threatening him, okay? Fast forward, he's shot by two masked men. Do you think BSO ever investigated this? Do you think anyone in Broward County ever, went to ask him any questions? To this day, years later, that's never happened. So ask yourself, why? Why would they not investigate it? Because it doesn't comport to the narrative that they want. And that's going to be a motif in this case. You're going to see that it's consistently the same issue. It's not what they want here. It's not what they want here. So they don't investigate it. And they have an obligation to do so. You're going to hear from Cleopatra Bernard, Mr. Onfroy's mom. And she's going to sit there, and she's going to tell you that the reason that she wanted security with Mr. Onfroy on the day that he was shot was because of the issues that he had with Drake and Migos. She's going to tell you that.
What?
Okay? Now, what issues did she have? There's issues where Migos was attacked by him, but the important thing is that the mom is going to tell you that that's why I wanted that security with him. Okay, so do you think anybody's?
Are you sure?
No.
You sure it wasn't because
that's
she wanted to
unacceptable.
make sure that he wasn't going to get robbed when he went in to get 250 grand out of the bank?
Curcio himself is going to sit there and tell you, okay, the Crime Stoppers. Did any name consistently come up? He's going to tell you, yeah, Drake. He's going to tell you that. But they never investigated it. And you know what? Celebrity is not a cloak of invisibility. If you're part of a case, you're part of a case. And they should have. Now listen, I mean, look, blinders is for racehorses, okay? It's not for detectives. It's not for
Again,
attorneys,
trouble. I'm going to say fat
and it
as you made
certainly
me
isn't
do
for
it.
jurors. So all I'm asking you is, as a jurors, okay? My job as an attorney
You
is to
just
ask
did in a
questions. and
two lol
your
who's
job
next
as
Kanye
jurors is
West.
also to ask questions.
Maybe.
Okay, I mean, you can't really verbally do it like I'm doing it, but you can ask questions to yourself, okay, and inquire, why did this happen this way, okay? And I'm looking forward to spending these weeks and these months together with you so we can figure out what the truth is in this case. And I feel really blessed to be here for Dedrick. I feel really honored to represent him.
Try
And
and
I'm
get a
looking
case
forward
closed.
to this time that we have together to get to the truth. Because when we get to the truth, you guys are gonna find that Dedrick is not guilty of these crimes. Thank you so much.
Okay. At least we got through that one relatively quickly, which was good.
I will, thank you, Judge. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, congratulations if you're happy you've been selected for this jury. My
Okay.
condolences if you're not.
I'm sorry. I'm just going to say it now because it keeps going through my head. This guy, I'm not casting any dispersions. I'm in no way trying to be defamatory or anything, but this guy, in my honest opinion, reminds me of like a mob lawyer. Like that's just the like vibe that I get from this guy, honestly.
We know you're gonna do a fabulous job. We appreciate the responses you gave us. Trayvon Newsome wasn't there that day. He is an innocent man wrongfully accused because of the choice of people he hung out with.
Oh, good. Now we got another. My client wasn't their defense.
Didn't look into all the cracks and crevices that needed to be investigated. Robert Allen is the unfortunate friend of Trayvon Newsome. Unfortunate in the sense that when he was dead to rights, caught involved in a first-degree murder on video, no question, it's him, it's his face, he's there, he's involved. The police looked into his social media and found friends that might fit the description of the people that you see in that video jump out of that car.
Are you fucking kidding me? He's
cannot tell
he's
in 1
trying
second
to.
who those two people are that jump out of that car.
He's basically saying, "Oh,
So
this
what you
guy's
have to do is look
already
at what the evidence will
pled
show.
guilty to second-degree
Now,
murder.
My opening statement
and
and all opening statements.
The
are supposed
police
to be about
are
what
only
the
looking into
evidence
my
will show.
client because
But
he
in this
was
case,
guilty by
I'm going to tell you
association."
what the evidence will
Holy
not
shit.
show. The evidence will not show that any firearm was ever recovered that could be matched or linked to Trayvon Newsome. The evidence will not show that anything from a thorough search of his home where he lived with his father and his sister, including digging up his entire backyard because they heard the money was buried there, turned up anything that would link Trayvon Newsome to this terrible crime. The evidence will
Interesting.
not show that Trayvon has ever made a statement of admission or any statement that would link him to this terrible crime to any third party or anyone else for that matter. The evidence will show no DNA whatsoever found on the body of Mr. Onfroy or on that car. Although you see a tussle going on, you see they allege he goes around the car and gets actually into it. No DNA whatsoever linked to Trayvon Newsome. No fingerprints linked to Trayvon Newsome. No cell phone evidence places Trayvon Newsome anywhere near that scene of the crime that day. No credible eyewitnesses. No proof Trayvon was ever at Riva that day. No less that he's that shadowy person you see in the video jump out of the car and appear to brandish a firearm. Now, the state has told you that there's evidence found at the homes of the defendants. Not Trayvon, nothing. So be careful when the words "they" are used in this trial, because it's not Trayvon that they're talking about. The vast majority of times they'll tell you that. You will see.
This is
a
why the
video
guy hammered so
of
hard on the
Trayvon
uncle
later on in
about
that car because he
the
knows these guys.
motion though, because he's
Mr.
really
Allen
pushing.
testified that Trayvon had been staying at his house for a few days before this. This is his friend was turned on him. And you'll hear that later on, and you'll see that an hour or two after this terrible thing happened, Trayvon's in that Dodge Journey. These guys share everything: phones, the photos of each other, the car. They're living together, but he is not a person that was at the scene that day participating in this homicide. And the
Oh
vast
yeah,
majority
it's just
of
a huge
evidence,
coincidence that
when you look at it reasonably,
he was
that was
identified.
blind. My co-counsel so aptly just pointed out what seems to happen in this case.
And a couple of hours later,
You'll
he was
see
with everybody in the same car. Yeah, sure.
And Mr. Boatwright, casually get out of the car, walk into an apartment, casually walk back, get into the car again. Not the slightest sign from them, not knowing they're being observed, or that later on the jury's going to look at what's going on. Nothing to suggest
Just make
this
some
terrible crime
dumbasses.
had just happened, or that he has been a part of it in any way. And you've already heard that Dodge Journey is in a car accident shortly later that day. But what you haven't heard yet is that Trayvon goes to that scene of that accident because he's got a license to claim that car back. You've been in a horrible murder, attempted robbery in that car 2 hours before, and you go to where that car is now in the hands of law enforcement and say, "Hey, can I take the car back? My buddy's rented this car."
Yeah, because you don't want it processed for evidence.
And by the way, he had nothing to do with renting the car. But Mr. Allen asked him to go and collect the car because he's the only one with a license. Would he do that? Is that evidence of guilty conscience?
Wait. If he's the only one with a license, is he trying to say that the other guys decided to drive without a license in order to commit the robbery and the shooting? Like, okay. I get that it's not that much of a stretch if you're already going to be committing, armed robbery to drive a car without a license. But if that's really what he's hanging his hat on, I have issues.
Or exactly the opposite? Use your common sense. The evidence will show that the state's star witness, their cooperating witness, was there at Riva that day. Unmistakable video evidence. He had no choice but to eventually admit his guilt and to testify against the three people the police had already figured may have been involved. You heard two people took off and went to Georgia. Trayvon Newsome found out the police were looking for him. His father came and hired me, and we voluntarily surrendered him to Detective Curcio. Because we knew we'd have our day in trial someday down the road. And the evidence was never going to be able to prove he was there, because he wasn't. When you see Robert Allen testify, when you look at him, when you have a chance to look at his demeanor, how he handles himself, the first thing I think you're going to realize, and it's going to show you, is this is not a person you would ever trust in life if you ran into him on the street. You would immediately be leery of him. Never trust him. But then when you hear he's made different statements along the way, trying to get his statement consistent with the theory that the state wants to present here, you're going to know that is no one you would ever believe in any fashion, particularly not in a courtroom when he's testifying in a murder trial. You will find the sum total of Robert Allen's involvement in this. You'll come to the conclusion he's not reliable at all, not credible at all, and you'll follow the court's instructions and disregard his testimony in total. That is the only testimony in this case that you will hear that comes anywhere near making it look like Trayvon Newsome had something to do with this. Just the one witness. No physical evidence whatsoever. The other evidence, common sense will tell you goes in the other direction. He would not have done what he did. He also posed for some stupid photographs with money. And they're going to use that to try to show his guilt. But you'll see there's been many other times when these guys have posed with money. They impress girls, they impress their friends, they act like they have more than they have. Social media. You'll see that they're all involved in social media heavily. And they do and say stupid things in social media. Posing with that money, whether he knew it was taken in a robbery earlier the day or not, you won't hear any testimony. But it doesn't establish anything because he's done it many times in the past.
Buddy, I told you I wasn't sending you an invite, you dick. Val's got his invite.
In opening, the state says that the evidence will show that the two co-defendants who went into Riva, they're on video, were
Yeah,
communicating.
he's basically saying everyone's
by
lying
cell
but his
phone
client.
to the
Exactly.
people in the car. Not Trayvon. His phone doesn't have any hits on it anywhere near Riva that day. Solid evidence that common sense will tell you he wasn't there. They bring their cell phones everywhere. Somebody has a cell phone, whether it's their own or they've loaned it out. Nothing to link to Trayvon Newsome. Again, what the evidence will not show. No DNA, no fingerprints, no cell phone evidence, no credible eyewitnesses. Nothing that you would expect, no cell phone hits, nothing that you would expect law enforcement could find if in fact Trayvon was that person. You've heard that he's denied his involvement in this case, that he's presumed to be innocent. The evidence that the state has will come nowhere near close to eliminating that presumption of innocence. Thank you again for your attention. I won't have a whole lot to say to you during this trial, because not a lot of this applies to Trayvon at all. Take your notes. Be careful at what applies to who. Always ask the question, if someone says they, do they really mean Trayvon? Because the vast majority of times, when they say they, there's no evidence Trayvon's even in the statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we will break for lunch before I send you out. You'll hear familiar words. You're not to form any definite or fixed opinions in merits of this case. Please hear all the evidence, arguments, counsel, instructions, and the law by me until that time. Do not discuss cases even among yourselves. During the course of the trial, take regular recesses. During which you will be separate. Go about your normal affairs. During those recesses, you shall not discuss cases with anyone or permit anyone to say anything to you or your press call case. Anyone attempts to tell me or a jury, ask them to stop. Leave them advised by deputies. If you see counsel, witnesses, defendants, anyone else associated with the case in the hallway, they will ignore you. They are not being rude. They are following the court's orders. It is now 10 minutes of 2. I'll give you an hour and 10. We will reconvene at 3 o'clock sharp. Form up at the 7th floor reception area. You'll be brought back. Have a great lunch. Thank you.
So that was the defense's opening statements. I've just checked over on the other stream. We're still looking at a wall, so we might as well go ahead and listen to the testimony from yesterday, just to do a bit of a catch-up. But yeah, thank you to everybody that's watching. There's now 31 of us over here on YouTube, and there is... Crap, I closed it again. 15 watching on Rumble, very much appreciate that. I get that there are many other interesting things going on right now, and that there are many places where you could be getting your entertainment. So I very much want to say thank you to everybody that is watching. Please remember to hit the like button. If you haven't, maybe just double check whether or not you're still subscribed. But yeah, looks like we'll be following on with this for at least a little while anyway. Literally just saw your stream and my notifications disappeared now. Made it good. Hello to all. No one is doing grand. Hope everyone is doing grand, sorry. All right. Where are we? Let's jump ahead through the, what did I say, like an hour? About 5 seconds at a time. I don't understand why they use this picture of the wall. Like there's no clock that they could focus it on or something. Very annoying. So I'm coming back. That's Mr. Turtleneck. That's 2 days in a row he's wore a turtleneck, and as far as I can tell, there's no reason for it, unless it's, I don't know, he's just trying to look pseudo-intellectual again. I have no idea. If the provides the court is equipped with an electronic recording system sensitive enough to record audible conversations anywhere in the courtroom. Well, there you go. Almost made you look like a savage. Sorry about that. Have you got Slash in jail? Maybe.
Usually, every Friday morning, because he's going to be in session.
Right.
Or with,
For Fridays, wait.
Wait, what was that?
Who you guys?
Usually, every Friday morning, because he's going to be in session.
Right.
Or with,
For Fridays, wait, I don't know how much I mentioned this to the rest of Michael, George. Anyway, every Friday I have town call usually runs around 10:30 or 11, sometimes a little longer, so probably our Friday sessions with the jury will be starting at 1. So you should have Friday mornings to accomplish all the rest of your time.
Okay, so for anyone that wasn't paying attention, Friday mornings was going to be a very late start. Excellent, which means I get to sleep in a little bit more.
Friday morning at 9 a.m. Of course.
Does it matter that you can, in California, you can do what you like?
I suppose to him, it would. I mean, the other thing that you can do is set it for 5 to 5:30 local time, which is when we will be done here, and it's 3 hours.
Okay, that works, right?
That's fine, this is we're not going to be in session, it probably makes sense. Like, I'm just trying to do it if we plan on utilizing it as well.
Very nice.
You know, the 12 times in Europe, the advice that policy said the bottom, they're right to go outside, they use the restrooms.
Well, not for your teeth, my
Yeah,
Blonde's cute until she turns around.
Without asking for it. Procedurally, you certainly have permission to move above the well without asking for it. You have permission to reposition podiums without requesting permission from the court. I think it's a matter of good norm to ask permission before you approach it.
You said you don't have to ask permission to approach a witness?
You do have to approach a witness. As far as moving about the well and repositioning podiums, you may do so at your level.
Thank you.
Where am I at the headphones?
Parties may be seated, court will come to order. The parties are present.
I'm going to switch earphones, guys. These ones are starting to hurt because I've been wearing them so long.
State, call your first witness.
State call Cecilia Ramos.
Cecilia Ramos. Mr. Ramos, please follow me this way. Mr. Ramos, can you just leave your stuff right there for me? And just follow me this way. Mr. Ramos, will you please stand right here, facing the clerk to be sworn before you sit? Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Cecilia Ramos, Ramos.
Council meeting.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Ramos.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
I'm well.
So this is a big room, lots of acoustics. I can barely hear you back here because of how this is all built. So if you can just talk right into that microphone for us, so we can all hear you. All right. Good. All right. So Ms. Ramos, can you tell us who you work for currently?
Bank of America.
And how long
Okay,
you
so
worked
this
for
was the
Bank of
teller.
6 years.
And when you first started working for Bank of America, what position did you hold?
Teller,
All right. And what, I guess, year were you hired to be a teller for Bank of America?
2016.
And do you currently still hold the position of a bank teller with Bank of America?
No.
Do you currently still work for Bank of America?
Yes.
And what is your position now?
Work for the fraud department.
And what do you do for the fraud department?
ATM, debit cards, credit card, and account fraud.
Okay, so are you the person that when we see fraud on our accounts, we speak to you on the phone to
Yes.
identify the fraud? Okay. All right. So back, I want to take you back to 2018. Were you working for a particular branch of Bank of America?
Yes, in Coconut Creek.
All right. And how long have
Yes, DT, we know. We're currently at lunch. The trial itself is still currently looking at a wall because we're on break for lunch. So we're just going through the testimony from yesterday. We did finish up with the uncle earlier today. He gave very little. But yeah, we're just sort of filling in time while they're still at lunch.
you been working at that particular location at that
So
time?
like a year, maybe 2 or 3 months.
Was that your first branch that you started working for?
Yes.
All right. So let's talk about June 18th, 2018. Do you recall that day that we're here for today?
Yes.
All right. Do you know a person by the name of Jose Envoy?
Yes.
And how do you know that person?
Coming into the bank.
So he's a bank customer?
Yes.
How long have you been a customer of that particular branch since you have been working there?
Since I've been there, I've been going there.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
He's been going to the bank since I've been there.
All right. So was he a regular customer that you would see?
Yes.
Do you recall his stage name?
XXX.
Is that what you would call him?
I would call him Jose or Joe.
All right. So did you know that it was XXX back then in 2018?
Yes.
All right. So can you describe your relationship with Mr. Envoy while you were working for Bank of America?
We're friendly.
Friendly? Okay. Would you routinely help him as a customer of the bank?
I would always help him. Yeah.
All right. So let's discuss June 18th, like I mentioned earlier. Do you recall the last time that Mr. Envoy came into Bank of America?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit about that particular transaction that day?
So he came in to ask for $250,000, but I was only able to give him $50,000. So
Why were you only able to give him 50,000?
because you have to order the money, well, that amount, before we can just give it out to you.
I'm gonna ask you, Your Honor, may I move the microphone? May I approach and try to move it? It's a little hard to hear you back here. I just want to make sure that we hear you. All right. So you said that he had to order it?
Yes.
So is that not something that you, is that not the amount of cash you would have on hand at the bank at a given time?
Not for that, no.
All right. So. you
Again,
said
it's a little
50,000,
concerning that the
so
bank
it
doesn't
was
keep a
50,000.
certain amount of
Yeah.
cash on reserve.
Much better now. Did you have a plan in place to at least get him the other $200,000 that you did not have on hand that day?
Yes, we were going to order it
Okay, was he supposed to come in later that week?
Wednesday.
Yes. All right, so do you recall what date this was, that he came in, a few days before?
No, I don't.
All right. So talk to me a little bit about the $50,000. How in fact was that deposited to Mr. Envoy?
Well, it's right, 2,000.
Okay, and what are the bills?
100.
100, okay. And you said in 10,000 bags, right?
Yes.
How are they wrapped?
They're wrapped in a band.
A band, all right. And is there anything on those bands to identify that they've been withdrawn through Bank of America?
But we initial them, so when we count.
Did you initial them?
I did not. Oh, it is.
A coworker did. And what were their initials?
PD.
All right. And is that standard protocol and procedure for Bank of America to do that?
Yes.
All right. Now, was there any markings on any of the $100 bills that were given to Mr. Envoy that day?
No.
that also standard procedure, not touch marking?
Yes.
Now, with Mr. Envoy that day, do you recall him walking into the bank with one? Can you tell me a little bit about, what you recall Mr. Envoy doing with the cash that you gave him?
He put it in his Louis Vuitton bag.
And have you seen that Louis Vuitton bag previously?
Yes.
Thank you, Excomate. Yes, all interaction helps, guys. So if anyone hasn't already hit the like button, I'd very much
Slow you down a
appreciate
little
it.
bit, I know it's nerve-wracking being up there, but we need to get down the record properly.
Oh,
so
hang on.
that I will have-
I was just trying to just realize that you sounds like there might have been audio from court. No, sorry, false alarm.
Answer my complete question first, and then I'll have your answer, okay? All right. So now, the Louis Vuitton bag we were talking about, do you recall when we were working that branch, that particular branch had surveillance cameras within the actual bank?
Yes.
Did it also have surveillance cameras on the outside?
Yes.
Your Honor, now showing defense counsel was from previously marked as states exhibit A for identification.
Did I say interactionism? Any interactions with the channel?
All right, Mr. Amos, if you can take a look at this for me, I'm showing you with the previously marked as states A for identification. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My signature.
Okay, and what? No, what?
Oh, I said that at the bank.
Okay, and you previously took a look at this video, correct?
I did.
And you did that with myself and Mr. Shield?
Yes.
And do those videos fairly accurately depict the transaction that took place on the day we were just talking about with you and Mr. Encore, when you gave him $50,000?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would enter into evidence with some previously marked as state exhibit A for identification.
Yeah, no worries. Go for it, Mr. Kedgriff. I plan on streaming this until the trial ends. So what, 4, 5 o'clock Eastern?
You may publish at will.
It looks like we might have lost connection.
Hey, Bobby.
We got tech.
Hang on. Oh, apparently it doesn't like me doing that. Great. Fan-freaking-tastic. Oh, there it goes.
Okay, prepared. No, that's not it.
George Foreman. Oh god, now they're going to sit and go through the footage.
Still flashing?
No, now it's flashing. Now it's valid.
Okay.
If they start playing the footage, I might just skip ahead because it's literally just him standing at a teller for like 20 odd minutes.
Your Honor, I'm going to just try to reset this whole situation.
I literally have to turn it off and on again. Wait, what did it say? Hovercam pilot. But nice to know that I'm not the only one that struggles with
Yourself. Okay, and that's the bottom left-hand side of 4. You're going to fast forward through some of them.
Please fast forward. That'll save me time. Hey, let's go, Brandon. I'm alright. How are you? There he is. What's that? Can I just honk a clown horn? No wonder they're having a hard time. They're using Microsoft. That's the problem. None of this is relevant. None of this is there. He is. Irrelevant. Why did they bother to play all of this? Okay, so there's him at the bank teller. He's getting out the Louis Vuitton bag that he put the money into. He's happy to start with because he's asking for 250K. Hands over the bank card. His demeanor changes when he realizes he can't take 250,000 out then and there. I skip through a little bit because, yeah, this is the point where he realizes he can't get all the money out. There's no audio either, so it's literally just him standing at a teller. On the phone, waiting around. What point do we just get the... I'm just going to skip ahead to when she's giving testimony again. Okay.
Cross exam?
Start a new job. So tired, but good. Oh, good. Okay, well, congratulations on the new job.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reynolds. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
My name is Maurice Spelling. I'm gonna ask you a couple questions, okay? How often would you see Mr. Encore at the bank, would you say?
I'm curious as to what exactly the defense is going to say about this.
5 times in total?
Maybe like a month, maybe like 5 times.
Okay. And what would the majority of the time you would see him, would it be him taking that money?
He would, yes.
Okay, and the $250,000 request, was that something that was normal?
No, not on this one.
So the fact that he was asking for 250,000 was above the average of what you usually ask for?
Yes.
Okay, and what would you say was the average of what you usually ask
One time he did 100,000.
for? Okay. In the time.
Okay, so he'd walk in and ask for $100,000, but they still didn't have... They still only had 50K on here.
You know? Okay. Do you know
That
how
seems
long
like poor
that
customer
process took?
service to me.
I don't know if what we're looking at is almost.
No.
Now, after this occurred, I'm assuming that detectives came back to you?
Not right after. I think it was like, we closed at 4. So then the detective came in.
The same day of June 18th?
Same thing.
Okay, do you recall which detective it was?
No.
Okay, so walk me through it. You're ending your day at 4 o'clock, in comes the detective, and they bring the news to you?
Well, I was outside the store.
Yeah.
He didn't break it like that, because I left before he even broke the news. My friend called me or something.
Okay, so your friend called you to tell you exactly what?
That Johnson passed away.
Okay, and so you had left the bank prior to 4?
No, it was, so we closed at 4 o'clock, and we have to do our work at the end of the day. So I was already finished, and then the detective was there for a little while longer, and like, we didn't know what was going on, because he wasn't saying, he was just asking questions.
Was he asking questions to you?
No.
Was he asking questions to the man? I'm sorry.
I think he was asking a manager questions, I'm not sure.
Did he ever ask you questions?
No.
So to this day, has law enforcement ever asked you questions about him?
Yes, I think I did say.
I'm sorry?
I think I did a statement to law enforcement.
Okay, and when would that statement have taken place? After June 18th?
Yes.
When and how many days after?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, that particular day of June 18th, the detective that went that did not speak to you, did anybody ask to see your phone?
No.
Has anybody ever asked to see your phone or your call logs or your call history?
No.
When you finally spoke.
Why would any of that be relevant?
Law enforcement, was it at the bank?
Yes.
And did you give a recorded statement or a written statement?
Recording, yes.
And the recorded statement that you gave, when you first met with detectives at the bank, did they talk to you about the reasons you were there and have a conversation prior to putting you on the recorded device?
I can't remember that.
Did they ask you, or do you recall, did they ask you if you knew a gentleman by the name of Leonard Kerr?
No.
In the video, was he at one point?
She's gone on it with Drake.
Yes.
What, you reckon she got she got a cut? As soon as she told Drake that the money was there, he was on it.
We did.
Okay, and what did you guys talk about?
He was telling me how he was like tarnishing his name, saying that he was selfish, and I was just trying to get him, positive feedback on that, so.
He was saying that before saying that he was selfish?
People were, yeah.
Did he discuss anything else with you at that moment?
That he was gonna do an event on the weekend. That's why he gave him money.
Oh,
Now, you're-
oh.
I believe he's gonna be in a holding cell in about.
Next witness is Robert Allen. He's going to be brought up from the holding cells. So this is the guy that's pled guilty to second-degree murder.
Like 2 minutes while he's here. I think that, the officers that are, deputies that are handling him, they're double checking that. They said that I'm allowed, but they're just, because he's my witness, I've had prior clearance, so, they're just double checking that. So I think that is one of the things that we're asking, just literally, not even 5 minutes probably for the both of us. And then the other thing is, we are asking, because he's in custody, he's shackled, if he can be brought to the stand before the jury comes in. I've had that happen as opposed to after, because otherwise he'll have to come through that door and it can be a little bit, the mechanics of it can be a little awkward. And then I'm also asking for clarification on a couple things, which is what I'm going to double check with the court and talk to him about. With respect to gang testimony or affiliation.
I wouldn't want to take that bet at the moment.
There has.
I mean, you never know.
been
Drake could have
as
someone
his
organised.
gang affiliation. And I've indicated before, his gang affiliation is connected to all of the defendants' gang affiliation. And so I don't know, because it was brought up in discovery and depositions, that he is a gang member and what and how and all that stuff. And if that's brought up here, I'm saying now that that could potentially open the door as to any one of the defendants' gang affiliation, because they were all gang members together and did things together and it was inextricably intertwined with respect to that. So I'd like a
Interesting.
clarification on the court's ruling for that, because that is going to be a big issue if that's something that the defense intends to bring out on cross.
Okay, number of different things there. So,
As
for Mr. Boatwright.
as to the issue of Mr. Allen, coming into the courtroom, we object. He's in jail. It's relevant that he's in jail. He has an extraordinary amount at stake in his testimony. We think the jury should be able to see that for what it's worth. And he should not be given any special privileges or treatment either by the state.
I'm shocked
or
that
by
he's
the
objecting to
court,
this, seriously.
With regards to how he is handled as a witness.
If anyone doesn't know,
as
that's
far
dripping with
as
sarcasm.
Gang stuff, we object to this witness saying anything about Mr. Boatwright being a gang member at any time, alleging that he is a gang member, insinuating that he is a gang member for any reason. We will not be opening the door, and we would certainly object to anything of my, if the court were to construe any of my co-counsels, also counsels, as opening the door for Mr. Boatwright.
Because I would join on behalf of Mr. Newsome, and I think the state of this place is a phrase inextricably intertwined with the context in which it has no relevance at all. His gang membership may or may not become relevant based on his testimony. I would object to anything about that transferring over to these two gentlemen. since there's
Oh, of
no
course you
allegation
would.
in Gang membership that anything to do with this particular case, although it may have something to do with his credibility. And argue that it might very well come out on that basis, but not for the
Oh shit. You just don't want your client tarred with the same brush.
Prior to getting on the stand, we're in the middle of the trial, the attorney had every opportunity to meet him, apparently he's been in our county jail for a while. Even to sit and talk to the state at this stage, when we haven't even been given notice that he was gonna be the witness that was called next, I think would be unfair to the defense. We're gonna proceed, let's proceed.
And if I could, before you ask Mr. Brinfield.
Let me just,
Okay.
and then we'll come back. Sure, I also told her if she doesn't like the optics of it, well, that's common part of our, so we're kind of cooperating with this in jail, that's part of it. Regarding. Again, there's a motion and it's been granted, I understand clarification, it exists. I'm not gonna open the door, love you to open the door, I don't really understand what the inquiry was.
I think, all right.
Well.
Really? You're playing dumb on that?
Already violated the court's order. I brought it up on sidebar, so apparently it needs to be reiterated for some people. But as for the optics of it, I actually didn't say optics. It's regarding how it's done, because he has separate deputies that are handling him. He hasn't taken a stand yet. Any witness, including a witness that has current charges pending because he hasn't been sentenced, is entitled and allowed to speak to his attorney at any moment, including during the time that he's testifying. The specifics that Mr. Ramirez is talking his client most, actually, because there's comments that were made between his client and this particular co-defendant related to gang activity of Mr. Ramirez's client as part of the reason why this homicide was committed. So if he wants to open that door, I'm trying to be fair and say, this is an area of inquiry that I'm not touching, but if Mr. Ramirez wants to go there, then I will be asking to open the door.
All right. Couple of things. First of all, with respect to the ability of the witness to speak with the state and his attorney prior to testifying, there's nothing that prohibits that. The fact that not only is he been in custody, but apparently not directly at the Broward County Jail for whatever reasons, has made the access somewhat limited, and I don't have any difficulty with that. Once he has taken his oath and starts testifying, he would not have access to the state attorney, or the state attorney would not have access to him independently. But at this point, we haven't gotten there, and I don't mind allowing that, and particularly, hopefully, that both his counsel and the state will remind him of whatever motions and limine have been granted and make sure that he doesn't stray into influenceable areas. So I will allow that. With respect to coming through the door, I mean, I'll say this, whether he walks there or he's, standing there,
Yeah, there's a little bit of infighting going on. I mean, each of them have their own
Yes,
clients.
it's going to be quite obvious where he comes from and that sort of thing.
He's shackled and handcuffed, Your Honor. So,
But I've had many individuals in that situation testify here. Usually they walk to the stand like anybody else. So I don't have a problem with them walking to the stand like anybody else. With respect to the gang issues, if Mr. Boatwright's counsel does not question or cross-examine him on that, he should not mention anything about Mr. Boatwright. Same thing for Mr. Newsome, same thing for Mr. Williams. If they don't bring it up, he should bring it up. If one of them feels it's important enough to stray into that area, I think there's a very real and probable consequence for him to say, yeah, we were members together, or I just perceive that coming out. I think it would be hard to stop that. However, he should be advised that if he's asked, and it should come up that way, or your questions that come up are going to be limited to the attorney that opens that door and not to defendants who are represented by counsel who do not open that door.
okay, Your Honor.
Judge, if I might just point out for your edification, at that position on the road, this witness said, yes, my client is a gang member, but he did not join after the homicide. I would say that would eliminate any possible relevance, and I don't intend.
As if.
All right, well, as long as you're not opening that door, it's never going to come out with your client. I mean, I don't know if you want to tip your hand at this point, but if you're telling us you don't intend to go there at all, okay, then it should.
Then it's not an issue. Why are you arguing about it?
I will advise the witness just the way that Your Honor said, and I guess we'll see what happens.
That anything about that shouldn't come up unless it's a direct question, and only a direct response with respect to that individual.
I have no idea.
In any event, is he on the other side of the door?
I was told, Your Honor.
All right.
Yes.
Say if you wish to speak with him, I'll let you do it first. I'll let.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not a good look for the courtroom.
Yes.
The grey marble's a bit overkill.
I'm gonna, relax. We'll be with him in a minute.
Yes.
Judge, are we gonna bring him out to do that, or put him in the box here?
No,
As far as the attorney's going back there,
We're choosing the other attorney.
Do I feel the cases should have been separated? At this point, no.
All right, well, you said I was talking.
I mean, joinder joinder of matters like this is not unusual. So at this point, no, there's nothing there that I've seen that would indicate that this is necessary to have a separate trial. Frankly, it does make it a little bit harder on the defense. But I mean, they would have had every opportunity to try and sever the case. So.
One of you can be back there. You do that?
Okay, so I dare say there's probably going to be a few minutes where they
We'll be off the record until.
Okay. So yeah, there's going to be a few minutes. I'll switch it back to the other stream so we can keep watching the tellers.
Your particular bank, you can do a wire transfer, correct? Instead of giving somebody money, you could transfer funds to the bank?
At the bank?
Yeah.
No. You can do a wire.
You can do a wire.
Yeah.
I have a quick question. Thank you.
You indicated on direct that you were friends with Mr. Osborne.
We were friends, yes.
How long did you know him?
Since I've been to the bank,
How long was that?
so maybe a year and 2 months or 3 months.
Okay, did you know he was coming to the bank on June 18th?
No.
Okay, so you just showed up?
Okay.
Was he alone?
Yes, he was waiting for me, yes.
Okay, do you know if anyone was outside waiting for him?
No.
And that was not normal for Mr. Osborne, correct?
No.
And why do you say no?
Because normally when he comes in to withdraw large lump, there's other people with him.
And in fact, you would say he had an entourage?
Yeah.
You just stated on direct that he was withdrawing the money to do an event?
Yeah.
Do you know anything else about that event?
No.
Nothing further.
Thank you. On behalf of Mr.
Oh, no questions, sir, thank you.
Thank you. We ready?
Yes. We clear over there.
Ms. Ramos, you indicated on cross-examination with one of the attorneys that 250K was the largest he had ever taken out, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but besides the $100,000 withdrawal that you also mentioned, were there other large withdrawals as well?
50,000, and I can't remember the rest, maybe 25,000, something like that.
But is it safe to say it was typically large amounts of money was withdrawing?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, typically, if you can't recall, how long does the process usually take as a bank teller for someone to withdraw such a large amount of money?
Maybe 30 minutes, maybe.
So it's not a short process.
No.
And you were asked on cross-examination if you recall the date that you gave a statement to police, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall that date at all?
No.
Would anything help to refresh your recollection of that date?
Maybe next week.
Do you have a copy of your statement with you?
In the back now.
I have a copy for you. May I put you with them?
You may.
All right, Mr. Ramos, take a look at your statement for me and let me know if your memory has been refreshed. All right, has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall the date your statement was taken?
June the 29th,
2018?
2018.
Now, you indicated that he was talking about, I guess, what people were saying about him, right?
Yes.
And then he also mentioned, you were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Padilla about the event that he was taking the money out for, correct?
Correct.
Was that in fact a charity event?
I'm not sure.
Okay, you don't recall?
No.
I have no further questions.
We based on me? Thank you. You're excused. Please do not discuss your testimony with any other witness.
What you happy? You're testifying in a murder. I think it's because she just realised that nothing she was going to say was going to wind up convicting anybody. I mean, there was next to nothing there. All it was evidence that he withdrew the money.
All right, before we continue, 5 minutes. You're talking about, I believe that you speak so slowly.
Just going to keep the chart up on the others. Just sure.
Okay, my next witness is Mr. Leonard Kerr. He has counsel, Mr. Michael Enton, that's here. And Mr. Michael Enton raised to me that he wanted to address, if possible, any concerns that may come up regarding attorney-client privilege because he is represented by counsel. I'm not aware that any questions that I ask will elicit that type of response, but I told Mr. Enton that I would bring up outside the presence of the jury, so.
Judge, I represent Leonard Kerr for the last several years, and he would be asserting his privilege as to any private communications that would be covered by attorney-client privilege. Okay, I mean, I don't know what the questions are, and I don't know if they're gonna get into that, so.
And Judge, for the record, as far as I know, that's something that he does himself, not necessarily does for your behalf.
You have to assert that privilege. Outrageous. You folks have to leave one out.
Honestly, just cause as am I. That's probably the biggest part of me. It's going to be the main thing that the prosecution hang their hat on, aside from obviously the CCTV footage, because he's going to be positively identifying the three accused.
I mean, to answer that question without hearing it directly.
So it's really going to hinge on whether or not he's going to be credible as a witness to the jury.
I guess we'll have to wait.
And those three defense attorneys are going to have to tear him apart if they want their client to walk from this.
I don't think we will. I mean, I think Ms. Hill's concern is valid, just because I expect Mr. Kerr's testimony to be lengthy, at least even on the rec, and I know that there's, I'm sure they
Of
want
course
to.
we do. I mean, that's our time. Thank you. Yeah, no.
So Judge,
I have no difficulty with the witness coming back.
Sure, and that's just so that the other witnesses that the state has lined up, may I at least release them for now, because of late hours.
If parties are assuring you this will take more than 45 minutes, it sounds like it will, then you're free to let them know.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh damn! I'm glad I didn't do that one by hand.
One last restroom break, Judge.
Okay. No worries. Let me know when they're ready.
Yes, sir. We will know.
Seriously?
Please follow. Mr. Kerr, please stand right here facing the clerk to be sworn before you sit.
Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, kindly. Give me a seat right there. Right there. Right. Thank you, sir.
For anyone that missed it earlier, unfortunately, English I don't think is this guy's first language. But,
My name is Leonard Kerr. My last name is K-E-R-R.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Kerr.
Good afternoon.
I see that you talk a lot softer than me. Do you mind just pulling up a little closer and you can talk right into the microphone so we can all hear you, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Introduce yourself to the jury, please. Tell us your full name and where are you from?
My name is Leonard Kerr.
Done looking at that live.
Okay.
All right, we're back on the record.
So Judge, the state has presented us with an exhibit in intends to use into evidence. 28-minute spliced surveillance video from reasonable reports. And the state is indicating it intends to use this piece of evidence through Robert Allen. On behalf of Mr. Boatwright, I have two objections. One, first, is that over half of the camera angles and views from this 28-minute video are not of Mr. Allen. They don't include Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen isn't in the scene. And so there is no way that Mr. Allen can authenticate the entirety of the 28 minutes that are on this.
Oh, that's a bullshit objection, and you know
He
it.
could probably authenticate parts that he's in, but at least half of this video he is not in. And so we have
He can authenticate the parts that he was present for. I'm sorry, just because he's sitting in the car and you can't see him doesn't mean he's not present.
I moved in limine that the state should be prohibited from introducing just edited portions of the disc as opposed to the entire disc, and then they can play whatever edited portions that they want. All that we have been provided, and that it appears that the state intends to introduce, is my exact fear, is edited portions. And so, based on the court's ruling, motion to eliminate, we object to most grounds.
I'm referring on behalf of Mr. Newsome on Brown Street.
Jordan Floor.
Okay.
Yeah, no, they won't. They're trying to discredit Robert Allen as
Couple
much
things.
as they
First
can.
of all, with respect to authentication, certainly there's nothing in the rules that say the person has to actually be in a photograph to authenticate a photograph or a video or anything else. The person has to be familiar enough with the time and place depicted to say that this is a fair and accurate representation. So if the witness is going to say, I was there, that's how it appeared that day, then that is going to be sufficient for an authentication. There's nothing that requires the person to say, I was standing at that vantage point for the entire 28 minutes. They could say, I was there, I saw something, it's fair and accurate representation. So if he has viewed this and he can make that representation, then that would be sufficient for this court for authentication with your objection noted and preserved. But
May I respond to that issue,
Yes.
Judge? For example, this video starts before Mr. Allen even arrives. It has video of Mr. Ontroy, Mr. Kerr walking around. There is Mr. Allen isn't even there. So there is absolutely
Okay,
no
that's
way that
an
Mr.
issue.
Allen could authenticate actions that occurred prior to him even arriving. And second, there's multiple, again, video angles, for example, of things that are occurring inside the store regarding Mr. Ontroy and Mr. Kerr, while Mr. Allen is sitting in the van outside the store. So there's absolutely no way that he could authenticate what is going on inside the store while he's in his van outside.
But again, the CCTV footage is going to be included anyway, so
Understand
authenticating
what
it
the court is saying, but
is sort of irrelevant.
there's no way that he can authenticate items that he was temporally not even at Reba for, and in other instances isn't even in the building for when there's video going on inside.
Okay, so what Mr. Kimmock is referring to, there are portions, for example, where Mr. Allen and Mr. Williams enter Reba. They then cross paths with the victim and Mr. Kerr. They go to another portion of the store, and then at some point they leave or exit before or after they come. What Mr. Kimmock is saying would mean that the state would have to take frame by frame and say, okay, now that you've left the building, can you authenticate the part where the victim is still there? We believe, under the rules of evidence, that this particular witness can properly authenticate and say that, for example, the parking lot, when he saw the victim, when he passed literally feet from him, closer to him, almost as close to him as I am to Mr. Kimmock, when he was in the building that day, and everything that he saw that day is a fair and accurate represent what he recalls, and he can say yes. So I think that satisfies his authentication and foundation to be able to say that, whether or not it's from one camera angle or next.
okay, so here's the court's ruling on this. Assuming that he indicates that he has viewed this before and that to him it appears to be a fair and accurate representation of what he saw that day, I will, over your objection, which is noted and preserved, be admitting it. So you do not have to, again, make this objection when it's offered. I'm going to just say any objection, you can say subject to or whatever, preserving. I'm just letting you know now what my ruling is on that. Nothing in my ruling means that on cross-examination, you can't ask him about, well, you weren't there, you didn't see that, and you can challenge that. And I'm saying a sufficient ground has been laid in order for the admissibility.
As to the second portion regarding the court's prior motion to eliminate, I do not intend, I still am in my case in chief. I still have a long ways to go. The unedited, when I say unedited, meaning it's not a compilation,
Right.
all angles, it needs to be on a drive. We suspect it will likely need a player. And so I have to enter it through another witness. I'm literally 3 witnesses in, and so I not done with my case in chief, and I can certainly enter it, and both will be in evidence. The court's ruling never said it had to be together at the same exact time.
It wouldn't be at the same exact time, but, is there going to be an objection from the defense to the entire, I mean, you've probably had a chance to talk to whoever the custodian is. Do you have a real objection to the authenticity of the entire?
No. At
Okay,
least on behalf of Mr. Boatwright.
No, on behalf of Mr. Williams. No, you're not.
Okay.
so why don't we go ahead and.
Then it's
admit it
irrelevant.
now?
I don't, it's a drive, Judge, and so I don't have the drive with me because it requires a flare. I can admit it tomorrow at earliest as an officer of the court. I have it, will admit it as is, unredacted, they can see it. That's what my representation was to Mr. Kimmock, who said he wanted to object based on his reasonings. So,
Well, I don't necessarily need to play it. I just, where's the exhibit?
at BSL. I don't have it right now, Judge. I don't have it to be able to enter it at this very moment. If they don't have an objection, I'm asking the court then, I mean, I'm not saying it sarcastically, but is there harm now versus in the morning where likely this witness will still be
It
on
would
the
be
stand?
nicer if I had it here and I could put a sticker on it and all that sort of thing, but, again, you know, my ruling is that, that the entire uncut, unput together, portion of it is the exhibit. What you are showing is also an exhibit, but it's a redacted or modified version of it, and that both need to be in for purposes of having things flow forward. I will allow you to enter and publish this portion with the understanding that if you later do not, then they might have a motion.
Totally understand, Judge.
Fair enough? Over objection? I mean, I'm just asking about my procedure, not about whether or not you're not waiving or giving up any of your objections.
I'm continuing the objection. I think it's inappropriate to admit an item into evidence that is not admissible at the time that it's being admitted into evidence and take that shortcut of just saying, well, it will be admissible because I'm admitting something else later on.
I don't know that it's not admissible. I think potentially it can be admissible.
Well, at least the judge is like
The reason
thinking
why
this
I'm
through, but
holding the state to do the rest of it was because there was an objection in limine under a completeness doctrine fair. If they're only going to do this, they should have an ability, you should have an ability, and the juror should have an ability to see the whole thing. So this in and of itself, by itself, is admissible, but based on the objection to that, I have said I would, require the state to produce the entirety.
Yes, Judge. As far as
yeah, Andrew, that's basically what the defense is trying to argue, that because she's edited it as opposed to providing the entire video, that she shouldn't be allowed to use it now. Which, given that the whole video is going to come in tomorrow anyway, once she has it on a drive,
regarding the authenticity of.
I mean, they might as well just break for a half hour, get another witness in or something, and get the drive there if it's going to be an issue.
What I believe to be valid.
To me, this is just the defense counsel being like obstructive.
Or dire the witness, which I think is my right. I'm happy to do that in front of the jury or outside the jury. But I know the court said we didn't have to renew our objection, so that's why I'm bringing it up, because I am going to want to or dire the witness. And
I will allow you to do that in front of the jury. That's fine. So the appropriate time for that would be after the state lays whatever foundation they are, and they say we move in exhibit whatever it is, and then I turn to you for the objection. You can say I wish to voir dire, and I'll give you that opportunity, and then you can just say I maintain my objection or withdraw it, or as you please.
Yes, Judge.
All right. that we need to discuss before we proceed?
Nothing from the state.
Very well, thank you. Bring them on.
Hey, AP. No damn well Michael Turtleneck was one of the suspects coming out of the car blocking Triple X. One tall on the right, one shorter on the left. Okay. Someone just crack a tinny in the middle of the court? What it sounded like.
Recognize that as forward.
Grand line.
My wife likes that very much.
Oh, so it was the judge.
That's all.
Entering.
Good
All
God,
right,
take your
ladies,
time.
The court will come to order. The parties are present, the jurors are present. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I trust all of you were long courts. Thank you. State, call your next.
State calls Robert Allen.
All right, so she said that they're probably going to be on this guy right through to the end of the day, and probably into tomorrow, which I fully expect, given that the defense is going to have to hammer this guy and make him look as less credible as possible. Oh, damn.
Raise your right hand if you sworn.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated. Please state your full name and spell your first and last name for the record.
Probably Perrier.
Thank you. Mr. Allen, nice and loud. That bar that's in front of you is a microphone, so just please make sure you project your voice so all of us can hear you back there, okay? All right, so good afternoon, Mr. Allen. I'm gonna start out with what's the obvious. You have on a uniform, correct?
Yes.
Where are you in custody, in Broward? You're currently in custody right now in Broward County, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to talk about what you're in custody for. You've been indicted on first-degree murder, correct?
Yes.
And for a second count of armed robbery, correct?
Yes.
That was for the case that is against the victim, Jase Encore.
Yes.
Oh, damn, that was... Shit. Oh, at least they finally turned it off eventually. It did not take them long to bring in a sidebar objection for that. Jesus. Unfortunately, I think we can probably expect quite a bit of this, because if they're trying to make sure that this guy isn't going to tar their clients, and pretty much every one of those defendant lawyers is going to jump up every single time. Why do they put the white noise music through? I wish I knew. Like, there's no real need for it. Just cut the feed, for God's sakes, if need be. So if he says stuff in other suspects' head, he's going to be a snitch, and that's something you don't do. That's very true, T-Nation. I'm fully expecting this guy to. I'm assuming that in exchange for his testifying, that maybe they might move him to, I don't know, solitary or something, because he ain't gonna survive long. Not gonna lie. Just along the short of it, unfortunately. The trouble is, I don't have much to comment on here because he literally all he said was, "Yes, I'm in jail." I'm like, bloody hell. But it's very clear that they don't like what this guy's got to say. I mean, obviously, as he's going to be the main state's witness. So, God, I hope they don't take long with this. He's definitely a bottom. But yeah, he's a big boy. Let's be perfectly honest. Actually, I should change that ticker while I'm at it too, because he's already on the stand. Oh, good, we're already back. Thank God for that. Come on, get your shit together, cameraman. What, are you serious? What, did you jump the gun? He's in jail, not for long. Jason.
Okay, this is where we left off. You're currently in custody, correct?
Yes.
And you were indicted for first-degree murder and also for armed robbery in the case for the victim, Jose Envoy, correct?
Yes.
Now, the case that you were indicted for had 3 co-defendants.
Yes.
Who are the 3 co-defendants that you were indicted with?
Michael Boatwright, Trayvon Newsome, and Dedrick Williams.
Okay, we'll get into the details about that in just a minute. You're not on trial today, obviously. You're here as a state's witness, correct?
Yes.
You have entered a guilty plea as to your involvement, correct?
Yes.
And as a result of that guilty plea, your charge was changed from first-degree murder to second-degree murder, correct?
Yes.
Now, I'm asking you open-endedly, have I, or Ms. Buffalo, or any representative from the state offered you a sentence guaranteed that you're going to get as a result of your testimony today?
No.
Now, it's obvious you're testifying. You hope to be able to get a sentence that may allow you to see life outside of prison one day? Okay. But you don't know currently what you will be sentenced to, correct?
Yes.
As you are aware, is it possible that you could still receive life in prison?
Yes.
Now, have you been offered any beneficial or preferential treatment as a result of your pleading guilty?
No.
You currently are a convicted felon, correct?
Yes.
And you've been convicted in 2 separate cases. I believe there were 12 counts total.
Wow.
For prior felonies.
Yes.
And that's not including what you pled guilty to for this case, but you have not been sentenced to, correct?
Yes.
Boy, gone away for a long time, apparently.
So let's talk a little bit about, we're gonna talk a lot about why you were even indicted and what you know about the case, okay? First, I wanna go down the line and have you identify who you remember is who from the defendants, okay?
Here we go.
Please, do you see Michael Boatwright in this courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay, identify him by an article of clothing and where is he seated?
He wearing that bitch ass turtleneck.
Black suit with a gray turtleneck. Sitting closer to this one.
Okay? And do you see Trayvon Newsome in this courtroom today?
Yes.
Where is he seated? And identify him by an article of his clothing.
Over there. Probably in the middle of the table. Gray suit.
Okay? And do you see Dedrick Williams in this courtroom today? Identify him and where is he seated in this courtroom? And you can identify him please by an article of his clothing.
Black suit.
It's funny because she's saying identify by article of clothing
All right, well,
because he
there's 2
can't
people
point
that
because of the
have on black
handcuffs.
suits. So give me a little bit more description as to the Okay, what race is he?
Black.
All right. Your Honor, please let the record identify, or please let the record reflect an in-court identification by this witness of Michael Boatwright.
So noted.
Please let the record reflect an in-court identification of this witness of Trayvon Newsome.
Guy's so salty.
So noted.
Please let the record reflect an in-court identification of this witness of Dedrick Williams.
So noted.
Okay. Let's start with, who did you know the longest out of the three defendants that are here today? How long did you know Dedrick for? Now, are you talking about 8 or 9 years from 2023, or are you talking about from 2018, which is the year we're gonna talk most about? Okay. So at the time of 2018, you knew him for about 3 years? Just doing simple math? Okay, so how long?
Okay, so how long did you know for him then?
And were you, how good of friends were you? Give me an idea. Did you hang out often? Did you hang out several times a week? Okay, so how often would you say that you hung out with Dedrick Williams? Almost every day. Now, Dedrick Williams is the name that you identified him by. Is he known by a nickname? What's his nickname?
Oh, shit.
Did he have another
Hey, Marty.
nickname regarding what he did?
What are they doing with plus size Tekashi 6ix9ine on the stand here?
You can answer.
What was that?
Plus size Tekashi 6ix9ine, the guy who ratted on his crew and
Oh, okay.
snitched.
Do you know why he was called that? Okay, so we're talking about Dedrick Williams, and you said because he does tattoos, he was called Tattoo Man Chucky.
Tattoo Man Chucky.
Now, how well did you know Trayvon Newsome? You have to speak up. Remember that bar in front of you, nice and loud, Mr. Allen.
I know that,
Okay, back in 2018. How often did you see him though?
almost every day.
Now, why is that if you didn't know him that well? Was he staying with you at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And how long in 2018 was he living with you?
So every month.
Now, I'm saying 2 or 3 months in 2018. I'm going to also narrow that down to the time of the homicide, which is June 18th of 2018. Was he living, referring to Trayvon Newsome, living with you at that time?
Yes.
Okay, and by living, I'm asking you, he didn't have another residence, he was at your residence every day, slept there every day?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how about Michael, before I move on to Michael Boatwright, did Trayvon Newsome have a nickname that he went by?
Trey.
Okay. Sometimes he'd be referred to as Trey. All right. Now, Michael Boatwright, how well do you know Michael Boatwright?
About 2 years.
From 2018 we're talking about?
Yes.
How often did you see Michael Boatwright at that time?
Almost every day.
Did Michael Boatwright have a nickname?
Boatwright.
You just refer to as his last name?
Yes.
So, I know that you've gone down the line and told us how close you were to each of the defendants. Did all 4 of you hang out together?
Yes.
How often?
Almost every day.
And how long was this type of, I guess, friendship between the 4 of you where you hung out every day? And this was during the time of the homicide of June 2018?
Yes.
Stingy.
Okay.
I can
Came a
barely
point in
hear you.
time
Chat, how's his volume?
Prior to June 18th, 2018. I'm
You can
talking
barely
about
hear
the day
me.
before,
Yeah.
Where
Is that better?
there was some type of agreement or
Not
plan,
usually.
however
I'm
you
trying to.
refer it,
I might have to play with the
rent
audio
the
settings,
vehicle.
guys.
You recall that? Okay, so tell us about that. Whose idea was it to rent the vehicle? You have to speak up nice and loud.
Dedrick,
Okay, so it was Dedrick's idea to rent the vehicle. Why? Rob who? So when you say it was idea, what was
Here, is that
supposed to be
better?
the plan? You rent the vehicle and
Little bit,
what?
yeah.
Tell us in detail.
Okay. I messed with it on back end.
Okay.
And when you say we,
I'm hoping that
who
hasn't
we?
dropped the court.
me, Michael, Trey, and Dedrick.
The four of you.
Yes.
Was there supposed to be anybody else involved that you're aware of?
No.
Okay. So who was supposed to rent the vehicle?
I'm too loud now?
On June 17th, the day before the homicide.
No, I mean, of course we're going to be too loud compared to the court.
Who is that?
If we didn't have mumbles on the stand, you could hear it better.
And I'm talking about before June 17th, 2018. How long did you know her before that date?
Apparently, I'm going to have to watch this myself so I can gauge the audio.
How often had you seen Tony Robinson before that date?
Almost every other day.
Who introduced you to Tony Robinson?
Dedrick.
And when he introduced you, how did he introduce her? Like, as what did he say, if anything, was the relationship to her?
Projection of hearsay. And I was his sister, and she was on that conflict.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you.
Speak nice and loud so that we can hear you all the way back here.
And that was his sister, and then he was on the car, and she was
Is that better, Digger?
Okay. Do you know how she was supposed to rent the car? For example, was she supposed to go to like an Alamo or one of those
All right,
places
I've
like
dropped
Enterprise,
down
or
Marty's
do you know how?
feed. Everyone's saying perfect now.
Okay.
I'm just going to have to work out why I can't hear you. Because if everyone else can, that's fine.
Yeah, she goes to the app.
Like you can't hear me at all?
Had you or
Yeah, no, it's probably something on my back
any
end.
of the co-defendants
Oh,
ever
okay.
used that app before?
No.
Okay, so this was the first time? As far as you know, using that app to
No,
rent a car,
I can hear you, like, but
in
just
general.
the court completely drowns you out of my ears.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, the app that she used, why was it
It's probably
that
because you have the
she
court
was renting the
really
car
loud to
for
try
the
and
four of you?
balance it and send it out louder.
I'll ask you,
Probably.
breaking it down. Were you able to rent the car?
No.
Okay. And do you know why she was renting the car? If you don't know, it's okay. Okay. There came a point in time where the car had to be picked up, as far as you know, correct?
Yes.
Who picked up the car?
Me. Yeah, me and Michael Boatwright.
Okay. And was there anybody else besides you and Michael Boatwright that picked up the car?
Yes.
Who?
Tony Robinson.
Where did you pick the car up from?
Somewhere in Maryland.
And when did you pick up the car?
I'm still in charge, I can't hear you.
June 17th, 2018.
What time did you pick up the car? Was the sun still up or did the sun already set? Okay. Do you recall how long you were supposed to have the car for?
I did.
And do you know, out of the four of you, who was supposed to drive around the car during this time that you said you were supposed to be robbing people?
Oh, no shit.
What's up, ninja?
Who out of the
Oh,
four of
careful.
you
We're probably
decided
coming in quite
that
hot there.
Dedrick
What's up,
was gonna drive
Vices?
the car?
Fuck is
All
up
right.
with this?
Hopefully, I haven't just blown everybody's ears out. How you doing, buddy?
I'm great. I'm doing much better than his hair is.
In the car,
Shit, now I can't
besides
eat
the four of you,
Much
what
better
else,
than him too.
if
This
anything,
is the
did
snitch.
you have in
So
order to be able to do this, to rob people?
No, I had words, I got max,
Why?
for
Okay? You expected to be armed with a firearm?
Yes,
Did at any point all four of you expect to be armed with a firearm?
yes.
And what was the purpose of having
Did I
a
miss?
mask or masks, plural?
I think it's because the
I identify.
I can't hear shit, Jeff. I think it's because I've got the audio boost of boosting the
Who
cord
was
audio.
supposed to be wearing the mask?
Everyone.
you haven't missed much, Jeff.
So now, I'm gonna ask you.
Just wondering what I
about
missed.
Firearms that
Ah.
each of you have.
Not a lot.
What
This is
kind of
the
firearms do you
state's
have?
main witness. He's already been convicted. He pled guilty to second-degree murder.
What kind of
and,
firearms did Michael Boatwright
Basically,
have?
the
on
three
that,
defense lawyers
June
really want this
18th,
guy to be
2017
discredited in any way possible.
If I'm not mistaken, it's a GSK 22 rifle,
Now, when you say 22 rifle, you know the caliber of the rifle?
22.
22 caliber, okay? What kind of firearm did Trayvon Newsome have?
Now, Smith and Wesson 38.
Okay. Revolver.
Damn.
What kind of firearm did Dedrick Williams have?
Smith, Taurus 38 revolver.
And was there anything that you recall that stood out, for example, about Dedrick Williams' 38 revolver firearm that he had?
Yes.
What?
A hammer with gold and trigger with gold.
Okay. So it stood out for that reason because it was ornate?
Yes.
Now, let me take you to the morning of June 18th,
And this
2018.
prosecutor, who's this dude?
Okay?
I think it's a
Hang on.
chick.
Recall that day? When.
Oh, there we
where
go.
did
All I had
the
to do was
start
bring the
that day?
audio booster up for me on the other end. Now I can hear you. So that chick there with the blue on is the prosecutor. She's quite a bit of a bulldog, not going to lie.
Where was Dedrick
They've already had
Williams when
several
the
motions in
three of
limine.
you,
Well,
Michael
she's done
Boatwright,
quite
Trayvon
decently,
Newsome
actually.
were at your house?
But yeah, it's basically her
At
against
what
three.
point was it
Oh,
either
I
discussed
swear one of them's a mob
or did you
lawyer. I'm not going to lie.
decide to all four get together and then
Rappers
actually
can afford
leave
mob
to
lawyers.
go do what you said you were
Yep.
gonna do?
At what time?
Yes.
Maybe like 2 o'clock.
Okay, so pro tip: if you're going
Who
to
initiated that
try and
conversation?
rob people, bring more than a fucking 22. Come on.
How did you initiate it?
More to the point, I love that.
You have to
Out of
speak up nice and
everything.
loud so that we can hear you all the way back here.
The way that the three lawyers were going on about, oh no, we're
And
sure
what
that
do
this
you
particular guy
understand
didn't have a
that
gun,
to be?
and he's just sat there and pointed out what gun the guy was carrying down to the caliber.
What did
Oops.
you say in response to Dedrick Williams initiating that conversation?
Because they had the deceased uncle on the stand like
What did
earlier today.
Michael Boatwright
And
say
they're trying to
in
pull him
response
apart,
to
going, well, you know, you were
Williams
making this
initiating that
impression, but was the guy standing there trying to pull this chain off the guy's
And
shirt?
what did
And the guy's
Trayvon
like,
Newsome
no,
say
he was
in
holding a
response
gun.
to
This, the mob,
Dedrick Williams
what I'm calling the
initiating
mob
that
lawyer was doing everything he could to make it sound like his client did not have a gun on him.
You can answer.
Between the uncle and this guy, he's just
At
blown
some
that out of
point,
the water.
was this in person?
It's that's not how it happened.
So
Testimony.
when all four
Basically,
of you
yeah.
were together and you said doesn't matter, how did you decide where you were gonna go?
We haven't decided yet.
So at what point did you actually leave the four of you in that car?
Checking that out.
Second pro tip: don't have Fat Albert in your
Okay, so
group
when you're
because
saying
he's gonna
Chuck, you're
turn and
referring to
snitch.
also you refer to him as Chuck sometimes, or teacher?
Yeah.
Okay. You say you didn't have a mask, what do you need the mask for?
Wait a minute, I get 3 meals a day? Fuck
What
it,
kind
sign
of
me
car
up.
was it
I'm in.
that was rented through the Turo app by Tony Robinson? So after Dedrick Williams realizes that he doesn't have a mask to rob people, what did you guys decide to do?
Went and bought one. I love that. They went and bought
Where?
a ski mask.
They don't need to buy one. They all look alike.
drove to
Sorry. Just
Okay,
joking.
so Dietrich's driving.
Get spicy this morning. How's the
driver's
Murdoch
seat.
trials?
Who's
Soul
in the
crushing
front
yet?
passenger seat? Who was in the back passenger seat? And where were you seated? When you're in the car on the way to Reba Motorsports, the firearms that you just detailed that everybody was in possession of, where were those firearms? Okay, when you say in the car, were they in the back or did everybody have their own respective firearms?
Oh Jesus!
Oh,
This
shit.
guy's gonna be killed in prison.
Oh yeah.
What time did you get to Reba Motorsports?
Putting out a new tweet. Witness on the stand. Fourth member of the crime, Robert Allen. Dead
When you
man
get
walking.
there, what if anything did you realize?
Dead snitch walking
from
or
the
something.
parking lot, or did any of you realize from the parking lot? How? So what does Dedrick Williams say when he notices the victim from the parking lot? Did the three, you included, look up and see who he was referring to?
Yes, he was already in the store.
Okay, so I'll ask you one by one. What did you say in response to Dedrick Williams pointing out that XXX was walking into Reba Motorsports? What did Michael Boatwright say in response to Dedrick Williams pointing out that XXX was walking into Reba Motorsports?
Nothing.
And what did Trayvon Newsome say in response to Dedrick Williams pointing out that XXX was walking into Reba Motorsports?
Nothing.
So what did Dedrick Williams say next?
When we pulled up next to the car,
What car?
BMW, X car.
How do you know that it was X's car?
Because X got out of it.
Okay.
Because his
So
license
Dedrick
plate was
Williams-
triple
Dedrick Williams was
X.
driving and
something.
intentionally pulled up next to Triple X's car. And what does he do next with whatever it is that he pulled up on his phone?
We showed it, it's the same car.
Where was he looking? What images were you looking at? If you said he showed us, from what?
Instagram.
Okay, do you know whose Instagram account it was?
No.
Do you recall what the Instagram photograph or what the image
Jamie
looked
Blenders.
like? Okay. And what was the purpose of Dedrick Williams pointing out the car from Instagram?
I guess he's just writing beep again.
So at some point, he confirms
Wait, that
that
wasn't.
that's the car, and then
Ah, never mind.
what's said next?
That wasn't me, he says.
They tell me to go inside.
That's fucking Kaiser.
When you say
I'm calling
they,
enough to say if he's getting greenlit or not, still doubt it.
There's three co-defendants. Who told you to go inside with Dedrick Williams to see if XXX was in there?
Michael Boatwright.
Oh, this rat fuck is
They
gonna
both did.
die.
Told you to go inside.
Yeah. I think he
And
knows. I think he's given
do
up
you know
honestly because
why?
he's ratting
What was
everything.
the purpose
Yep.
of
Oh my
them telling you to
god.
go inside versus all four of you going inside, or them just going inside themselves?
No,
The judge has been really good on the objections on this one too. He's been really fair in my
What,
opinion.
if anything, did Dedrick Williams say in response to Michael
Pretty
Boatwright
short on him. No.
and
not
Trayvon
taking a
Newsome
long time.
telling you and Dedrick Williams to go inside?
Teacher was already going in, but they just wanted to hear me say that it was actually him.
So they wanted to hear it from you as well.
Yes.
And the purpose you're saying for going in is to confirm that it was actually XXX?
Yes.
Oh god.
And if it was XXX, if there was a confirmation, then what was supposed to happen?
Don't
What
say
was
it.
the plan?
Don't say it.
So when you say to confirm that it's him, was there going to be a next step as far as to target XXX?
I don't know. I told him.
Okay, so at some point after Michael Boatwright and Trayvon Newsome tell you to go inside, you actually go inside?
Yes.
Who do you go inside with?
I would love to see
Do
what
you
the
recall,
what the faces on the defendants look like right now.
How you were dressed?
Yes.
How were you dressed?
Black t-shirt. Black.
I'd imagine they're sharpening their shanks right now.
How was Dedrick Williams dressed?
I would be.
Undershirt on. I think sweatpants and some orange socks.
How was
I'm sorry,
Michael
sir. Can you
Boatwright
mumble
dressed?
louder?
The mic in this court is terrible. There's like a black bar that runs across
How
right
was
next to
Trayvon
that
Newsome
screen that's the
dressed?
microphone, and
Yeah.
people are either giving it a deep throat blowjob or they're nowhere near it.
Okay.
I swear.
Oh, that first guy was terrible. Like
Now, when you go inside.
for half an hour straight.
Oh,
It was terrible.
before we have to get to the point where you go inside. How tall are you?
Rabbit, I don't know that it'll matter if they transfer him out of state. If it gets around, he's gone.
He's toast.
At the time in 2018? Okay. And I'm asking you
think that was in the court.
relation to.
Everybody's looking
first
around.
starting with Dedrick Williams. Were
But
you
I don't have an
heavier than
iPhone
Dedrick
anymore.
Williams
What?
Or thinner than Dedrick Williams? Trayvon
Ancient
Newsome,
Chinese
were you
secret.
heavier than Trayvon Newsome or thinner than Trayvon
Audiobooster.com.
Newsome?
Puts a little widget
Michael
on there and
Boatwright.
you can
Were
boost it
heavier than Michael
600% the
Boatwright or
volume.
thinner than
Oh yeah, no,
Michael
that's what I had, and that's why I couldn't hear you because I boosted it on the trial stream.
Ask
But
about height.
I hadn't boosted this
Okay.
screen, so I couldn't hear you over there
Who
over
is
it.
taller, you or Michael Boatwright? How tall is Michael Boatwright from what you can recall?
Is Michael Boatwright the white guy?
No,
No,
he's
he's
the
the
idiot
turtleneck.
wearing the
Who is
turtleneck.
taller, you or
Okay.
Trayvon Newsome?
I thought she was pointing to a
How tall
white
is
guy. I'm
Trayvon
like, that's
Newsome, you
weird.
recall? Who is taller, you or Dedrick Williams? How tall is Dedrick Williams?
Laying down or
Who
standing
is the
up?
tallest out of the four of you? And then who would you say is the next tallest? So you're in the store.
How do you stack up against a LeBron James?
Do you,
No glitter fart. That's why I thought it was
The
weird.
where? To your left when you're walking into the store? What was he wearing? Okay. What else did you notice about him? Do you remember how his hair was styled?
So it's really weird. Like I can't work this out because I've had a look at this motorcycle store that he supposedly was going to. He reckons that he was trying to withdraw 250,000 from the bank. They only had 50K on hand that they gave to him that he put in his Louis Vuitton bag.
Remember if he had on any jewelry?
Then he goes to the motorcycle store to look at motorcycles. Nothing there's more expensive than say 30K per motorcycle. So unless he was buying 10 of them, I don't necessarily believe the story.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, even if you're gonna like go and buy a Ducati, you're looking at 50 grand. That's it.
Mm.
Well, you guys are
Like
missing
top
the-
of the line Ducati.
Okay.
He has to buy
At what
matching
point
ones for
did
his
he
entire
tell you
crew.
that the victim
So,
had jewelry?
you know, like 10 people, 30K, that's 300 grand.
I don't know.
Did you
I mean,
see if
look,
the victim
if
was
he had to
with
take his uncle with him to make the withdrawal, I don't think his crew deserves motorcycles, you know?
Who?
You did note from
The other
mom to get
person?
money out of the bank.
Can you identify what person?
That's
looked
effectively
like?
what happened. His mum made sure that his uncle went with him because she was worried something like this would happen. And the first thing that the uncle did when it happened is he turned tail and ran.
When you were in there, had you ever seen XXX before that date and time?
Triple X, isn't he a wrestler?
Do you know if Michael Boatwright was familiar with XXX?
I'm just glad they're
Do
not
you
using his
know
full name.
if
I
Trayvon Newsome was familiar with XXX? Do you know if
I don't know if they used his
Dedrick
real
Williams was
name.
familiar with XXX?
It's Court.
What did he say, or how did he tell you?
It's actually a damn good question, really.
Do you know
I
was he a
presume because they're
follower
trying to
on
harp
Instagram?
on the fact that, you know, he was a famous rapper that died.
Gotcha.
His uncle was not the best security.
Besides Dedrick Williams first initiating conversation about robbing XXX.
And I couldn't
Was
work
there
out what the
anybody, and I
mob lord was
mean
going. No, it
anybody,
wasn't the mob lord. It was the other one. I couldn't work out
whether
what he
it's
was going on.
somebody that,
When the uncle was on the
you know,
stand, he was
you know
berating the
personally or
uncle
not, was there
because the
anybody
uncle
else
brought
that
security
brought
with
up
him to the
or
to the
was
court.
responsible
And he's like,
for
how
the
could you
for
afford to have
robbing
two big
XXX
burly black guys
besides
standing here in
Dedrick
security? And he's like, I told you, my family put the money together.
Was there anybody, for example, that hired you to do this?
No,
Was there anybody that initiated it for any reason that you haven't told us today?
no,
Now, when you spotted Triple X,
Oh
did
yeah,
he
that
actually-
reminds me.
could
They were
you
trying to
tell
blame
who
Drake
Triple X
for the murder.
you?
I don't think it's beneficial.
He deserves it.
Where did you go from that point?
I'd be okay with
Stay
that.
around Triple X or did
Damn
you
Canadian.
walk on?
All right.
Where? Why?
That's what I'm asking.
So what did you do when I say you and Dedrick Williams, what did you do next?
I'm walking, I'm trying to call Michael Boatwright.
When you say tried, what do you mean you tried? Why were you trying to call Michael Boatwright? Okay, remember, keep your voice nice and loud.
Oh, gee, yeah.
So,
Remember.
What did you do next after the call wasn't able to go through to Michael? How long were you in the store?
He said with literally no change in
Were
volume.
masks actually purchased?
Yes.
By who? Do you know what kind of mask?
Black man.
And do you know how many, if any? Were you there at the counter when he was purchasing the mask?
Yeah, Corn Pope. He's definitely Canadian.
After Dedrick Williams purchased his mask to rob that day, where did
He's
you
a
guys
tiny
do
whisper
that?
thin douche. What did he expect?
What's up, gentlemen?
Hey, look, he decided to join the party.
How we doing?
Did you see
We're here.
Yeah, they're still awake,
Triple
thankfully.
X again on the way out of the store?
I'm putting Marty up.
Where
top of
was
him.
he?
You can get
second
covered by the
time
banner.
you saw him?
Fantastic.
Do you know if Triple X noticed you the second time on the way out? What, if anything, did you do next?
This guy's in danger.
Oh, he's
So based on what you're telling
he's
me, you
past
exited the
danger.
store first, before Triple X?
At this point, it's
Rat
just a question of what
bastard's
takes him out
gone.
first.
Where was the
Yeah.
car?
A shank or a
By
heart
the car. Which car are you referring to? That you walked to?
Diabetes.
He can't wait for
Where was it?
diabetes.
And who was that car? Was
Diabetes.
there?
The shank will get him way before the diabetes does.
So when you get back into the car, what position, who was the driver? Who was the front passenger?
Michael Boatwright.
Who was the back passenger?
Trayvon Newsome.
And where were you seated?
Behind you.
Oh, he's fucking dead.
And now that you're back in the car, where are the firearms?
This is some extra level ratting
Where?
going on here.
Are they
Oh, yeah.
in a lump in a trunk?
And he's
or
not getting
are
anything
they
out of it
ready
either.
to
It's not like they're
have the
reducing his
firearms?
sentence. It's not like that's what he agreed to or anything like that. He's doing this purely to fuck over these three guys.
There is no honor
At
among
this point,
thieves.
what do you discuss now that the
I'm gonna
four
go
of
out
you
on a
are
limb
back
here.
in the
I
car
think this guy is
and
not
confirmed
entirely
for
intelligent.
the three co-defendants that he saw
You
And maybe
think?
doesn't understand the difference between the first and second degree murder charge.
Well, I mean, he's still facing life. So to him, there may not be a difference in his mind, honestly.
So you
You
were
know
aware that there was
they're gonna give him
surveillance
life either way.
in Riva Motorsports.
If they get convictions,
And when you
he's gonna
say
get life.
that's not a good idea because I'm on camera, why did you care about that?
Like this, did you think he does the Ralph Wiggum? I'm in
Like, what? I can't hear
danger.
you. I just not-
I knew it was a great chance I was going to be caught.
I mean, I have that somewhere.
And
I'm sorry, does he have a
Of course you do.
Yeah. Okay.
You knew it was a great chance that you were gonna be caught, and why is that significant to you? It's kind of obvious that you didn't want to get arrested. How did Michael Boatwright feel about that? What did he say he felt about that?
Cute way of getting around the ejection.
How about Trayvon Newsome? And what did Dedrick Williams say?
He asked me to scared.
He asked the two, Trayvon Newsome and Michael Boatwright, if they're scared. And what, if anything, in response to Dedrick Williams saying, "Are you scared?" did Michael Boatwright do? All right, we're gonna get him. Who's the him? What, if anything, in response to Dedrick Williams saying,
I don't
"Are
know
you
why I feel
scared?"
bad for this
did
guy,
Trayvon
but
Newsome do?
I do.
He's not gonna have a good time.
All right, you talk.
I'm in danger. I think he said the same thing.
Right
Now-
on time.
That the four of you are in the car, and I guess you decided you're
Oh, come on.
going
Tape
to
buffering.
get XXX. How then does Michael Boatwright?
Oh, the sun's
get
coming up. That's why a bunch of other
arrested?
people are trying to use the Australian internet.
On his back hoodie,
And what else?
his mask.
And what about Trayvon Newsome? How does he get dressed?
Yeah, that's why I buffer these days a lot, because right when the trial starts is right when when like 20 million
How
Koreans
was
go,
it
let's play
decided
fucking
between
Harry
the four of
Potter.
you that Michael Boatwright and Trayvon Newsome were going to wear the mask and the hoodie?
Laney thought it was a woman.
He was driving. And I told him I was not getting out.
He might be. Don't be a bigot.
Because I knew
Hey, there's this way to not get deleted.
So just from that, it
What,
was
transferring to
decided
the
then
female
that
portion of the prison?
Trayvon Newsome
Yeah, hell
and
yeah.
Michael
It's
Boatwright-
ma'am.
Get out with the mask.
Well, ma'am, I think you'd still get shanked, frankly.
Where did you guys
Again,
go
I'd like to
from there?
remind
So
everybody that I
everybody
do
knows
identify as a woman in the case that I ever have to go to prison. It's on record. I want everybody to
We
know
know
that.
this.
Why?
We know
Why did
everybody.
you move from the Regal parking lot to park across the street?
Just Dawn, I had to start unpacking a mystery. This is the fourth guy. This is the guy that was in the car that pled guilty to second-degree murder, and he is snitching on the other three to the point where we know he is not going to see the end of the week.
that it looked like we left.
So it's Chucky's idea to act like you left so that you're not on camera?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware?
You're on camera
that
now,
Cleveland's
bitch.
Cameras extended all the way to across the street where you parked?
No.
Now, what was the purpose of even, besides,
On the upside, at least coming up, we
trying
are
to
going to see the actual
evade
compilation
being on
compilation
camera,
of the
what was the purpose
footage.
of waiting across the street? What were you waiting for?
The defense tried to argue that it shouldn't be admitted because she didn't have the full
Who's him?
unredacted version of the footage
Why were you waiting
to
for him
admit,
to
and she
pull
won't
out
have it till tomorrow
of
because apparently it's got to be
court?
gone on a USB drive. Judge overruled, thank God for
Whose
that.
idea was that
Um,
to block off the victim as he's leaving Riva Motorsports?
That's speculation.
How is it speculation?
Please answer, whose idea was it?
Dedrick Williams.
Clearly, it wasn't.
Okay,
Since
so
this is really bad for our case, we're gonna
had you
object.
been to Riva Motorsports before that day?
Objection. On what grounds?
From
This is
what you
devastating to my
recall from
case.
the layout, do you
I love that
know
movie.
How many exits there were?
One.
I move for a bad
the
court
exit that-
thingy. You mean a mistrial? Yeah.
How was the rest of the building situated? Was it open space or was it enclosed with a gate? Okay. And when you're saying that Dietrich wanted to block them off,
R.I.P.
Was
Lucas
the
Ropes over
track
on
the victim
Rumble.
as
Yes,
he tried to
effectively over
exit?
10k each.
so once he's tracked, what was the
12 and a
plan
half if
supposed
you want to be
be?
technical.
Once
Outstanding.
cuts him off and tracks off his car, his being the victim in this case, what was the plan for the three of you? What was Michael Boatwright supposed to do? Okay. With the firearms that you just detailed a little earlier that they had?
Yes.
Interesting. But he's
How
saying that for the
long
most
did it
part, the
take
plan
while
was
you're
the glowing
sitting
the
there
bow tie
waiting
guy.
For the victim to come out of the store?
Which is ironic because that's mob boss's
Okay, so for
client.
10 minutes, the four of you sat, lying in wait for the victim to come out? What's the discussion happening as you're waiting for the victim to come out and you're about to target him between the four of you? Okay.
Just I would object to the witness clarify specifically who it is.
So if you would.
Sure.
Your Honor, does
As
this
the
look
four
like a
of you are
man
waiting
who's had all he
To
could eat?
target the victim, as you're lying in wait, what was Michael Boatwright saying in that 10 minutes that you are waiting to target the victim?
That's what we want to see.
As you're waiting, lying in wait for
Yeah.
10 minutes to target the victim, what was Trayvon Newsome saying? And as you're waiting for 10 minutes, lying in
That's
wait
the guy on the end
to
there.
target
That's
the
the.
victim,
Oh, sorry.
what was
That's
Dedrick
not
Williams
my boss.
saying?
That's I'm gonna call him Master Chef because he reminds me of one of the judges on Australian Master Chef.
Eventually, does the victim come out?
It's the Walmart door greeter over there in green.
Who is he with? Did it appear, from what you can tell in your vantage point, if the victim was armed? Did it appear from your vantage point that the victim even had any idea or knew from your vantage point, based on his demeanor, of what you guys were about to do? That there was some danger that was approaching?
Old judges, call him Pope. He kind of reminds me of George.
Okay, so the victim gets in the car. What position does the victim get? What position of the car, his own car, does he get in? What about the gentleman that you said, the black male that he was with? And what happens next?
As they're coming out of the room, either drops them off.
Yeah, RP Lucas, and it makes
When
no
you
sense
take it
as to
out-
why he keeps wearing turtlenecks either, because it's not like he has neck.
Did the
Oh,
car
actually, he does
tell us
have.
the speed
He does
in
have
which
some
it
neck
happened?
tattoos.
I think he does.
For example, did Michael Boatwright drive?
It was just a really bad
within
photo.
the limits of the law?
Do they say
And
kill
gingerly
triple
pull
X
out
on
in front of the
his neck
victim?
tattoo?
Oh wait, no, I was looking at the wrong photo. Hang on. I'll show him if we go to a break.
It just says convicted
How
murderer.
fast did Michael Boatwright get out the car?
It could be worse. At least
How
it's not.
fast
At least it's
Trayvon
not no
Newsome
red
get out
rats.
the car? Was there any discussion prior to that the two of them, referring to Michael Boatwright and Trayvon Newsome, were gonna get out the car at the same time, and then what they were gonna do once they got out the car? Okay. How was it decided who
Look
was
how
gonna
clean he
go
looks with that
to
turtleneck. He a
what
good boy.
side of the victim's car, for example, who was gonna go to the driver's side, who was gonna go to the passenger side of the victim's car? Okay. And where were you seated when you're watching all of this? So tell us, once Michael Boatwright gets out of the Dodge Journey and approaches the victim's vehicle, what does he, referring to Michael Boatwright, say and do? First, what does he say? Yes. What is he saying as you're saying robbing him? What does he say? Okay, what is he doing? I'm sorry? Nice and loud.
He had his rifle stuck inside, like inside the car,
What side of the car?
driver's side.
How is he holding the rifle? He being Michael Boatwright. Show us with your hands the best you can.
With the
In his handcuffs.
Your hands? Now I see your hands are, you're in custody, so your hands are handcuffed and shackled to your waist, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm using myself as an example, okay? How high? up?
Murder
Tell
me.
when to
Show me how
stop
you did it.
when I get to the height that he was holding the rifle.
It's like that chick that was like
Okay.
tricked into
So Michael
reenacting
Boatwright's
the murder
holding the rifle like
by a
this with
cop
two
during an
hands,
interview on camera.
And he's pointing it at the victim.
Yes.
Okay. How about?
That's why you're the
Trayvon
judge and
Newsome?
I'm the law
What
talking
does
guy.
he do
The lawyer.
once he gets out of the
Right.
car with his firearm?
He runs to the car.
For the record, this is why you do crimes alone, folks.
Whose necklace?
Don't involve others in your
At that
crimes.
point, Where was the passenger?
And don't post them
that was
online, morons.
Triple X?
Like, seriously, they posted pictures of themselves with the money like 2 hours after the fact.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ.
And from
Dollar
which
bills.
side of the car
Dollar
was
bills,
Trayvon
y'all.
Newsome trying to take
Dollar bills,
Triple
y'all.
X's necklace?
Rack City, bitch. Rack City, bitch.
Okay, so at the point that you're describing, both
So dumb.
Trayvon Newsome
Let's get an
and Michael
influencer
Boatwright are on the
contract.
driver's
Like,
side,
this money photo taken with Kodak.
while Michael Boatwright is holding the firearm.
You
on
can
the
almost
victim,
feel the cocaine.
Trayvon Newsome is trying to take his property. What, if anything, is Triple X doing in response to any of
It's
this?
just natural selection if you post your crimes online.
What is,
You deserve to
hear
get
what he's
caught.
saying? What is Trayvon Newsome, if anything, what is he saying? Were you able to hear him? At some point, what happens next after?
Ladies and germs, it's
they-
almost
Trayvon
5 a.m.
Newsome
here in
and Michael
Korea, and I've
Boatwright
got
are on the
to
same side of the
be to
driver's
the
side
office in about 3 hours, so
What happens next?
I need to get a little bit of sleep.
No, fair enough. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you
Good.
stopping by.
Or
Good
just
to
pop
see you,
in,
Jeff.
Stir some shit.
Does Trayvon Newsome go on the other
Get some
side?
Aussie love. Make sure you
What
like and
happens next?
subscribe to the Aussie Overlaw'd.
Please.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
I'm going to sleep.
Good night, Jeff.
What
I'm
bag?
done with that goddamn Murdoch trial. I'm so happy.
You were losing your mind for a
Remember
little
what kind
bit.
of bag it was? Tell us.
Blades, dude. See you,
Later,
small
Katie.
biggie.
Later.
What does
Small piggy.
Trayvon Newsome do after he grabs the bag?
Small biggie. Oh, that's funny.
Judge, I'm gonna ask him to speak to the mic.
As he's grabbing the bag, shots are fired.
Who shoots the shots that are fired?
Michael Boatwright,
Oh,
And who
Jesus.
does he shoot?
Oh, fuck.
Triple X,
Where does he shoot them from? What side of the car?
driver.
So if Triple X is
My
in
boss
the
ain't gonna be
driver's
happy
seat
now.
and Michael Boatwright is in the driver's side, the shots are coming onto Triple X's left side or right side?
My
Which
boss
side?
might fucking take him out right here on the stand.
And what happens after, how many times do you recall that Michael Boatwright shoots Triple X?
Maybe like 2 or 3 times.
What does Triple X do as a result of that? What does Michael Boatwright do next? What is
His
Trayvon
bird
Newsome
is singing.
Coming like slips and fall like a little bit.
What does Dedrick Williams do? Now, are all 4 of you back in the Dodge journey?
Yes,
What does Dedrick Williams do?
he drives off.
How long does this take from the point that Dedrick Williams cuts off the victim from leaving Reba Motorsports and Trayvon Newsome and Michael Boatwright get out and shove guns in the face of the victim? How long does all this take from start to finish?
That's the key word.
At some point, and I'm gonna get into what happens after the shooting, at some point you realize there was surveillance of everything that we're talking about today, correct? Now, may I
Oh, here we
question?
go.
I'm gonna show you what has been pre-marked for identification as state B. Do you recognize state B?
Yes,
How do you recognize state B?
I wish so.
And what else?
Hey,
Okay. Had you had an opportunity to review state B?
yes,
And does it fairly and accurately represent what you recall, the events and the images and the video of what happened on June 18th, 2018?
It's actually a good question, RP Lucas. I don't know. I don't know that they bothered charging him with that.
At this time, I move into evidence states B as stage 2.
Oh, you're on Rumble.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, who? Who is
John,
asking?
when did you actually watch the
Oh, yeah, Corn Pope. The whole thing's on video.
Today, just right before you began testifying, correct? It was in the jail hallway there, correct?
yes.
And basically, one of them's trying to say that because he's not on camera, he wasn't there and he was home asleep. Which is one of the guys that this guy just said was the one that did the shooting.
Did you watch all 28 minutes of what is on the video? There are, did you, when you watched the video, were there portions of the video that you are not present in, correct? You don't know. You don't know if there's portions of this video that you're not present in. Correct?
Just play the damn video. He doesn't need to authenticate the
You saw
entire thing.
yourself for the portion that the prosecutor showed you, correct? How many minutes of this video did the prosecutor actually show you? Was it more than 2 minutes? Yes. Or was it more than 5 minutes? So as far as what is on the video that you did not see, you would agree with me, you have no idea if what's on the video fairly and accurately reflects what actually happened because you weren't there.
That's how you're going to try and impeach this video. Are you fucking kidding me?
As far as I used to hear him.
Doesn't matter what's not there. It matters what's there.
You have to speak up to the mic.
It's not like he teleported.
Exactly.
Would you agree
He stepped out
with
of
me
screen. That
that
means he's
you
clearly
can
not there
enter
at this
right
point
now,
in time.
you cannot tell
Yeah, that's basically what they're arguing. That because he's not on
stupid.
screen, he can't verify what happened.
That's stupid.
that are on here actually fairly and accurately reflect what happened.
You missed the point where they all took off their masks and were white guys.
No, missed the part where they took out the mask and one of them was Drake.
Knowing the previous objections and I'll give you some information.
Consistent with your previous.
Joint, same grounds on behalf of Mr. Newsom.
Thank you.
I'm moving it into, as states two.
Over objection with students to Mark B. for identification shall be stated in states 2.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have they been showing videos played so far?
Not yet. That's what I'm waiting for this.
Mr.
This is the
Allen,
video.
While the clerk is
Ooh,
marking.
Blondie's looking good today.
In a moment,
Good angle,
I'm
anyway.
going to, with,
Yeah.
the court's permission.
Not as great when she turns around, but from the back, yeah.
Thank you. Actually play the video for all of us.
Here we
We'll
go.
play it one time through, all the way through, and then I'll ask you questions about it,
I
okay?
hope they show it on
All right.
screen.
Oh, please show it.
Once it starts to play, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Show the damn screen. Show the damn screen. There we go.
Richard, I post all my crimes on Twitter. It's I did that at twitter.com.
Okay, guys, strap in. This is 28 minutes worth of footage.
It's queuing up the video.
I'm gonna have to
You've
take off
met me
at
before today,
3
correct?
my time, so I'll just
Have
quietly
we
duck out
watched the
All
surveillance
right.
video from Reba
and watch
before
Thank you for
today?
joining.
Have we watched it in its
Yeah, go pick up my
entirety
kids. I might be
together
back,
before
but-
today? We've watched it actually together multiple times, correct?
How is that leading?
It's not. I'm confused as to why they even tried that objection.
Huh? Okay. Please, yes. Okay, so we're gonna let it play all the way through and then we'll.
All right. This particular scene, so when it comes back to this is important because that's where the car gets stopped in.
Okay.
It's all right, just cause. Catch it on the replay then.
That's what they make earbuds for, my friend.
I don't know how you watch a video through earbuds.
You can still listen. I mean, there's no audio, but they can listen.
So that's him and his uncle.
Yes. Yep. Again, they've got some nice bikes there, but there's nothing that would warrant 250k.
No.
Was he wearing a Xi Jinping jacket?
I think that was a Winnie the Pooh jacket. I was going to say something about it.
Okay, so now we're keeping an eye out for what's his face coming in to check whether or not it actually is him.
That car was pulling up, right? Yeah.
There's the car. There's the Voyager.
Cellophane, because I suppose it shows the shooting.
Oh, yeah. No, Corn Pope, he tried to have 250k on him. He went to the bank and he was only able to take out 50, but he would have walked in there with 250k if he'd been able to. Was it a Journey? I thought it was a Voyager. Oh, look, doesn't matter. The black SUV.
Isabel, yeah.
Is that the dude on the stand?
No. That should be... Oh, actually, maybe it is. I can't tell.
Yeah, that's Cheeseburger Eddie.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the two of them there. That's one of the guys that's on in the defense box, and that's the okay. Wow, that actually was a Winnie the Pooh jacket too.
This is why we need to stop criminal loitering. He would be alive if we did it.
See, what's funny is it's very obvious that they're not there to look at the bikes either.
Right.
Like if you're going to stalk someone, people at least do it discreetly.
Right.
Oh, cover your mouth, mate.
Get it together, buddy.
Yeah, this was 2018 Corn Pope.
Okay, so my question is, how did they know he had the cash, or were they just trying to kill him?
That's the question.
I think he had a gold chain that he was known for wearing that was full of diamonds, which from the sounds of it is what they were initially after. I don't think they knew that the money was in the bag. They just happened to find it during the commission of the robbery.
Okay.
You get a reputation if you floss like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was actually doing something. It looks like he's actually being a participant of the store, or whatever you want to call it. No, Isabel, they just they basically block off the vehicle as he's trying to leave the car park. The guy goes around to the driver's side, shoots him, and then they take the Louis Vuitton bag that has the 50k in it.
That's what I said, migraine gain.
It's a good point, Lucas. Don't be flashy, people. If you are, you better be strapped.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was a weird day for him to actually be unarmed as well. Like, if you know you're carrying around that much cash, it's a weird day to not have your weapon on you.
Yeah.
Was he known for carrying a weapon?
I'm just assuming. I know that that's stereotyping a rapper, but come on.
Maybe that's why the uncle was there. Maybe that's why he ran away immediately.
Or have a real bodyguard. It's a good point.
Well, maybe the uncle was carrying.
Exactly, Comer. Man, Cheeseburger is an important man. He's been on the phone the whole damn time.
Oh, yeah, guarantee it's to the other two in the car, though.
Oh, guaranteed.
There's nobody on that phone. Look at how I was doing it. There's nobody on that phone.
Not even really being discreet about following him to his car either. Yes, migraine gain, they are thick as shit. Especially Cheeseburger.
Yeah, they're not missing a whole lot of meals. That's for damn sure.
Nope.
I had a comment, but I'm going to keep that one to myself.
Pretending to look at an ATV.
If there were still newspapers, they could have gotten away with this. Just sit on the bench and look at your newspaper.
That's a totally normal thing to do at a motorsports place. Well, I'm just going to sit here and read my Bible for a little while.
Reading Harry Potter before the game comes out.
Are they in camera still? What?
Yeah. Hang on. Where's the... They're over here.
Okay.
You just can't see it because it's dark.
Why can't we see it?
No comment.
We're going to leave that one alone.
Yeah.
I don't want to, though.
We're going to leave that one alone.
I self-censored as I was talking.
Oh.
video's still playing. I'm gonna laugh if someone in the court's like, "Oh yeah, it froze," and no one notices for like 3 or 4 minutes.
Was that you?
Oh,
Nope.
it was me. I'm sorry.
Oh. Yeah, actually, the canopy's not like flickering anymore on this thing like it was.
Oh my god, we could actually just be sitting here staring at a screen.
The court live feed froze just like this.
See, I said best left unsaid.
I'm keeping an eye down here because in the wind there's a Hang on. I'm keeping an eye down here because in the wind there's a tag here that like flaps around.
That shit ain't moved, bro.
Yeah.
You're also not on live anymore on the thing.
What?
Go down. Look at your bar. Like, put your mouse on it. See how it says live? You're not on live right now.
Yeah, but I've only ever been 20 seconds behind.
Oh, okay.
Someone call the court and let them know.
We got live streams going on over here. What are you doing to us?
Well, because I've still got audio coming through from the court, so it's not that the video's paused. Still got dickheads in the background, like ruffling papers and shit.
This is true.
Nothing has moved in this entire frame. I hope no one notices until like 4:30. No, that tree's still moving in the back right corner. Do you see it right over that parking, that white parking thing?
All I need is just a gust of wind just to let us know that it's not.
Right. Give us a sign.
Something just happened.
There we go.
There we go. They fixed it.
Either someone pressed play or it was a rendering issue.
Something.
I'm gonna go with rendering issue because now this tag's frozen in midair in the wind. Oh no, okay, there we go.
If you look at the puddle, you can see stuff moving too.
You guys hear that sound? It's the sound of the dude on the stand shitting himself about having to go back to his cells. What is he supposed to be doing to that ATV? That's what I don't understand.
Inspecting it.
Yeah, but he's got his knees bent and stuff. Like, is he grabbed onto the grill like this and he's trying to pull it or something?
Tailpipe.
I think he's pointing in the wrong direction.
Oh.
I've never known a pet tail pop to be at the front.
Yeah, no, they don't do that. So, well, sometimes they do it on like what's that damn Toyota truck where they got the exhaust coming straight up out of the hood? Looks stupid.
Oh, could be a snorkel for
It
like a
is.
Jeep or something
Right.
like that.
That's what the idea is, but they're putting them on like the factory models.
Huh.
Highlander, maybe.
Hashtag still better than the Murdoch trial.
I'd say there's a good chance we're going to get joined by Jeff tomorrow.
I believe Jeff was done with the state's case. He said he might pick it up when defense goes, but he's done with the state's portion.
So he'll be over here for what, 3-4 weeks?
Potentially, yeah. Potentially.
No worries, Digger. Have a good day. Night.
Bye,
evening.
Digger.
Yeah, I gotta take off too, gentlemen. I'll probably be back if you're still.
Yeah, no worries. That's fine.
Later, brother.
Alright,
Answer
take
my
care.
text. Answer my text.
Now it's just funny, so I probably won't until later.
Did you see it at least?
All right, there's
No,
the
I
vehicle
haven't
leaving.
even looked. So.
All right. It's Ghazni was asking us for a favor.
Oh, okay. All right, buddy.
Later.
Take care.
Oh, excuse me. Okay, so where do they park? There we go. They do the U-turn. They stop right there. And they're just going to wait for him. All of it caught on camera.
Pretty solid case the state's got so far.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, look, you've got one of the four that's in the car. You've got CCTV footage of them, like, stalking him.
And that dude's not leaving anything out.
Nope. He's got no reason to.
No, well, maybe life preservation, but
Oh, I think that dude's given up on life preservation at this point.
that could be too. What did he get? Life without parole?
He hasn't been sentenced yet. So, yeah. I think that's probably because they'll take into account his testimony here.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm still fully expecting him to get life. But, you know, it'll be the shortest life sentence he's ever had, so...
Possibly. I don't know how connected his gang is or whatever, but
True.
snitches don't go over well in general. Take notes. Take notes.
No worries, Baldo. Have a good time studying.
Later, buddy. Door just opened, yeah. What part of this is in Florida, right? What part of Florida?
Fort Lauderdale. I believe. is what the news article said anyway.
Isn't this one in Steve's district too?
Probably.
I think it is.
Far out. How long is it before he leaves?
Well, he had a lot of money to spend. Did he buy anything even?
No, I don't think he was able to.
With 50 grand in cash, how are you not able to?
As in, I don't think they had what he was after.
Got it.
Damn, they sat there for ages waiting for him.
Trying to look up what district that is.
Closer to Miami, 100% not Steve's district. Oh, good. Maybe Steve can comment on this one. That doesn't mean bothering people. Okay, I'm just putting it out there. They had this done as a sliced edit. They could have cut all of this out.
Unless they wanted to demonstrate how long they waited for him.
Actually, that's a good point. That's probably why they've done it, thinking about it. ADV.
There we go.
Okay.
Some nice machine sitting out there. This place is pretty crowded. I don't know why they thought they'd get away with this.
I don't feel like these people were particularly bright, let's be honest. Okay, here we go.
There's people everywhere.
There goes the uncle.
Did they already shoot him?
No, he's still. Oh, I don't know. I think Mob Boss might have a point. It does look like he's reaching, but it looks like he's got a gun in his right hand. Now he has.
Jesus. The car's not there anymore.
It's actually a damn good point.
That was pleasant.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Not your fault, bro. Stupid court.
So, there you have it. I'm going to need them to replay that, frankly. Actually, you know what? While we're on the sidebar, I might even just skip back a few
To that
seconds
point.
myself. Yeah. Okay. Yep. They both got guns in their hands right there.
Oh yeah, they came out with guns. 100%.
So, yeah. Because, yeah, my boss lawyer was basically trying to specify that the one that was reaching in the car, grasping for the chain, did not have a weapon on him, and therefore could not have done any of the shooting or anything, and therefore would have only really been an accessory to murder as opposed to taking part in a armed robbery. Well, I tell you what, mate, the evidence is pretty damn clear from the video footage. They both had weapons. Both of them should be going at least for the armed robbery.
I'm pretty sure they're both.
The issue that I have with this. Oh damn. Yeah, this is. Yeah.
They're both going to go down for murder.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean,
from that footage, absolutely. And guys, I'm going to replay it if you don't want to watch the. You know what's coming, basically. Like, I'm sorry, but he was there to help stop this sort of shit from happening. The first thing he's done is make a run for it, and then the guy with the rifle's pointed the weapon at him. Like, seriously.
I wonder if he shot there.
Oh, I didn't see any sort of, like, kickback from the gun or anything. Okay, so that's the guy leaning in for the Louis Vuitton bag. Yeah, you can see the fucking bullets coming out of the gun. Or at least you can see the flash. Jesus. The only issue that I have here is a positive ID. And that's going to come down to the guy that's on the stand, the already convicted guy. But it's
That's
clearly
what he's
him.
doing.
It's clearly not him.
Oh,
It's
clearly.
clearly not the guy that's on the stand. Is either of the two that did the shooting?
The two guys that did the actual robbery were way slimmer.
Was the rifle the 22 Mighty though? I thought it was the handgun that was 22. Anyway, I'll kick forward and see whether or not the sidebar's over yet. No, apparently we're still looking at a ceiling, so. Alright, well, I'll turn the volume back on, because when that comes back on, we'll know about it. But yeah, what are your thoughts on that so far?
This dude on the stand is the key, and he seems to. It's all going to boil down to whether the jury believes him.
Would you think he's a credible witness?
Yeah, he seems pretty credible to me.
I think if anyone on that jury knows exactly what that guy is doing to himself, they will know that. Yeah, his testimony is believable.
He's not going to get up there and make that up, knowing how rough it's going to be.
Yeah. So.
And why would he? He's pretty honest about his part in the whole thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's already pled guilty, so.
Right.
All right. Well, we've got 2 people in chat saying that they believe him, so we've already got on a jury of 12, we've got 2 convinced.
I believe him. Actually,
you know what? Let's do that as a poll. As soon as the chat actually loads. Just Cause believes it too. So 3 out of 12. There we go. We're on the way to the majority. Oh, come on, hurry up. Because that's really it. I mean, that footage was damning.
pretty hard to claim that wasn't a gun or that wasn't the situation.
I still can't believe that mob boss lawyer was trying to say, oh, he didn't have a gun. He had to have seen that footage previously, and he's getting up there. So that's just shot his credibility to hell as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Unless he's trying to claim that it was like a phone or something, like a pretend gun.
Maybe.
Mob lawyer's gonna mob.
Well, he must be getting paid for it. All right, guys, I'm just going to say a straight guilty or not guilty. Because I can't be bothered doing a separate poll for each of the 3 of them. Because then I'd have to sit down and we'd have to separate them all out and that sort of thing. So
I thought I thought the poll was if the snitch was believable.
Yeah, but I mean, it flows from it. If the snitch is believable, then they're guilty.
Fair.
So
fair. Court feed's getting a little wonky.
Yeah, I saw that.
Is this a death penalty trial?
Yeah. No. Sorry, I'm pretty sure this is life for these ones. Okay, so trial feed's still going. We've got 100% guilty so far.
Pretty damning evidence.
Yep. Thank you for being here, by the way, guys. The 55 of you watching on YouTube and the 26 on Rumble.
Absolutely. Y'all are rock stars.
State said they didn't fire until the altercation in the vehicle. Yeah, well.
But you're entering the
Lucas,
vehicle.
If you had gassed it, you were driving straight into an SUV. I mean, and I'm pretty sure this is like an electric i8 that he was driving. It's not like it's a weighty vehicle.
It was fancy looking.
Oh, the i8s are a gorgeous looking car. If it weren't for the fact that they're ridiculously expensive and not great value for money, I'd probably look at one down the track myself.
Yeah.
But yeah. Don't think anyone is passing that off as anything other than a straight up assassination. Look, I do see it as a better than straight into two guns. It's a fair point, Lucas. I'll give you that.
Yeah, we're buffering pretty bad, buddy.
Really?
I think so. Might be just me. I thought I saw it in chat though too.
All right. Well, chat. Let me know if we're buffering. I'll see if I can try and sort something out. No buffering on core pipe send. Okay.
Okay. Might just be me.
That's fine then. Actually, what I can do while I'm at it is, at the very least, I can bring up. Yeah. Okay. So I can bring that up. Yeah, see, the irony is, I'm going to bring up the photos. Turtleneck is the only one without neck tattoos.
I'm assuming he's been in custody this whole time, right? Since 2018.
I believe so. Yeah.
There's a good chance he got some since then.
True. Very true. Actually. Stop screen. Present. Share screen.
My guess is Fort Lauderdale County Jail is a pretty wild place. I'm sure they got tattoos in there.
So there you go. That's their mug shots at the time of
arrest.
Hang on. I'll just take the overlay off at the moment.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he's got any.
No. So that's him there. That's turtleneck there. Of the three, he's the only one that doesn't have some sort of neck tattoo, which is just ironic, really.
I'm guessing that he's gotten some sense.
Middle dude, yes, he definitely has tats on his face.
You ain't covering those up.
Nope. And they're pretty unique identifiers, if you ask me. So, but yeah, so there's the three of them. Hang on. Where's... Probably does now. Yeah, probably. I think the middle guy has tats on his neck. Yeah, middle guy definitely has tats on his neck. I can see those in the close-up photo. Actually,
Trayvon Newsome definitely does as well.
Yeah, this is there. You can see one's there. And yeah, he's absolutely got them there.
He's got them all over his neck.
What? Is his neck thicker or shorter, or is that an illusion? I think he's just got a thick neck, honestly.
He's a big boy. That was a real big one, wasn't it? That was walking in first.
I'm pretty sure, yeah. That
He was the
really
driver.
could have used I could have used like full body pictures as well, just to try and
Right.
no neck Williams. Michael's just pissed that he's caught.
I don't think any of them were real happy about it.
No. Mind you, Trayvon just sort of looks like you got nothing on me. Sort of shit. I'm an arrogant little fuckwit. I'm gonna be just fine. Yeah, good luck with that. Yeah, there you
Yikes.
go. Smug smirk was like, yep, I'm cool. I was a getaway driver.
Wasn't Dedrick Williams the getaway driver?
Truth be told, I thought it was the guy that's on the stand that was the driver.
I thought he was sitting. He said he was sitting. Yeah, no. They asked. He said he was sitting behind the driver.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah. I did catch that part.
Isabel's like, no, ha. His neck is fine. It's just a muscly neck. And then she's like, what the fuck am I saying? 85.8% white in Lauderdale County. Good portion are over 60. He's going to be guilty. Ooh, that's actually a good point, because we will have to look at the demographic of the jury, which we don't know.
Hey, Indigo. How are you?
Hey, Indigo, good to see you. So, come on, what are you doing to me, people?
Right?
This is supposed to be a quick sidebar. What the fuck?
The
Oh,
sidebar's
shit, what's wrong?
buffering.
It's not paused, is it? No, good.
Oh.
I'm in Florida. Oh, it's only 2 hours of this shit. Face tats look so trash. Let's be honest, he was doing them to look cool, and it failed spectacularly.
Well, I think it. I don't know. Looks cool in the groups that he ran in, shall we say, in the thug life.
Yeah, but the groups that he ran in aren't cool, so that's not really the issue.
Well, I wouldn't consider them cool.
Oh, hang on. I have a toddler. Just give me a second.
Yep. Oh. Y'all, I had the baby goats introduced to the herd yesterday for the first time. For those of you that don't know, I have goats. I farm goats. I have a little hobby farm. We had, I've got 5 babies on the ground at the moment. They're all about a week old. So they met the rest of the herd yesterday for the first time. Had them out today for a little while I was out there. The big ones can put a hurting on the little ones if you're not careful when they're meeting. Get them trapped in a bad spot and ram them wrong. No names yet, Mimi. I haven't decided on any names yet. Corn Pop, I've got a couple shorts up on my channel. You can go check them out. I was thinking about having chat help pick names out at some point. And so everybody's aware, I guess, the girls stay and the boys usually go. The boys usually find different homes. So don't get too attached to the boys. They won't be here forever. Corn Pope would be the best name. See, migraine, that's why I'm not going to let chat completely pick. Goaty McGoatface. Yikes.
Cody McGoatface.
Ms. Valhalla would not be happy.
What about Souvlaki?
What?
Souvlaki?
What is that?
You don't know what a souvlaki is?
No.
Like a gyros. Or yeah, a gyros? The Greek like wrap that has lamb and crap in it.
Oh, a euro?
Yeah,
All right.
we have different ones here.
Fair. Not a whole lot of Mediterranean influence in East Tennessee.
No, I just figured, you know, goat.
That makes sense, I guess.
All right, I want to share this screen again.
I was thinking about, I don't know if I told you this yet, but I was thinking about holding a boy out and sending one to the butcher this year, getting a bunch of sausage and stuff.
Okay.
He looks less thrilled than he did in his mugshot.
Probably because he knows he's going down for this.
Gosh.
It might even be the first time he's seen that footage.
Probably. Why would they show him?
Exactly.
They got the one to flip. That's all they needed.
Cecilia, hello.
How are you?
Don't you start yawning, you fucker. I'm going to yawn.
It wasn't me.
No, it was Mob Boss.
Oh, he's bored out of his mind.
Oh, dude, if at the end of the day he's not running to the prosecution hoping for a plea deal, because that footage was damning, and like they will have to tear this guy on the stand apart to have any chance at a not guilty plea, in my opinion.
I'm not sure how they're going to do it.
Well, they've already impugned his credibility, like out of the presence of the jury. But what they've done hasn't impressed me. If they do the exact same thing in front of the jury, it'll just come across as like sour grapes.
Yeah, what are they going to point out?
They
That
want
he's a
to hope
gang
they've got some
member?
sort of legal argument. Yeah.
Right. Everybody's fully aware that he was a gang member.
Love how the chat is now thinking about eating the baby goats. Mission accomplished.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, they have to prove this guy was at McDonald's eating cheeseburgers and made everything up. Pretty much. Because I'm sorry, my client was at home asleep isn't really going to cut it.
Can you excuse me for a few minutes?
Yeah, of course.
All right, I'll be back. I'll be listening.
Yeah. I'm trying to think who Mob Boss reminds me of.
Parties may be seated. Court will come forward. The parties are present. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. State may continue.
I was just trying to show him my new gun and it went off.
Excuse me, Mr. Allen, we're continuing to look at state 2. And now we're going to talk about some of the specific parts of states 2 so I can ask you questions about what we're seeing, okay? Are you able to see it from the monitor that's in front of you?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to pause it periodically and then ask you questions. Okay. I have it paused at, the player has it at 2 minutes and 53 seconds. Who is the individual that we see walking into frame in
Just murdering a Chinese buffet.
with long dark pants and a dark shirt?
Me.
Okay.
Oh, that was him. There you go. We called it.
Who is the individual? I have it paused right now at 2 minutes and 59 seconds. And the individual is walking over the pavement right above what appears to be an
Tell me
arrow
about it, Laney.
sign on the pavement, wearing a tank top and long pants and some bright colored slippers. Who is that?
In a kebab. Yeah, fair enough.
Okay. And Dedrick Williams, same Dedrick Williams that you identify as Dedrick Williams in court today as one of the defendants?
Yes.
Thank you, Laney. It hasn't got quite as much attention as the last one for obvious reasons. But
Now,
yeah,
I'm
happy that one came along.
To walk in appears like the structure and the building of Riva Motorsports. When you earlier were testifying before Stage 2 was published about you and Dedrick Williams going inside to verify if XXX was actually in fact inside the store, is this the moment that you're talking about, that you're walking into the store to do that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm pausing it at 3 minutes and 23 seconds. Looking to the left of your screen, who do you recognize to be in this shot of out of the four?
Oh, thank you, Cornpop.
individuals that's there?
And to get the word out like this trial so far, better than Ortiz, Dean, Murder, and all the other ones since Depp.
Okay.
Wow.
And
Well, there you
where
go.
are you in relation to the people that we see in this paused portion of the video? Where are you? Yes. Point out your clothing.
Thank you, Rabbit.
All of that.
Behind Dedrick Williams, who you've identified to be Dedrick Williams.
Yes.
Well, yeah, he was literally walking directly behind them, so yeah. I'm pretty sure I can identify him.
I'm pausing it at 3 minutes and 35 seconds right now. I'm pausing it at 3 minutes and 35 seconds right now. Where are you in this frame? Identify by clothing.
All of that. I'm walking behind you.
Where are you? Where are you and Dedrick Williams headed to? Now I'm pausing it at 3 minutes and 43 seconds. And you appear to be holding something in your left hand. What are you holding? And why are you holding your cell phone at that point? Now, you referred to earlier when you tried to place a phone call to Michael Boatwright and you indicated that the phone call did not connect to Michael Boatwright. Is this the
She
portion
can,
that
yes,
you're
she can
talking
ask that
about when you
T-Nation.
were in the store?
But he's just said who he was trying to call, so. Gary Coleman in the tank top. No, that's Mr. Thickneck, Dedrick Williams, according to the witness. Yeah, they're outside in the car.
Okay, I'm gonna fast forward just a little. Okay. There's point out where you are in this particular frame. Are you in the upper left hand corner?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see at the counter there is someone with a hat? It looks like a camouflage hat that's on backwards.
Yes.
Who is that person? Okay. Did that person arrive with you in the Dodge Journey that day on June 18th, 2018?
No.
Did that person leave with you in the Dodge Journey that day on 2018?
No.
Was that person present, from what you recall, at any point during the homicide or during the robbery when the four of you blocked off the victim's car in 2018?
No.
I know that there's probably no way for them to be able to do it, but if they'd managed to locate that guy and be able to otherwise identify Dedrick Williams, then as far as I'm concerned, that would legitimize pretty much everything that Mr. Cheeseburger has said. I mean, don't get me wrong, the video footage of him is pretty damning, but it'll just give it an extra bit of legitimacy.
Okay, I'm pausing it at 6 minutes and 47 seconds. Do you see there's 3 individuals walking, it appears like towards the front of the store with their back towards the camera? Okay. The individual wearing all black without a hat, who's that?
Me.
How about the individual with the backwards hat, and it looks like white socks in the middle? And the individual on the left with the light colored tank top? Now, did the individual in the middle, I'm gonna continue to let it play, do you know what vehicle he got into to leave?
No.
Did he get into the Dodge Journey?
No.
Did at any point in time, did you see that individual in the middle shoot XXX?
No.
Did you even see a firearm?
Oh, no shit, I assume the defense was going to be trying to pin it on him.
continuing to watch the three of you walk away, was that individual part of the plan that the four of you had to rob anyone that day? I'm gonna pause it. And
Yeah, that's who it is.
are you able to see that individual
Internet.
with the
That's
backwards
that's the
hat
guy on the
still in the
stand.
frame? How far ahead he is? How far ahead of you is he? Was your Dodge Journey that you were about to get into with the three co-defendants to rob the victim parked where that individual was parked? Where was the Dodge Journey in the lake right now, as we're looking at the parking lot? Where was the Dodge Journey parked in relation to where you're standing right now in this video? Is it to the left, like using north, south? Hold on, let's just, because she can only take one of us at a time. North, south, east, and
That's
west.
what she
Is it
said.
north of you, is it south of you, is it east of you, is it west of you? The Dodge Journey. Okay. And which direction are you guys walking in? Which direction is that individual with the backwards hat walking in? Pausing it again at 8 minutes and 23 seconds. At this point, do you ever see that individual with the backwards hat again after this point when you're walking to your car in your whole entire life? I'm gonna fast forward a little bit.
Did you mute me or did I mute myself?
I thought you muted you.
Okay.
Pausing it at 17 minutes and 54 seconds.
I didn't mean
What
to.
car is that we see in this frame? Who's driving? Who's behind Dedrick in the back passenger? Who's in the front passenger? In the front seat?
Michael Boatwright.
And who's behind Michael Boatwright in the back passenger?
Trayvon Newsome.
At the point that we're watching the car pull out of the Riva parking lot, do Michael Boatwright and Trayvon Newsome already have their masks on with their hoodies?
As if they were going to sit and well, look, they're dumb enough to, but as if they were going to sit and park
Are you
whilst
able to
wearing their
locate where
face
the Dodge
masks.
Journey is at this point?
I would hope that they would at least be slightly smart enough to go, you know what, we might be sitting here waiting for a while. Someone might get a little bit curious. Brian's brand new to the trial as of right now. What do you need to know? Basically, three guys on the stand. Three guys up for the murder of XXXTentacion. Tentacion, I think it's pronounced. Rapper who was murdered in 2018. Basically, we're watching a video of when the murder took place at the motorcycle store.
This
You
is the
can't
top
really
of the
see
screen.
it
I'm circling
because
the mouse to the top of
this.
the screen.
Hang on,
This is the
I'll
bottom
click
of the
on.
screen.
This is my.
And this
So
is
this black
your
car
left.
up here in the top right hand
Your
corner
right. Where
is
should
the
I
four
place
of them.
mouse
The
at
guy on the
for
stand is the
dodge
fourth
journey?
accomplice who has already pled guilty to second-degree murder.
Okay,
And is telling everything.
Yeah.
do I need to keep moving it over? Or
Not expecting him to survive very long once he's in prison.
tell me when to
Nah.
stop. Okay. A little bit to the left? Okay, where I place the mouse and I'm now circling it. Is that, what
Oh,
part is that?
she's doing exactly what I just did.
And are you still in, are the four of you still in the same position that you just testified about in the car?
Yes.
At what point now, as the car is backed in, are you able to observe Michael Boatwright start to put on his mask and start to put on his hoodie in preparation to rob and kill the victim?
Say at what moment?
Yeah, what moment? We're watching it play, so tell us at what moment did he start to do that?
That was not me.
Okay, how about Trayvon Newsome?
They accidentally brought up the Windows menu on screen.
At what point does Trayvon Newsome start to put on his
Better theirs than yours, right?
his hoodie in
Yeah.
preparation to
Well, good,
rob
Brian.
and
Happy to help.
assist, Michael
Yes, this
Boatwright
case
kill
has
the
significantly
victim?
more proof than the Alex Murdoch trial.
Where are the firearms at this point?
Not exactly a hard bar to pass.
I'm sorry? So at what point do you see
That is
Michael
very true.
Boatwright get the firearm in his hand? How about Trayvon Newsome? At what point do you see him get the firearm in his hand while you guys are waiting right now in the car? Okay, I'm letting it play. Are you able to see from your vantage point when you're in the car, the victim's BMW i8 from where you all four are seated in the car?
Yes.
Do you know why was that specific spot picked? And I know you indicated regarding surveillance, but why was it important for you to continue to see the vantage point of the victim's car while you're lying in wait?
So they could ambush him.
So they knew when to park in front of him and jump out with guns.
That's how robberies work, lady.
Oh, look, occasionally you do have to treat the jury like they're a bunch of 10-year-olds, just to make sure you walk through everything.
Fair. Better said than not said, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, AP.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I forgot about that. Yeah, they tried to say that one of the guys was asleep at home in his grandma's house.
It's playing.
And
right
the
now.
lawyer that I'm officially calling Mob Boss
On
tried to
that journey that you're in with the three
argue
folks in it,
that
as the four of you are lying in
the
wait
second
for
guy that jumps out of the
victim to
car
come out.
wasn't holding a gun. The
next
video
question
kind of disproves that.
Okay?
They had to have seen the video, the lawyers.
Yeah, that's why I'm a little bit pissy about it, because that was a deliberate attempt to mislead the court and the jury. I tried to do that just on the basis that you're expecting the video is going to get thrown out.
On what grounds?
Yeah, exactly. It's an insult to 10-year-olds.
At 20 minutes and 25 seconds. Did you
Not disagreeing with you
your car
there.
in the Dodge Journey? No. Did anybody from the Dodge Journey get out of the Dodge Journey? And by anybody, I mean the Trayvon Newsome get out of the Dodge Journey and enter that vehicle that just parked next to you?
No.
Did Michael Boatwright get out of that Dodge Journey and enter the car that's parked next to you?
No.
Did Dedrick Williams get out of the Dodge Journey and go into the car that's next to you?
No.
I'm letting it play. Continue to focus on that area where your car is parked lying in wait.
Hi, Mrs. K.
There we go.
Come on, camera guy.
I'm hoping that the camera guy isn't the same guy that's in charge of running the video.
I'm pausing it at 21 minutes and 34 seconds. There seems to be an individual at the back of that light colored car parked next to you that's at the trunk area of the light colored vehicle. Who is that? Did that individual at any point in time talk to you while the individual was at the back of that light colored car?
No.
How about did the individual talk to Michael Boatwright?
No.
How about did the individual talk to Trayvon Newsome?
No.
Did the individual talk to Dedrick Williams?
No.
I'm pausing it again at 21 minutes and 38 seconds. It appears that the individual is now bent over into, it appears the back of the light colored car. You know what the individual is getting out of the back of that car?
No.
I'm letting it play.
Lenny, I believe that was little old me just to see the results.
That's funny.
Okay, I'm pausing it at 22 minutes and 2 seconds. There's now a third vehicle, another light colored car, it appears to be a sedan. Do you see where I'm talking about? Stopped in the street right in front of the Dodge Journey. Whose car is that? Do you know who's driving it?
No.
Did any individual in that light colored sedan that's in front of the Dodge Journey get out of that light colored sedan and get into the Dodge Journey?
No.
Did Michael Boatwright get out of the Dodge Journey where he was lying in wait to rob and kill the victim and get into that light sedan?
Loaded
Did
language
Trayvon
there.
Newsome, who was in the Dodge Journey, lying in wait to rob and kill the victim, get out of the
These are
Dodge
free,
Journey and into
free
that light colored
throws for her.
sedan?
She's enjoying her time.
Dedrick Williams,
And he's going to be
who's
in for a
lying
rough
in
time
wait
as soon as the
in the
defense
Dodge
attorneys get a
Journey
hold of him.
to kill and rob the victim, get out of the Dodge Journey and get into that light colored sedan.
No.
She's pretty good.
I'm impressed.
I'm
Direct.
continuing to let it play.
Easy to follow.
Did anyone in that light colored sedan speak to any one of the four of you while that car was parked? in the street like that?
Oh, there's plenty of grass around. Seems like you can't see the faces, so it's not them. Haha, I was one of those three laughing in their heads at you. Is Tiny on the witness stand the defendant? No, so Tiny on the witness stand was a defendant. He pled guilty, so now he's flipped on the other three.
Approximately how long did the four of you lie in wait for the victim to come out before you robbed and killed him?
10 minutes on that.
Okay, I'm gonna continue to fast forward a little bit.
Oh, sorry. I thought the closed captions were already up. I'll move up the screen as soon as one comes up.
They were earlier.
Oh yeah, I could have sworn I moved them.
They were earlier. It was annoying me because they wouldn't pick up anything the witness said, only the lawyer.
Mm.
I want a jet ski. Those things are awesome.
pausing it, 25 minutes and 22 seconds. The
Damn it.
individual that was inside the store at the counter at Reba, that was wearing the backwards hat and the camouflage.
Don't put him there. That's going to be in the way in a minute.
Remember him? Was he
Oh, good
in
point.
that first vehicle where the individual was?
Put it over law and crime.
That was parked next to you? Did you see him
F
there?
them.
How about in the?
Oh, hang on, where's my-
sedan that was parked in front
Ah.
of you? as you
Won't let me
were
put it directly
in the
over.
Dodge
I'll put it
that
up
was
here.
parked in the street?
Fair.
Remember the second vehicle that
Hang on,
parked in
there's
front
my
of you
branding.
guys? Was that individual with the backwards hat in that car? Don't think so, or you know? Was he or was he not?
Got him.
Did you see anybody matching that
Something I whipped up
description
very
with the
quickly this
backwards
morning.
hat?
I like
do
it.
a
Just
little
like
one.
you've seen him in Reba, come
I
out of
like
that light color sedan and get into your Dodge Journey.
It really is a nice car.
Oh, it's a gorgeous car. The designers on that one really outdid themselves, honestly.
Not my style per se, but it's a nice looking car.
Look, if I had to go driving through LA, it's something that I'd rent. I don't know that I'd necessarily own one. Here we go.
Just before the victim is getting to the exit, it's 25 minutes and 58 seconds. At this point, you've been sitting in the Dodge Journey with the gray co-defendants for at least 10 minutes lying in wait. Who spots the victim first about to leave, exiting Reba Motorsports? And what does Dedrick say as the victim is about to exit the parking lot?
Oh yeah, it's
right
so
at
much
this
nicer in the
moment
white and
that
blue.
we're seeing right now.
He asked if they're ready.
He said what?
He asked Michael and Trayvon, are they ready?
And what did Michael and Trayvon say as Dedrick asked them if they are ready as the victim is about to exit Reba Motorsports? What do they say?
Yes.
I'm pausing it at 26 minutes.
That looks an awful lot like a gun.
Seconds. Two
Mm-hmm.
individuals have now exited the Dodge Journey.
She had a better pause
The
than you
shorter
did.
individual that we see
Shut up.
with the hoodie and the light colored pants out of the two. Who is that?
Trayvon.
Out of the three co-defendants that's sitting here right now in trial, which one is Trayvon Newsome that you're identifying in the video out of the three? Who's a taller individual that has the darker pants on and a hoodie?
Michael Boatwright.
Out of the three defendants that are on trial right now, who is the one that you're identifying as Michael Boatwright in the video?
Black suit and gray sweater.
Let the record reflect the in-court identification of Trayvon Newsome and Michael Boatwright. What does Michael Boatwright have in his hands in the video?
22 right?
22 rifle, that's 22 caliber rifle?
Yes.
What does Trayvon Newsome have in his hands in the video?
Oh, he was a little bit salty saying yes then.
Attorney Tom.
Who is the individual that's leaned over more and it appears to be inside the car on the driver's side?
Trayvon.
Who is the individual right now? I paused it at 26 minutes and 29 seconds. Who is the individual that's running around to the passenger side of the victim's vehicle?
Trayvon.
Who is the individual that has a firearm pointed, what appears to be at least the level of the victim's head as the victim is in the driver's seat?
Michael Boatwright.
Oh yeah, broad daylight.
Who is, okay, I'm pausing it right now, 26 minutes and 35 seconds. Who is the individual that stands back, steadies himself, pointed with the rifle at the victim's head right now? Who is the individual that we can see from the video that fires the shot, several shots into the victim's car, striking him several times and killing him? And from what we can see, there's an individual that appears to have taken some type of property in his hand. Who's the individual that took some property from the passenger side? What was it that he took?
Oh my god, AP. Couldn't they have robbed him and shot him outside the
I'm
I-8?
pausing
Makes
at
the
26
resale hard.
minutes and 42 seconds. All four of you are back in the
I
car
know, right?
now.
Feel sorry for his poor mama who's
What
got to try and
else
sell
you
that
say
car.
after
Oh.
this homicide just happened, now that all four of you are in the car?
How the hell did you think that was going to be hearsay?
What did Michael Boatwright say?
I think he was just grasping at straws there,
What
man.
did Dedrick Williams, if anything, say at this point?
Doing
As
whatever he
he's,
could to derail her.
driving away, fleeing from the scene?
Let's go, Brandon. What's going on, buddy?
Now I'm pausing at 27 minutes and 9 seconds. Do you recognize the Dodge Journey from this angle of a different camera?
Yes.
Point out where the Dodge Journey is. I can use the mouse again. Is it at the top of the screen, bottom, left, or right? Okay. Okay.
Jeremy Clarkson is
So
the
I'm
bite.
circling here.
I don't
That's
think
the
he
Dodge
liked the
Journey that
I-8s,
the four of
actually.
you are in.
Yes.
And it appears that the car is turning into a parking lot. Why is it that the Dodge Journey, well, it's being driven by Dedrick Williams according to your testimony, right?
Yeah.
Why did Dedrick Williams just stop and wait at the light that we just saw? By your observations?
I was gonna say he was actually right on that one.
Yeah. But she still overcame it, which is hilarious.
She got it pretty quick.
She knows what she's doing. This is a
Yes, she
this is a
does.
good prosecutor, people.
I like her.
Now, I'm gonna use the same method again with the mouse. You see the Dodge Journey from this angle stopped at 27 minutes and 26 seconds?
Yeah.
Direct me where you see the Dodge Journey. Is it the top of the screen, bottom, left, right, or left? Okay,
Giving you two-pack murder vibes again. Hmm.
Right.
okay,
Down. Right.
okay. So I'm circling where you indicated the Dodge Journey is, correct?
Yeah.
Now, we just saw the Dodge Journey. It appears to go through the parking lot. Why is it that the Dodge Journey went through the parking lot, as far as you know, and didn't stop for gas or for some groceries inside that store?
To get away from the scene of the crime as quickly as possible.
Right?
Why were you trying to get away from the scene?
Oh my god, I got it right.
I couldn't hear you, Ms. Hill was coughing. Can you please repeat it again, nice and loud, for all of us to hear?
To not be arrested.
Yeah, she didn't want that one on the record. Too bad, sweetheart.
Subtle little cough in there.
Oh, there was nothing subtle about that.
Nope.
I'm letting it play. Okay, it appears that the video has moved back. Out of the four of you, from what you discussed prior to robbing and
Are the defendants
did
chained?
any one of you, as far as you know,
No.
know that
Until
Jose
they're
Osborne,
convicted, they
that you
can't be
referred to as
chained in front of the jury.
had all of this cash or any cash.
Which,
in
for anyone
lieu
that's wondering, is
of
why
that
he
sharing,
on the stand is currently still wearing handcuffs and stuff because he has been
Do
convicted
you
of the crime that
know
he's pled
why
guilty
the
to.
satchel was taken?
Dedrick assumed that was a lot of money, over $100,000.
When did he tell you that?
He got back in the car.
Now, when you get back to the car, who opened the bag? And at what point do the four of you realize that there's at least $50,000 in cash in that bag? So who notices the cash first? What does he say? Now that he's realizing that there's $50,000 in cash just stolen from the victim. What does Dedrick Williams say?
Oh, fuck.
Thanks for the sub. Let's go.
What
I
does
appreciate
Trayvon
it.
Newsome say? Do at any point while you're driving, or it could be after, is there a plan on how the $50,000 is going to be allocated between the four of you?
That dude in the middle is not happy right
Get any
now.
of that portion of the 50,000?
Hey, money.
What's up,
How
buddy?
much did you get?
Gentlemen.
How much did Dedrick Williams get? How much did Trayvon Newsome get? How much did Michael Boatwright get? Why did you only get 5,000 when Michael
That's why he
Boatwright
snitched.
got 15,000? Who made that decision? Tell us about that. What was that conversation where Dedrick Williams said that you were only going to get $5,000 out of that $50,000? Speak up nice and loud. I can't hear you.
That's a good question, Brian. They haven't specified whether or not it's going to be taken into account. He could still wind up
What did you
with
say in
life.
response to that? What did Michael Boatwright say in response to that?
You gotta give him something, he was there.
Referring to you.
Yes.
They didn't
And
want to give him
Trayvon Newsome
anything.
say anything in regard to that?
No.
So when Michael
No
Boatwright
fucking
speaks
wonder
up
he
and
flipped.
says that you should get something, what did Dedrick Williams say?
No.
So who then decides to give you 5?
Mark.
Now, when I say decide, was the cash, tell us, was the cash in
That's
front
exactly
of
it,
the four of you
Quanto.
and you're
They're
literally
only here right now
sitting
because
pile of it,
they didn't pay the man.
Describe that in detail, how that works, or how that worked.
I have an alternative theory that might not get you sued after he's done testifying.
Okay.
Might not.
$10,000 there. They all three grabbed one, and then Michael gave me 5,000.
Okay, so the money was in vans. Have you ever seen when a stack of money comes from a bank? Can you describe, was it like that, or was it a rubber band? Tell us how the money was, how you saw it packaged. Okay, and it was in a $10,000 van?
Top 10 anime
What
betrayals.
was the amount of the bills that were in that $10,000 van? What was the denomination?
That was his villain origin story right there.
Each, was it
Yep.
5 singles? Tell us. Okay.
It was
So the
all
funny
in
thing is,
hundreds?
Yeah.
Jesus.
See, the funny thing is, I'm not sure if that's enough to save him
Well, we just
from
watched on camera.
like
when
in
he
jail.
testified to
Like
what county did
you
this
snitched,
happen in?
yeah, but they were going to cut me out of everything.
What
It's like,
state?
no, I still reckon you're going to cop it.
North?
He's going straight to PC.
Oh,
This dude will never see Gen Pop. Never.
Hmm.
He'll be in there with all the targets, everybody that's convicted of, little kid things and stuff, and the other snitches.
Where did you go from there? You said the video stopped at a certain point, and I say you, collectively, all 4 of you. Where did the car Dodge Journey go from that point when the video stops? Where was your house in 2018?
Address,
You can give us the address, sure, if you remember it.
36 North
What city? Why did you, the four of you go there? You have to speak up nice and loud. So when the four of you get there, what happens next?
Split the money, and Dedrick calls for Uber.
Who did he call? Now, have you ever used Uber before?
Yes.
So you know that one of the ways you can use Uber is from an app on your phone, from a phone that you have in your hand.
Yeah.
Is that how he called for the Uber, or did he ask somebody else to call for the Uber?
I don't think he used his phone.
Okay. And did the Uber come and pick him up?
Yes.
So then who's left after Dedrick Williams gets his portion, his 15,000, and then leaves?
Michael and Trayvon.
What happens next?
Cheap ass bastard didn't even pay for his own Uber.
A couple of probably 10, 15 minutes, they moved the car to the apartments across the street from my house.
Who is they?
Michael Boatwright and Trayvon Newsome.
Where were you in relation to this when this is happening, when you say they moved the car? Why didn't you go with them? Why not?
Sorry, I didn't hear him.
Nice and loud.
Because a murder happened in that car.
Okay. When you say happened in the car, meaning the car was related to a homicide?
Yes.
Okay. So, so then now you're by yourself, and at some point, well, let me ask you, before Trayvon Newsome and Michael Boatwright go to move the car, what happened to the firearms that were in their hands? Starting with Michael Boatwright, the .22 caliber rifle that he had just used to shoot and kill the victim. Where did that firearm go?
I don't know. They left with Michael and Trayvon left with it.
Okay, so did you ever see that .22 caliber rifle again after Michael Boatwright used it to kill the victim in this case? Did you see where Michael Boatwright or Trayvon Newsome or Dedrick Williams, did you see what they did with that firearm, specifically the one that was in Michael Boatwright's hand?
No.
How about the .38 revolver, the .38 caliber revolver that Trayvon Newsome had in his hand during the homicide and the robbery? Where did that weapon go?
I don't know.
Did Trayvon Newsome leave with it, or did he leave it at your house?
He left.
I'm sorry?
He left with it.
Did you see where he disposed of it or took it?
We didn't get rid of it right there.
How do you know?
And I seen it do it
When?
the next day.
So that would be June 19th, you saw the weapon, the .38 caliber revolver that Trayvon Newsome had?
Yes.
Tell us the circumstances of how you saw it.
I was still at the house and the gun was just laying around.
Okay. After that time on 6/19 where you saw it again, I'm talking about the .38 revolver that Trayvon Newsome had in his hand during the homicide and robbery, did you see it after 6/19? Do you know where it went from there?
No.
Had you discussed with Trayvon Newsome where the gun went?
No.
How about with Michael Boatwright? Did you discuss where his .22 caliber rifle went?
No.
How about your weapon?
Still have it.
What? Tell us again what the caliber was.
40.
What did you do with it?
Got rid of it in Georgia.
Where?
In Georgia.
Right. Georgia's a big state. What did you do with the firearm? Where did you dispose of it?
Eastern Georgia.
And where?
Eastern.
How did you dispose of it?
Shoe stuffing. When you get for any pair of shoes, I have to use shoe stuffing. And then like Dixie bags.
You know, closed captions are on. It's just not capturing it.
Okay, and the garbage that you got rid of it, was it a garbage for residential area or commercial area? And since you wrapped it in and put it in the garbage, in Eastman, Georgia, have you seen or heard about that, firearm being located since 2018? Why did you dispose of it in that way? Why not just keep the gun? Why do you
He'd
want to
already
get
done
rid of it?
stupid enough things.
Why?
So got
So when you
bodies
got
on it.
rid of the firearm, you were already indicted? Now, when you were in Georgia, who were you in Georgia with? When did you and Michael go to Georgia in relation to, the homicide happens on June 18th, 2018. How soon after the homicide is committed by the four of you do you go to Georgia? How did you learn that you were indicted? And were you with any of the co-defendants when you learned that you were indicted? Did you discuss with the co-defendants, and I'm talking about all three of them, Dedrick Williams or Michael Boatwright or Trayvon Newsome, that the four of you had been indicted for first-degree murder? Why was Michael Boatwright with you in Georgia? He said what?
He didn't want to leave me.
Why? At some point, did you discuss with Michael Boatwright while, either before or while you were in Georgia, the charges of first-degree murder versus accessory after the fact? Tell us about that. How did that conversation even come about? Nice and loud, remember, nice and loud.
I was kind of bugging out, saying that I want to be charged with murder, and I ain't do nothing. He looked it up on his phone. He looked up accessory on his phone. He showed me, what's the most you can be charged with? I'm all right, just chill.
Michael Boatwright basically legally advised you that you could just be charged with accessory?
Yes.
There you go. Slap on an additional charge, unqualified legal practice.
Legally advise you about that.
I would definitely trust the guy you just committed a murder with for legal advice. That's who I would trust.
Absolutely.
100%.
While, and I'm gonna move around in the timeline a little bit. While you were before you go to Georgia.
No, he's a state witness at the moment. She's just
Fort
doing a damn
Lauderdale,
good job at what she does.
And you said that Trayvon Newsome and Michael Boatwright have tried to return or park the Dodge Journey. At some point in time, something happened to the Dodge Journey while they're in it that you're aware of?
Yep. Which is a timely reminder for this one. This channel does not give legal advice, medical or financial advice. Channels for education and entertainment purposes only.
Don't listen to me.
So
I'm
all
an
three of
idiot.
you were in the car when the vehicle was crashed. Tell me about that. What happened? Who's
Mrs.
driving?
K. Griff, correct. He was behind the driver.
Who was the front passenger? And who is in the back seat? Where were the three of you going? Well, first, what day was this on? How
Tuesday.
soon after the three of you just committed armed robbery and homicide were you three of you traveling in the Dodge Journey? Okay. Where was Dedrick Williams? When you referred to him as leaving with the Uber, he had already left with the Uber?
Yes,
So the three of you were left.
yes.
Okay, and where were you going at that point in time, the three of you in the Dodge Journey, an hour and a half after the homicide?
Car wash,
Why?
the car had to be returned.
So after committing the homicide, you wanted to return the car clean?
Yes.
Did you make it to the car wash?
Yeah, he wanted his deposit back.
Why not?
Jesus.
They rented a car to
When
do
you say
this?
we, who was driving when the
Yes.
crash
Oh yeah,
happened?
they wanted to return it and have nothing tied
So
back to them.
what, if
So
any
they
after the
absolutely
car
knew
accident
where
happened,
this dude
tell
was
us
going to
that.
be.
That's what it sounds like. Yeah.
Somebody set him up.
Oh, you wait till my theory.
Somebody set him up.
No,
Is Drake involved?
it is. He is. Drake is 100% involved.
Car stalled up. He's pressing on the gas and won't go anywhere. So, smacked the gas.
Were any of you injured during that time?
No.
Do you know if any of you
Might
injured
be.
any of the motorists that were
Might
involved in
be.
the accident? Did any of you stay behind?
Mrs. K.
to
Groove,
even attempt to
no,
see
it's
if
fine.
anybody was injured to render assistance?
Not technically an insult.
So tell us about that. At first, what was the first thing that happened that the three
It's
of you
really just
do
a
after
term
you
of
just
endearment for a
crashed
woman,
Dodge
to be
Journey?
perfectly honest. But I'll circle back to that.
Why?
I'll star that one and come back to it.
Did one of you tell the others to run, or tell us how that worked?
It was just a reaction.
Okay, so just all three of you just started running. Were you running in the same direction?
No.
So what direction did you run in?
I ran up and fish.
What direction did Michael Boatwright run in?
He didn't run anywhere.
How about Trayvon Newsome? What
Cheeseburger
direction?
rocked and rolled. Yes, Blandress. What is it?
At some point in time, did you all meet back up again after this car accident just happened? Where?
Me and Michael met up. He told somebody in the apartment to pick us up. And I'm coming up the street. They're coming out of my apartment.
It is corn pope. A chook is a chicken.
When you say they, Michael Boatwright and who?
Chuck sounds awfully
At
close
the point
to
where you're picked up by Michael Boatwright
Easy.
and the other individual that you don't know.
not
Where is
easy.
Trayvon
That's
Newsome?
I don't even
totally
wanna know.
different.
Okay, but he's not with you in the car. At what point do you and Michael Boatwright eventually catch up with Trayvon Newsome?
Probably like an hour or two later.
And I couldn't hear you?
Probably like an hour or two later.
Okay, an hour or two later. And where do the three of you then reunite again? Why Michael Boatwright?
Chook is a shotgun.
At some point, at any point, did one, two, or all three of you return back to the crash scene where you left the Dodge Journey?
Yes.
Tell me about that. What happened?
Trayvon was that.
Why Trayvon and not you?
Trayvon has license. I have license too, but I wasn't going there the car again. So Dedrick kind of like forced me to go.
How did Dedrick Williams force Trayvon to go back to the scene
With
of
his
the car
38.
crash, to the car? What was that conversation? Tell us what Dedrick Williams said.
You gotta go back and go get it. You got to go back to the car.
Why? Did he say why?
No.
And,
You gotta go get it.
and
Landers,
so
you can go as
Trayvon
hard as you want to,
actually
just don't get me
listened to
yeeted.
Williams and then
You should
he
know where
went
the
back
limit
and
is for
got
that.
the car? Where was Michael Boatwright when this was happening? So the four of you were together, reunited again.
No. You said.
United.
When the car was getting, it was just me and Boatwright.
You are crackly as fuck, dude.
Yeah, that was weird.
No, what I'm asking about is, at the point where you're saying Dedrick Williams is, you said he forced
Was that better?
Trayvon Newsome
Nope.
to go back to the scene and go get
You
the
got a
car.
loose wire or something.
Where's Michael Boatwright during this interaction? So the four of you are together in person?
No.
Okay, so three of you are together in person.
So two of us, just me and Michael Boatwright, Trayvon, Chucky calls Trayvon. First he calls us, me and Michael Boatwright, asks us what's going on. We tell him that the car's crashed, whatever. Tell him we're not going back to the car.
We being who? You and who?
Me and Michael Boatwright.
Tell Dedrick Williams on the
Hey,
phone
Carter.
that you're not going back to get the car.
Yes.
Okay, so then go ahead. What
Hey.
happens next?
Better late than never.
On three-way.
That is true. And guys, if you haven't already, please
How
remember to
does
hit the
he
like
call?
on the video.
He hangs up with us and he calls and tells me where we get.
Okay, so then,
He calls us back. And tells us what he just told Trayvon.
so Dedrick Williams calls you back and tells you what he just told Trayvon.
Yeah.
And what do you say?
Yeah.
What does Michael Boatwright say? At some point, do you actually speak to Trayvon? We're just talking about that same moment before he goes back to the car. How about after he goes back to the car?
Yeah.
Tell us about that conversation.
He said he almost got arrested.
Go ahead and tell us what Trayvon Newsome says after he went back to the car, after Dedrick Williams just forced him to go back to the car.
Said he almost got arrested and they gave him a ticket.
They gave him a
They
ticket.
who? Who was he referring to?
Law
A ticket for the crash?
Yes.
You think
And
better?
so he didn't get the ticket.
Sounds-
but
I
he
think
almost
so.
did.
Okay.
He got the ticket, okay. Do you know, did he tell you what the ticket was for? Okay. And,
The
what?
ticket was
do
first
you
degree
inquire
murder,
what
bitch.
happened to the car at this point? Where's the car at this point?
And he told
Okay, so what time of day is this at this point?
about 5 or 6,
Of what day?
June 18th.
The day of.
Are you aware what the status of the victim is at this point? And by that, I mean, you know that the four of you, what you had done at Reba, do you know if the victim is alive?
Yes.
You do know?
I know he's passed over.
How do you know that?
As we driving on 31st, turning on 19th, he announced on the radio.
Who was in the car when it was announced on the radio that the victim had been killed?
Me, Trayvon, and Michael.
So Dedrick Williams wasn't with you?
No.
What was the conversation between the three of you after just hearing on the radio that the victim did not survive the injuries that the three of you sustained or gave him?
Because it's something along the lines of, yeah, boy, we're going down in history.
You turned the music up after learning that he had just killed a victim.
Yes.
What did Trayvon Newsome do?
Just help me.
What did you do? At any point, when the three of you are in the car, after you just learned that you killed a victim, did any one of you communicate that to Dedrick Williams? Or talk about it with Dedrick Williams that the victim did not survive?
Not,
Did there come a point in time when you did?
yes.
When was that?
And, Boatwright.
Same day of June 18th?
Yes.
Okay, so now you're back at Boatwright, meaning Michael Boatwright's house?
Yes.
And tell us again, why did you go back to Boatwright's house?
I can't hear him, Judge.
It was away from the crash.
Okay, so this is after the three of you ran in different directions, and then you met up again at Michael Boatwright's house.
Yes.
Tell us about that conversation that you had with Dedrick Williams about the victim not surviving what you just had done at Reba.
What am I said?
Tell us what was said.
Judge, I'm sorry, for the record, I'm gonna need him to start talking and not mumbling. It's driving me crazy and I need to just.
Judge, I'm gonna object to the speaking objection and all of that extra commentary, please.
Just sir, if you'll just, when you lean in a little bit closer, it comes out nice and clear. Thank you.
Sparks in the courtroom.
Oh, these dicks are just like they're bordering on unprofessional with the way that they've acted at certain points.
See,
And that was one of them. You don't give commentary like that. You make an
No.
objection and you move on.
Kind of agree with
Speaking, not mumbling, he's
What he said
driving me crazy. Oh, I think Mighty's audio
All
went
right,
funny again.
nice and loud. Tell us, what
Seriously?
was the conversation between
That sounded
you
fine.
and Dedrick Williams about the victim's death?
Damn, he's really dead.
He said what?
Damn, he's really dead.
And what'd you say? And in response to you saying nothing, what did Dedrick Williams say?
Oh, excuse me.
What kind of phones did you have back in 2018? Do you recall? What kind of phone did Dedrick Williams have in 2018? What kind of phone did Michael Boatwright have in 2018? What kind of phone did Trayvon Newsome have in 2018? Android. So in 2018, the model that Trayvon Newsome had, the Android model that he had, was it an older model or a newer model?
Older.
Did he commonly have his phone on him, he being Trayvon Newsome?
Yes.
Was the phone commonly charged during that time?
No.
Hey, Impish.
And when I'm saying during that time, I'm talking about during the time of the homicide,
Hey.
correct? It was not normally charged?
No.
And how about during the time that he was living with you for that 2 to 3 months? Was Trayvon Newsome's phone normally charged?
No.
Do you know why or why not?
It goes dead fast.
Okay. And so during the homicide, did you have your phone on you?
Yes.
Did Michael Boatwright have his phone on him?
Yes.
Was it turned on and, as far as you know, working?
Yes.
Did Dedrick Williams have his phone on him? Was it turned on and, as far as you know, working?
Yes.
How about Trayvon Newsome? Did he have his phone on him?
Yes.
Was it turned on, charged, and working?
No.
He doesn't come across as scared.
No.
We go stop our schedule.
I again think he's too non-intelligent to be scared.
I mean, at this point, he's been in jail for 5 years, 4 or 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
He has to understand what this is going to do to him, for him, going forth. Like he has to understand that.
Yeah, I would expect so. It might even be a case of he's decided that he's been in jail for long enough that he no longer cares. Maybe he's decided that he won't survive anyway.
That very well could be.
So,
but then why bother though? At the same time, like if I don't know.
maybe he was really pissed off that he only got the $5,000.
That's makes the most sense to me.
I'm fairly confident that's pretty much why we're here, people, is because they didn't pay the man. So basically, we know where everyone is, potentially everything they do, because they're walking around with tracking devices at all times. Yes, well, we know this. So yeah, it's certainly going to make things interesting.
Because if they would have done a 4-way split on 50 grand, it would have been
12 and a half each.
12 and a half each. Yeah, there you go. 8.5 grand.
Wait a minute. Do that math one more time.
12.5 grand. 50 grand split 4 ways.
Okay. Yeah, I thought you said like 8.5.
That's what he said.
12,500 each.
He got $5,000, so 7.5 grand is what is sending all these dudes on a murder charge.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Right.
If they
If they
just
would've
coughed
just-
up the extra 7.5 between them, he probably would have kept his mouth shut. But quite possibly. I mean, we'll never know because, you know, some people also just don't like getting fucked over. So
That's true as well. That is true as well.
Well, they had him
Well-
anyways, didn't they?
Had what? Who?
The 4. Like if they had him on video,
You're not
the whole
getting.
time.
You're not getting these guys.
I actually don't know, honestly, because I mean, you can definitely look. Derek, you can probably pin on the video camera on the footage because he's clear enough. I personally might have even had issues with Cheeseburger on that video camera, like the appearance and that sort of thing. I mean, sure, there was probably people that would have been able to identify him or whatever. Of the footage of the actual murder, I think you'd have a tough time identifying them. Aside from the fact that they used the rented vehicle, they would have had to have done a hell of a lot more. Because if they'd turned around and said, "Oh no, the vehicle was stolen from us," there's reasonable doubt that they were the ones that committed it.
You're not getting a conviction without this dude's testimony.
He's the one that's positively identifying the other 3 in relation to this.
He's the only thing that's identifying them 100%. Without this dude's
Yeah.
testimony, I don't think it goes anywhere.
Well, then they would have just lied and done what the state normally does: get them to plead, tell them they had more than they did, and they would have folded.
Probably.
Well, without somebody's testimony, I should say. Happened to be this guy.
And based on what counsel tells me is the next portion for questioning, this is a logical break point for us. So we will go ahead and recess for the evening here. As with each time we break, I will remind you, you're not tormenting methods fixed in the merits of the case. So you hear all the evidence, arguments, counsel, instructions, and law by me until that time. You must not discuss cases even among yourselves. During the course of the trial, we take regular recesses during which you're committed to separate and go like personal affairs. During these recesses, you shall not discuss cases with anyone or with anyone staying in your presence. If anyone says anything to you in your presence, remind me on the jury, ask me to stop, giving no warrants for the matter. My deputies, if you see counsel, witness, and if anyone else associated with this case or caller, will ignore you. They're not being rude or following the court. We will reconvene tomorrow morning at 10:30. So,
Okay.
20 after, 25 after, if you can be in the reception room, that would be great. And if you need any further letters, documents, or things that I can assist you with, please let one of my deputies know. And make sure you, again, insulate yourself from any media exposure or anything else. Thank you again for your time, attention, patience today. Have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Damn, how many channels do you reckon Mob Boss's tie gets?
37.
They have one night to whack this guy. No, honestly, Pompo, I think the damage is done, personally, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree.
The guy has got nothing to lose by providing this. Like, to me, there's no benefit to him providing this because he's still got to be charged. Sorry, he's still got to be sentenced. Whilst there may be a slight reduction, he's still facing life.
He didn't hear anything on sidebar, so
Yeah,
I can just say right now.
So, Mr. Allen, you are going to be temporarily excused. You will be back tomorrow at bring you up 10:15, 10:30, something like that, to continue with your testimony. You are not to discuss your testimony with any other witness or state or anyone else since you are now on the stand, okay? And I will remind you tomorrow that you are still under oath. At this time, you're excused.
Why is that Marshall smiling? Has he just realized he's on camera?
Sorry, Judge, that means you can't talk to me either? Is that what you're
You can talk to counsel, but
Oh, fuck off.
are you planning on speaking with him?
I'm really not, unless he had something he needed to talk to me
Is there
about.
something you need to speak with him about? Because he does have a right to speak with his counsel, because counsel's not really a party, but I would like everyone to know that that's going on.
Right, and I don't have any, I'm not gonna be talking to him, I'm not gonna be talking to Mr. Lewis to talk to him or using him as a proxy, I will not do that.
John, did you need to speak with your counsel tonight?
Yeah.
I would continue to object prior to his testimony. He hasn't said anything that
He's objecting to him talking to his own counsel? You can't do that.
Yep. He can because he's on the stand, but it's a dick move.
Oh,
It's a super dick move. Because he's in the middle of his testimony, he's not supposed to discuss it with anybody.
We don't know what he wants to talk to him about, nor does he have to disclose it. He can talk to him about anything, and Mr. Ramirez or anybody won't know. So I don't see how any order.
It's a good point. You shouldn't be able to stop him from speaking to his lawyer about anything that is unrelated to this trial. If there's something going on in the prison, or if there's something else like that, he's entirely entitled to speak to his counsel.
All right, thank you. Jim?
Yes, sir. I mean, I don't know if he's indicated he wants to speak to me. I mean, I'd like to speak to him in the back,
No, that's not even bad.
Okay.
Hmm.
Can I just speak to him briefly right here and see what
Yeah,
the issue
over
is?
objection.
We have to go ahead and join us.
Mute that.
Are they
damn
about to
mic.
broadcast? I was going to say, are they about to broadcast?
Oh, fuck.
legal? There we go.
That was a dick move.
That was.
So, Ozzy, what happens
Hmm.
if he doesn't make it to trial tomorrow? He can't
Personally,
be
I feel like he's
crossed.
given. That is true, and the defense would obviously make an application to have his testimony stricken. However, given everything that's already been set out, there's no way in hell that the jurors are just going to ignore it.
Right.
Right.
Especially the senior jury down in Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then is that appealable because the jury didn't disregard?
Well, I mean, the jury's got the ultimate power in their decision anyway. They just
right.
Choose to testify, they actually can speak to you when they're on the stand because you're their counsel, but it's, so there are some exceptions.
Oh my god, they're still fucking arguing over it.
That he wanted me to talk to, he wanted me to call his mom and tell him that he's okay. Because when his mom would come, he just wanted me to call his mom and tell him that he's okay.
That's what they were objecting to. He just wanted his mum to let his mum know that he was okay.
All right, and
Dick move.
so Jim, I'm gonna ask that you not speak further with him tonight. If you're gonna speak with him again, we should know about it.
It'll be here in the morning.
Very good, thank you. All right.
Ten 15, Judge says.
I want him up first, and we'll.
It's a damn good question, Mr. Skager. I would suspect not. I feel like Mob Boss's suit costs a little bit too much to be a public defender.
He doesn't sound like a public defender.
No.
Thank you.
I'll certainly double check that before the trial stream tomorrow, but yeah, I'd be highly doubting it.
Sounds like Drake paid for him.
Right, I'm saying you shouldn't, and there's nothing wrong with it.
This is the Kemok rule that we are.
Yeah. Do as I say, not as I do.
Easy prosecutor.
Well, that seemed to be in good faith.
We all agree it has to be.
I'm gonna do it right now.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Now we've got another side door. Look, don't get me wrong, this is entertaining for me.
Really want to come home or go home.
Nothing else for us on the record, correct? All right.
Oh, yeah. Are you grabbing it?
It's exactly.
Okay.
He's like, I want to get out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's done for the day. He's over it. He had the opportunity to be out of there 15 minutes early, and they stole that from him.
I got beer to drink.
Yep. So, but yeah, there we go, guys. Day 2 of The murder trial. Yeah, no, honestly, if he gets like shanked in the middle of the night tonight, the defense is going to be applying for a mistrial, so that they can have a whole new jury without that testimony.
Okay.
That would make sense.
Which we hope he doesn't.
Oh, absolutely.
They're not going to let this dude get stabbed tonight.
Cheeseburger,
No.
we want to see you back, buddy. At least for another day.
Yeah, no. They're going to wait up to, they'll wait at least until the testimony's done.
Mhm. They've got this dude, so he's probably wearing knife vests in transportation. They're protecting this
Quite
dude.
possibly.
I want to hear
Or at least they better
cross
be.
of cheeseburger. Like, that's what I want with my life. And I won't be able to because I have meetings until noon tomorrow. Damn
Oh,
it.
he's a pretty big dude.
Well, I mean, look, we're not starting till 10:30 tomorrow. It sounds like she's still got a large part, so you may even make it back in time. At least for part of the cross, anyway. Because there's literally 3 lawyers that are going to be crossing this guy. You got to keep that in mind, guys. There is going to be hours of cross.
Okay.
So, unless one of them gets up there, gets him to crack, and he just goes, "Yeah, no shit, I made it all up," and then the trial's over anyway.
That'd be interesting. That'd be an interesting outcome.
Alternative theory?
Whoa.
Yes, by all means.
Allegedly.
Alleged alternative theory.
Alleged alternative theory. Drake is from Canada, needs some street cred. So
He's
he
from
put out a
Canada.
hit on a man XXX. And XXX is like, yeah, I'll play along. And he was going to pay those guys because he also wanted street cred because he's in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. How
Mhm.
gangster is that? And so the money that he took from the bank was supposed to pay off these idiots to, you
Mhm.
know, shoot them, rough them up a little bit. That's why Uncle
Mhm.
took off. And that 22 just made its way in. God only knows how. And happened to kill him. And I know, like, yeah, they're going to fry.
So you what you're saying is that's why they use such a small caliber round with the 22, and that's why, like, it was a complete accident gone wrong, is what you're saying. He was supposed to get shot, but he wasn't supposed to die from it, so that he had street cred.
Right. Exactly.
That's a potential solution to the problem, I suppose.
And these guys are
hey,
just
look, it
idiots.
may be reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
Somebody set him up. This was set
Not
up
in my
somewhere.
mind, but it may be reasonable doubt to somebody.
Well, I mean, why did he have the money? How did they know he was going to that place? You know,
Somebody
these are
set him up
questions.
somewhere along the lines. It's just a matter.
That's
of
what it really feels like. It does feel like that this was a setup, because it does feel like they knew where he was going. They were watching him from the bank, probably. So either someone spotted the fact that he makes reasonably large withdrawals periodically, so they've waited until he was headed to the bank. Because that's what she said, that's what the bank teller said, that he makes withdrawals of roughly $25,000 to $50,000 like 5 times a month.
Okay.
Damn.
So it wouldn't be strictly out of the realm of possibility for someone to notice that and decide, okay, let's wait for the next time that he goes to the bank. The fact that the other guy was supposedly going on about this chain, I mean, is a gold chain with diamonds on it really going to be worth that much? I mean, someone said it in chat that the car was worth more than that chain would be.
I didn't see the chain, but could have been worth. Could have been
Well, I
worth
haven't
6
seen it.
figures easy.
Well, maybe.
And that's like US
Right.
6 figures, not like your Aussie 6 figures.
Yeah, no, for me it'd be set closer to 7 figures. Let's have a look at see if I can have a look at the chain.
Yeah. Also, the chain would have been cred. So
That's true,
maybe
too.
maybe Drake wanted him to return the chain to him. Who knows? Maybe that was the hit. Somehow Drake's involved in this thing because he's Canadian, and of course he would be, allegedly.
In no way endorse this theory whatsoever. The chain's got next to nothing to it. Like, I'm looking at a photo of him that they used in the New Yorker when he was doing rap at a concert. There's nothing on that. Like, it's just a metal chain. I can't see I mean, I think there might be like a diamond in the star that's hanging off of it, but most of it, it's either silver or platinum, and I don't think it'd be worth that much.
Well, as I think Chosen One said, Chosen One, it's easier to unload a chain than it is a car. So if you want a quick cash,
True.
chain's
That is
quick.
true.
T-Reed, it looked to me like they were looking for him the
Might have been
second they
Eminem.
came in the door. Probably Eminem.
All right. Just quickly before we end the stream, I'm just going to go. I'm going to run back to that footage. She did a better job stopping it than I did. That's the side. Oh, hang on, no, that's the sidebar. So it should be around this area.
Naturally, she's a professional.
Shut up.
She was a little more prepared than you. I'll give her that.
Well, she knew the exact timestamp. I was doing it on the fly, so. Oh, gotta love the white
You don't
noise.
think so, or you know? Was he or was he not?
A 9mm blows the lung out of the body.
Dedrick
That's
asked him if
Biden says.
they are ready, as the victim is about to exit Reba Motorsports. What do they say?
So apparently he reckons they said that they were ready.
I'm pausing it at 26 minutes and 6 seconds. 2 individuals have.
Okay.
See, this looks staged. He could have fucking turned right there. He had a. Why wouldn't you just? I'd have been gone.
Well, I don't know. Maybe, just maybe, his fight or flight kicked in, and he was fucking frozen. What do they call it? Fight, flight, or freeze these days? Because some people just, maybe he had no street cred whatsoever, and he was just a little pussy. We don't know.
Well, I'm sure that was the case. He's in Fort Lauderdale, but still, why wouldn't you just?
It's a little different when you got guns pointed in your face, man.
Bro, where am I from, Sunshine? You don't think that's ever happened?
I'm just saying. I've been robbed at gunpoint once. It wasn't pleasant.
Somebody tried to carjack us with my buddy's brand new Camaro when he got it. Like, we were driving home and tried to carjack us. And we drove to the right over the fucking curb.
Have now exited the Dodge journey. The shorter individual that we see with the hoodie and the light colored.
And see, I'm sorry, Mob Boss LLC. There is no way in hell that he's not carrying a gun there. You actually tried to argue that he had no gun on him. You had to have seen this footage prior if you were doing half as good a job as you think you are. And you deliberately tried to mislead the court and say he didn't have a gun in his hand. How can you be sure that he had a gun in his hand when you were cross-examining the uncle? That to me is a deliberate attempt to mislead because you knew this video was coming in. You knew that people would be able to see that there was a gun in your client's hand.
He's 100% watched this video. There's no way he didn't
absolutely.
watch this video.
No, there's no way that this comes out for the first time to that lawyer in court like this.
Right. No way.
Hands out of the 2. Who is that? Out of the 3 co-defendants that's sitting here right now in trial, which one is Trayvon Newsome that you're identifying in the video?
The irony is, I don't know that any one of them would have been dumb enough to actually tell their lawyer at this point that they did it. I think that if any of them had actually been told that they did it, we'd be looking at a very different trial because they wouldn't have been able to try and pin it on anyone else. They wouldn't have been able to try and, like, if you know that your client's done it, there's a number of things that as a lawyer you cannot do in court then.
They're not admitting to their lawyers.
No, that's what I'm saying. There's no way in hell that they would have been dumb enough to.
Exactly.
So, you think that allegedly mob boss is ethical?
Well, if his client story swears up and down that he didn't have a gun, then yeah, he would be doing the ethical thing, I guess, right?
Yeah, you still got to provided you have not been explicitly told that your client committed the act. You are allowed to and required to provide the best possible defense to your client, even if you have your certain suspicions. So,
I mean, nice job stepping back from it. But if he's really, truly a mob lawyer, then I don't think ethical's on his plate.
Nobody knows it.
I never actually said that he was a mob lawyer. I said that that's what he reminds me of. Okay?
He's going to get lawsuits for slander coming his way, Mighty.
No, this is...
Dude, I'm more worried about taking 2 in the head and 1 in the chest.
Getting those cement shoes going.
Basically.
Oh, that's funny.
No, look, I mean, as we said, without Cheeseburger's testimony, I do think that this falls apart. As it is, I think this is a slam dunk.
Yeah.
Because with the hoodies on and the ski masks on in this footage, you can't identify who the hell has those guns. And if they haven't found the guns, then there's no way to tie it back to this.
Without this dude's testimony, there's no case for the state here.
No. Absolutely not.
Looking at as much evidence as the Murdaugh trial.
Potentially less, actually.
Yeah.
So.
But they haven't found the weapons.
No. Specifically, Cheeseburger's gun is most definitely missing, although it wasn't used in the shooting. I'm pretty sure that the 2.2 rifle is still missing as well. So.
Out of the 3. Who's a taller individual?
Oh God, I'm not listening to you. Just play the damn video.
Michael Boatwright having his rifle that's 22 caliber rifle?
Yeah.
What does Trayvon Newsome?
Everyone notice how this wasn't committed with an assault rifle? Just gonna leave that there.
Have it in his hand.
Define assault rifle.
That 22 rifle might actually be considered an assault rifle in the media, technically.
Yeah, but the media and the dictionary definition are 2 very different things. I still can't believe it's in the fucking dictionary now. Like, that's ridiculous.
Rewriting language is an important part to this whole narrative thing.
Oh, yeah, because it's going whole 1984 shit.
Yeah.
There you go. So. 22 is more like an annoyance rifle.
Who is the individual that's leaned over more and it appears to be inside the car on the driver's side? Who is the individual right now? I paused it at 26 minutes and 29 seconds. Who is the individual that's running around to the passenger side of the victim's vehicle? Who is the individual that has a firearm pointed, what appears to be at least the level of the victim's head as the victim is in the driver's seat?
Okay, guys. In chat, can you just throw a 1 in if you've been more or less here since the start? Because I want to do something and check something with the analytics with Google, if you wouldn't mind.
That stands back, steadies himself, pointed with the rifle at the victim's head right now. Who is the individual that we can see from the video that fires the shot, several shots into the victim's car, striking him several times and killing him? And from what we can see, there's an individual that appears to have taken some type of property
since
in
this
his hand.
morning,
Who's
so
the individual that
since
took the property
9 a.m.
What was
today.
it that he took? I'm pausing it at 26 minutes and 42 seconds. All 4 of you are back in the car right now? Yes. What on earth was said?
Just so I can count how many people in terms of views. Fuck you, Marty.
Now that all 4 of you are in the car?
I went a long way for that one.
What did Michael?
Okay. All right. No, look, I was just purely curious because I just went into my YouTube back end to have a look at the views and stuff. So apparently in the last 7 hours I've had 400 views on this video.
No shit. Wow.
Yeah.
Huh.
So I guess black on black crime really does get buried on YouTube. There you go, Susan, I said it. Because every time that I've covered it, the views on the video and the progeneration of it through YouTube gets buried.
You saw my message earlier, right? Let's not mention that here, but on Discord.
Yeah, no, I saw that.
Yeah.
But yeah. So, but anyway, I think you were here an hour before the Lorax. Fair enough. No, look, it's very surprising because, you know, on a 2-hour video, when I do my usual sort of show, even when I've got 50, 60 people dropping in and out, generally my views are still around the 800, 900 mark. I've been going for almost 4 times the length of time that I normally would, and supposedly I've only got 400 views on the video. So anyway, guys, so we're going to pick it up from 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. I'll probably start around the 10:15 mark because that'll give me an extra 15 minutes worth of sleep, because that's 2:15 in the morning for me. So Mighty, you've got meetings most of the day. Val, what does your day look like tomorrow?
I'll believe I'll be around.
Okay, fair enough. I'll see if I can rope in Vices to drop by, because if he's not doing the Murdoch stuff while the prosecution's doing their case anyway, then you know, he'll have nothing better to do except for sleep. So
right.
I'll be here around noon. So
okay, so yeah, so about an hour and a half of testimony. But anyway, guys, I'm going to leave it there. Where are we? As always, guys, I just want to remind you that you are not a piece of shit. Your life does have value, and you make a contribution to society, you know, provided you actually make a contribution. So, as always, guys, stay healthy, wealthy, and wise, and I'll catch you on the flip side. Cheers, guys. I almost just left the studio without ending the broadcast.
Oh. That would have been great.
It would have been
night,
so
mate.
good. It would have been so good.
It would have been great. Yeah. All right, guys. See ya.
Later, chat.
No final parting words, Marty?
Nothing.
I said good day.
Oh, was that you?
Yeah.